tube in on this, and then we are going to jump in. Good 3 days of consecutive stream watching. Thank you, Prophet, for the streakaroni. Alright, hello, YouTube. Hello, everybody. Everybody's here. We're all here as a family. And today we are going to be reacting to Bricky's part 1 and part 2 about every Warhammer 40k faction. We're looking at 3 hours of Bricky content plus whatever the heck my mouth has to say. This could be a thick one, okay? Before we start, I wanted to give a few disclaimers, okay? A few disclaimers. One is that I'm reacting to the content created by Bricky in order to learn more about Warhammer 40k. That being said, the way I learn may be different from other people because I learn in different ways. I think somebody wants me to make an ADHD coin jar and put a coin in every time I say the word. The amount of times I saw this video is starting to be stupid. Well, I'm stupid. So it's time for me to learn. Nyaho Yume, Nyaho Leon. Next disclaimer, reaction videos are highly personal to the person reacting. That kind of goes without saying, but I feel like some people need to hear it. I'm reacting bringing in my own personal background understanding of the world, okay? My interests. Sometimes I'm throwing in my education in psychology. I think if you're new to my content, you're like, why is this chick talking about therapy all of a sudden? I've been studying it for most of my life, okay? Also my history of general fandom and internet content. Associations and mnemonic devices are the best way to encode information, and I'm trying to learn. Hello, Dionia. The third disclaimer is that this is a live streamed reaction, so I am interacting with chat. In the future, I want to look into editing down the VOD to reduce like just random stuff if it's too distracting. But I also encourage you to be here live to help in and join the fun. I'll also look into trying to include timestamps into the VOD after stream. I'm going to be a real YouTuber or whatever. The fourth disclaimer, I have a genuine interest in this content, okay? And I've been so happy to see that the community has been overwhelmingly welcoming. I appreciate that so much. Everybody's been nice. I've been reading and responding to all the comments. So if you couldn't make it live, love reading the comments. Everybody's been adding in more information, stuff I missed, and just saying welcome to the community. So yeah, I'm happy to hear more suggestions for other content creators or other mediums to explore. I think some people recommended books, other channels, audiobooks. Also, people have been really good in talking more to some of the details or things that I might have missed. And the final disclaimer is that we're here to learn and have fun. So if this content is not for you, no hard feelings, you can just move on, okay? You don't need to comment about it, okay? If you don't like it, just go. But if you like it, welcome in. I'm as welcoming as you are. I'm welcoming. I like our community. We're great. What shithead provoked these disclaimers? Don't worry about it, okay? Maybe I'll make a video on that. Be back after D&D. Okay, heck, I see you back. Hi, Kit Kat. The funniest 40k lore is the fact that orcs work under literal clap your hands if you believe logic. And I love that for them. I'm gonna go full white knight on their ass. Let's freaking get them, Yume. Disclaimer number 6. Yume's gonna go full white knight on your ass. Today is the day to learn with Sakana. Yes, learn with me, react with me, encode information with me. Yeah. And you know what the best part is? These videos exist without me reacting. So if you just want to watch the video by itself, go off. Go off. Without further ado, because like I said, there's like 3 hours of content. Let's go. Malice and Wonder L. Hello, first time here, but I caught the previous reaction on YouTube. Hi, welcome in. The pink fish adds to the Warhammer experience. Sometimes I add, and for some people I detract. So it is what it is.
New fishy alert. Malice in Wonder just swam in Tilda.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Let me get a little bit bigger so I can add to the experience. so I can add to the experience. Okay. I'm gonna go full wah on them Humizars. Yeah, you do that. Alrighty! Bricky time! Bricky time!
In the kind brightness of the far past, there was no war. Our galaxy was, for a long time, fairly empty and quiet. The first known species to appear during this time are known only as the Old Ones, cosmic entities
we learned
that
about
traveled
them
across the galaxy with ease and seeded life through the stars. Shortly thereafter, a new species
The boomers.
began to arise. The Necron-Tier. Evolving under the harshness of a devastatingly powerful star, the short-lived and irradiated Necron-Tier try to find the secret to eternal life and to be...
So where did they appear? I'm already coming with the question. Where did they appear from? How did they just appear? So from what I understand and what the comments have been telling me, the Old Ones created races, right? They created a lot of different guys, but they didn't create the Necron-Tier, right? The Necron-Tier just came out of nowhere, like, hey, what's up? They didn't create racism. The Necron-Tier just evolved. They're like fish. Got it. They're like those little amoeba that become fish. So the Old Ones are out here creating all these different guys, and then the Necron-Tier just fish and evolve into chickens into dinosaurs. Pretty sure they created racism. I didn't say it. You're gonna have to white knight the people who are gonna come at me for saying they created racism. I didn't say that. Nope. Run the clip back.
Be freed from their terrible existence. As they expand through the stars, they find the Old Ones and they plead to them to share the secrets of the universe and grant them purchase from their short and painful existence.
Yes, so I learned from the comments also, not only were they going to the Old Ones and asking, hey, can you give us the secret to immortality? They were going around killing all the Old Ones' creation. So all of the races that the Old Ones were created, the Necron-Tiers were like, F you, pew, 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 cut. I don't know what they're using. Swords, whatever. What are they using? We're going to find that out. So obviously the Old Ones are like, bruh, you're killing my kids. And you want my immortality? It's giving those TikTok shorts where they're like, I'm not going to go into that rabbit hole. We can save that for another time. You don't want to know what I've been doing on the TikTok shorts. Anyways.
The Old Ones respond with a lol and a lamau, and with their immense power, they force them back to their homeworld. The Necron-Tier, filled with rage and hatred, make it their duty to get revenge on the Old Ones.
And see, that's what we call the consequences of our actions. Because they're like, I'm going to kill your kids, but I'm going to ask you for a favor. And you're not going to do that favor to me because I killed your kids? Well, then now I'm going to get angry and fight back at you. See, you know, if you were nice, maybe they'd be like, oh, hello, little fish evolved creatures. I'll be nice to you. But you never know. There's channels I'd like to recommend for 40K on the Remember, oh my gosh. Remember oh, frick. She can't read. Remember, sir, is great for lore once you're done with Bricky and want to get deeper. Okay, guys, write that down. We got a suggestion after Bricky.
Ethos_ just became a prime sushi roll.
Itadakimasu tilde. Necron-Tier were an old race that existed alongside the Old Ones. They just did it naturally. Oh, no magic involved. Welcome in, Methos Hollow. Speaking of fish, Tau are the closest to that since all their vehicles are aquatic named. Ah, Tau are. So, I mentioned this before, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, and I'm sorry if you don't want to hear it, but that kind of sucks. But of the models that I do have, I have the Spearhead. I'm looking up at it. Idoneth Deepkin. They look like the fishiest ones to me, so I got those. And then I was like, I'm going to get into Warhammer. And then people were like, start with 40K. And I started with 40K only to realize that those are Age of Sigmar and not 40K. So now I'm going to learn all about 40K and then learn all about Age of Sigmar and possibly also learn about orcs. TBF, if you think about it, what's more magical than life? You're right. Respect women.
a revenge that would come swiftly as a chance encounter with other gods gave them a solution. These other gods were known as the Catan, a race of highly powerful star-consuming entities.
Yes, the
Do
star
not
consumers.
fear,
I remember them.
mortals, for we, the Catan, will
The
provide
Catan.
you with the immortality
Good game.
you seek. Come now, won't you shake a poor sinner's hand? Quoted from Mephitron, the Deceiver. The Necrontyr accepted the Catan's offer of immortality, but believe it or not, this turned out to be a ruse, a trick. The Catan...
So the Catan, the Necrontyr, and the Old Ones all lived together. Side by side. Not together, but amongst each other. They were alive in the same place in the same time. Heard. They were roommates. They were 6 feet apart because they're not gay. Okay. Going into 40K and AOS is like going to a buffet and saying this isn't enough. So you go to the buffet next door too. And it's in Vegas. Have you seen those Vegas buffets? Crazy. Underwater elves from AOS have really cool models. They do, and they're fishy, and that's why I like them.
Uncrafted gigantic furnaces and began the process of biotransference. The
Biotransference.
willingly walked line by line into the furnace engines made by gods who devour stars and had their souls consumed instead. The short-lived, irradiated, and cancer-inflicted race of the Necrontyr ceased to be, and the immortal, soulless Necrons remained. Now backed by the immense power of the Catan, the Necrons rally against the Old Ones, and the bitter conflict in the stars at this time is known as the War in Heaven. Despite...
What if one buffet has steak and the other has sushi? The thing about buffets, is that they always have steak and sushi. And if the buffet doesn't have either of those, we don't get into it.
Creating various races and entities to aid them in this battle, the Old Ones are overwhelmed and eradicated down to the last, due to the sheer power of the Catan fat off the souls of the Necrontyr.
I don't know why, but I think when I first watched the overview, I thought there weren't a lot of Old Ones. There were a whole lot of Old Ones. I'm like, there are like 5 or 6 Old Ones, huh? Nah, there's just like a whole civilization of Old Ones. And a whole civilization creating other races. That's a lot of lives they're creating. Heard.
And with an army of unthinkable robotic slaves at their behest. However, the Catan are greedy, spiteful gods. And when there was no foe worth killing, they turn on each other. The Necrons then put their sights towards the Catan and lay waste to them, securing their freedom. The once subservient Necrons now control their former masters. Worn out and weakened by these wars, the Necrons, under their leader Zarek, the Silent King, lie dormant, with a plan to eventually wake and reclaim control over the galaxy. Over millions of years, empires rise and they fall. The species created by the...
So they emancipated themselves, killed their masters, now they're their own guys. And they got sleep. This is where they get sleepy.
Old Ones have footholds over the galaxy, but on a pale blue dot, in the thick of all this conflict, humanity begins to evolve. And for the most part, the basic path of humanity's evolution remains the
humans
same
are coming in.
It is now
Humans are in.
Almost 15,000 years. Right now, in the 21st century, this is canon. You, right now, Twitch streamer reacting to this video.
That's me, that's me, that's me, that's me!
At a point in the Warhammer universe. But with
I'm
time,
there!
Humanity's ambition and the...
I'm in the Warhammer universe! It's me, it's me, it's me! Every single Warhammer 40K faction plus me! Yay! Hello, Dino fan. Greetings from the Omnissiah, the Machine God. Hello.
power of their technology becomes unmatched, and the golden age of expansion begins. Humanity starts to branch out through the stars with powerful tools used for agriculture, mining, and expansion. Some branches of humanity would eventually settle far away from Earth itself, and around this time, the psychic ability of humans are greatly expanded, and what we begin to know as psychers appear.
Psychers were humans. Okay. Got it. Humans, they started expanding. They're like freaking cockroaches going around the universe, settling down. And in all of that, psychers heard. Which one is the Kana army? So the Kana army is an Age of Sigmar, unfortunately. But we are getting into orcs because orcs are magical and they're the kings of manifestation. And I feel like that's the kind of inspiration we need to bring into 2026. They slept because they have a finite number. In the trillions, sure, but they lost a lot fighting the Catan. So they figured time will kill their enemies as they're immortal now. You know what? I like that approach. If I'm immortal and I have an enemy, I'm just going to go to sleep and hope they die. And then I'll wake up later. And if they're not dead, I'm going to go back to sleep. And then eventually I'll wake up and they'll be dead. Oh, there are psyker humans, but not all psychers are humans. Okay, so some humans developed into psychers, but there could be psychers that other races developed into. I think I saw an orc psyker once. Yes. One ancient computer file someone finds 30,000 years from now is this video. Now everyone thinks humans were still evolving from fish because of me. Oops. Sorry. This is the technology that the humans under the Emperor were trying to find. They're trying to find this Twitch stream. Weird boys are orc psychers. Weird boys represent.
All the progress, things would begin to collapse. The machines created to aid humanity would turn on them, and
Psychers are not just a profession, it's a lifestyle. Shut the front door. You cannot stop being a psycher, and you are a conduit for being a spontaneous demonic hole in reality and must always fight against it. And that's why they turned to alcoholism.
M23, an event known as the Cybernetic Revolt, and trade would begin to collapse due to the immaterial warp, aka actual hell, beginning to cause ruptures in space and time. These warps
Cleveland, Ohio.
Separate humanity, and this would be what is known as the Age of Strife. The warp, a sea of souls, storing all thought, emotion, and the souls of those who have passed on, begin fluctuating into something terrible, as far on the horizon, something horrendous was brewing. You see, the warp isn't just a random assortment of chaotic energy. It is fairly well organized, thanks to those living in the galaxy. The
organized energy. Psychers are like the HP wizards. We don't use that language here. We don't support that franchise. Get that out of this chat. I'm fighting the war on the machines on the side of the machines. That's some heavy metal music. The only race that are perfected the whole psyker thing are the Eldar. Oh.
As an afterlife of sorts, and the actions of the innumerable amount of creatures who live in the galaxy have manifested a pantheon of organized entities known as the Forces of Chaos. At their helm,
I know them. I know them. Wait.
Norgal, and Zeech. However,
I was gonna name them.
Fourth one, Slaanesh.
Slaanesh?
Was about to be born. The ancient Eldar were one of the first species created by the old
in the
ones.
retro?
Due to their extreme and unbridled excess, the birthing of Slaanesh tore a hole.
What in the
galaxy
JoJo's Bizarre
and
Universe
forever
am I looking
split
at?
the Eldar into those of the Craft world, who sought to bring their species back together, and those of the Drukhari, who wished to continue what caused the birth of Slaanesh in the first place. The birthing of this fourth chaos god settled the warp storms of the Immaterium and ended the Age of Strife, but humanity was still fractured. So one
80s, 90s Eldar art. Oh, it really is a retro. Wow. On point. That means it was super hip at the time.
Spearheaded an immense attempt to reunite all the fractured pieces of humanity. That man was the Emperor of Mankind. After reclaiming the nearly destroyed Earth,
okay. I thought maybe we're gonna get more detail on the Emperor, but like, where the hell he come from and what is he?
embarked on the Unification Wars to unite humanity under the banner of the Imperium of Man. However,
This is still the intro. Okay. This is still the... Relax, Kana. Relax.
The age of strife, humanity as we know it is not the same. To reconquer Earth, the Emperor would need more than mere men. Great beings.
He would
known
need
as the
sons.
Thunder Warriors were recruited by the Emperor
Oh,
to
not yet, not
reclaim
yet.
the Earth with ease. But these warriors are a blunt tool and had overstayed their welcome. He would need something better. And
Sons.
that solution would be known as the Space Marines.
Oh, not yet.
Soldiers that
Grandsons.
have the skill
Grandsons.
and cunning exponentially greater than the mortal man. These new warriors would be commanded by an elite group of his very own sons known as the Primarchs.
Got it.
Unfortunately, though, Daddy didn't
I
charge
learned.
the baby monitor, and his 18 sons would be stolen by the forces of chaos and scattered across the galaxy. This would begin the Great Crusade, a monumental task to take back the stars in the name of humanity and reclaim the lost Primarch sons.
I mean, that sounds like a
he
good
would
dad
need
to
the
me.
fires of industry to make this happen. Looking to the distant cousins of Mars, the Emperor signed a treaty with the technologically irradiated hellscape of the Red Planet and allowed the cult of the machine god, the Mechanicum, to supply his crusade. While Space Marines were
He was born in 8000 BC in what would one day become Turkey. Istanbul was Constantinople. I mean, what parent hasn't lost a child on occasion? His children were taken from him and then shot into a cannon across the universe. I don't think that happens to every parent.
For the tip of the spear, their numbers pale to the vast might of the Imperial Army and Navy, the Astra Militarum, and their seemingly endless numbers make up the bulk of the fighting force for humanity, supplied by
TBF finding the sons was more of a side quest?
of
Oh,
various
not a
agents
good
of the
dad, not a good
Imperium,
dad.
such as rogue traders and assassins. Due to the lack of connectivity between the worlds, what a society had become over thousands of years became mysterious and varied. Tools once used for harvesting and agriculture now are being used as machines
who are
of
they?
war in the form of
Who are they in the
imperial
corner
knights.
there?
Some
I want to
of
know
these
them.
fractures of humanity would even be changed further and become unrecognizable to the average human, with differences in size, skin color, appendages. Cat ears, sometimes.
Cat ears!
Some
Cat
would
ears!
go so far to become their own galactic
Why is he
societies,
wide?
like the miners of the galactic core and their
Why'd he get
immense
wide?
computers, forming the Leagues of Votan. After an
Oh.
incredible amount of effort
He's
and
unwide.
books, the lost sons of the Emperor would be reunited, and the Imperium of Man would be firmly established. This, however, would not last. Be it
No.
intentional or accidental, the Emperor would not reveal to his sons the true nature of the galaxy and the terrors of the warp. And this oversight would result in one of the most impactful wars in humanity.
He was protecting his
The favorite
children.
son of the Emperor, Horus, would fall to the powers of chaos and turn on his father. This betrayal,
we've seen
this
that before.
backstabbing, this heresy, this Horus heresy would result
He said
in a
this thing.
split in the Imperium with devastating consequences. Half of the Emperor's loyal sons would fall to
He said the
chaos and
thing.
become the Chaos Space Marines, along with the forces of the Dark Mechanicum and the Chaos Knights. The conflict would result in the absolute obliteration of Horus and the physical death of the Emperor himself. The near-dead body of the Emperor would be placed on the Golden Throne to serve as a beacon of humanity and allow for the continued ability to travel the stars, protect.
I was trying to think of what this reminded me of when I first saw the introduction video, and now I know it reminds me of Naruto. But I guess Naruto was inspired by this. Crazy stuff. When you're babysitting all of humanity, spending quality time with your sons takes a backseat. You know what? Fair. He was not only being a father to his sons, but a father to all humanity. What are you talking about?
9 of and 219 just became a prime sushi roll.
Pain! That's what I'm Pain from Naruto. Does this not resemble... Thank you, Vert. Does this not resemble Pain from Naruto? Nah, she's cooking. I don't know, but sure, why not? Have to pass the ads. Oh, thank you for the sub, Dino fan.
protected by his most loyal, the Adeptus Custodes. The Imperium would be vulnerable during this age of rebirth, and Terra would find itself under siege by one of the most formidable species in the galaxy, the Orcs.
The Orcs!
As time went on and memories of the Emperor's vision began to fade, the Emperor would become less of a head of state and more of a religious figure. And the Imperium
But he didn't like religion.
reflect this. The leadership
He
on the
didn't want
planet
that.
would be at the behest of the High Lords of Terra, and their actions would be courtesy of the incomparable power and authority of the Inquisition. The zealots of the Imperium would intensify and create a brand new
Are we gonna learn
era
how many of
known
the
as
sons
Age
turned
of
into this?
Apostasy. And this ecclesiarchal command of the Imperium would end up with one
Conrad
of the
Cruiser would
strongest
love
fighting
pain.
forces of Terra, the Adeptus Sororitas. Over time, this age would come to
Yes, you will.
pass,
Okay.
and we would approach
Ooh,
the
I like
40th
them.
millennium of Warhammer 40,000.
Woo!
Which, you guessed it, would come with its own form of problems. A primitive species once found during a recon mission would be able to evolve in relative secrecy for 6,000 years, becoming a highly advanced coalition of aliens known as the Tau Empire. And if the threats of the galaxy
Tau.
aren't bad enough, there are threats from outside the galaxy.
Would
as
did.
a monster has begun to wrap its tendrils around the Milky Way. The Tyranids, monsters that serve a psychic hive mind and present tactics previously unseen in the Milky Way. Be it a direct assault with their monstrous bug-like presence or through the more covert
Space bugs, space
gene-stealer
bugs.
cults, the presence of yet another threat in the galaxy is proving to be overwhelming to the Imperium. In the 41st millennium, there is
Orcs!
no peace among the stars. At any point, your life can and will be threatened by the Xenos races uncountable, or by the arch enemy of chaos within, or
The
by
great
the Crowan
Omnomer.
terror that is the
Bugs!
Imperium itself.
Ah!
It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. Forget the power of technology and science, or the safety of promise and understanding. For in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
Only war! Your hammer, my hammer, our hammer. War, war, war! Huh?
A fantastic job once again, Mr. Kurz, the Night Haunter himself. Oh, didn't you love that, my faithful audience? Once again, we have another criminal over the course of 6 hours break every single bone in his body. And with that, once again, our glorious leader has brought the
That's a
crime
lot of
rate
bones.
to 0%. Always brought to you here on Nostroman News. I'm your host, Bricky. Thank you once again for joining
Hi,
us.
Bricky.
Our top stories for tonight. The weather forecast appears to be rainy with extra dark, so make sure you pack those extra batteries for your lamp packs. And of course, let's not forget the fantastic gang violence problem we're currently having. Oh, I'm sorry. What's that? Oh, right. It's gone.
Yay!
It's looking to be a chilly one tonight as well, so make sure your skin capes are nice and tight.
Huh?
Wait, hold on, one moment. No. Adamantium reserves have tripled?
Oh, they have that in Hightail.
I'm sorry, self-harm rates have gone down to 0%.
Oh, yay! Wait, that's good. Maybe we don't need therapists. Wow.
No. This could only mean one thing. It is the Nostroman News' great privilege to bring some color back in your life
BetterHelp!
with a brand new 3-part Gamer Subs.
Oh, Gamer
drop
Subs.
exclusively on this here news
Close.
network. That's right.
What's closer to BetterHelp than Gamer Subs, you know?
Gamer Subs release for pre-order available now and only for a couple.
This
of
world
weeks.
doesn't need
Not
therapy,
only
it
does
needs
include
Gamer
a
Subs.
completely
I'm out of a
brand new
job.
artwork
Gamer Subs,
reskin
you stole my
of the
job.
Sweet 16
Hire me.
Flavor, one of the highest selling flavors in the entirety of Gamer Subs. But
That's
it also
crazy.
comes with the first ever all-over print.
If you want to
Gamer
kill some
Subs
Tyranids,
32
Space
ounce
Marine 2 is a
jug.
great
And
choice,
if
or
that
wait for
isn't
Warhammer
enough for you,
Survivors.
if the phenomenal
Ooh.
drink and drink holder is not enough for you, we
Or
have
play Dawn
a
of War
death
2.
mat to go
Ooh.
along with it. That's right, the Herculean
Therapy, you
look
mean
of the
vodka.
brand new sweet six-pack style
Do not
is
mix
here.
your gamer
We're
subs
still
with
looking
vodka.
at
Do
muscle
not
beyond
mix
belief, but this time,
your
we're
gamer
talking
subs
taste.
with vodka.
We're talking Atlas. We're talking smooth. And if that wasn't enough, I, your co-host specifically,
If this existed in
should
Warhammer,
be
you'd use it
pre-ordered.
as a stim and
All
inject it
3
into
of these
yourself.
items will personally
I love it.
hand sign a note for you,
Whoa!
thanking you for supporting this network. All of this you can
He's gonna
receive
hand sign a
for
note for me?
10% off if you go down in the description of this video and click the link, or go to gamersubs.com
Not my video, his video.
and use
Bricky.
code Bricky.
Give the man his
10%
bag.
off with code Bricky.
Give the man
Bring
his
fun
bag.
back into your life and increase production.
We don't
across
skip
board
the ads.
for
We
our
support
glorious
content
leader,
creators
the
in this
Night
reaction.
Hunter. Thank you, Gamersubs, for
Why
sponsoring
shouldn't
this
I miss
common news.
vodka
And
with
let us
gamer
move
subs?
on
What would
to our
happen?
next
A hospital
segment of the
visit
program.
would happen.
5 years ago, I made every Warhammer 40k faction explained. A passion project of mine for a universe that I enjoyed so
Woo!
much. Its main purpose was to be a drawbridge, the separation between the layman who had only ever seen the big armored blue man situated neatly next to a Wetzel's Pretzels, and then the hardcore Warhammer lore nerd. That was just too wide.
A love
And there was
child.
nothing bridging these two together. Since 2020, Warhammer has exploded in popularity thanks to COVID, quality game updates, and a few excellent video games, and a couple mini-series.
Conspiracy theory, Warhammer exploded because of COVID. Why?
The sheer volume of
There's
people who
nothing.
have told me they have purchased miniatures due to that video alone makes me feel as if Games Workshop owes me commission. However, that video is
So did VTubers. Conspiracy theory. VTubers and Warhammer exploded since COVID. What does that mean? Irish coffee? I'll allow it.
complete. I was not a casual fan, but I was also not a hardcore lore junkie. In the 5 years since that video's release, multiple channels have sprouted up, and the drawbridge between casual to the obsessed has never been wider or easier to traverse. Even I, myself, have been a part of Adeptus Ridiculous.
VTubers did not start COVID.
Teaching lore in a much
Incorrect.
simpler and condensed form. Needless to say, I've learned a lot. Warhammer is so much more than just Spaceman shoots big gun. It has also grown substantially from its origins, being a Warhammer fantasy spin-off just in space. Now, it is a black library filled with immensely deep characters.
Man, it took him
difficult
5
themes,
years?
and even
Damn,
some
it's gonna take
tear-jerking
me 20
stories.
years.
It is a backdrop for a million stories over a million worlds, and I did
Ooh.
not see its true depth in 2020.
What game
But
is
now,
this?
I'd like to share what I've learned. We just had a brief summary of the world and each faction that takes place during it. And we did that because to truly understand each faction, we must understand what makes them the way they are.
Mm-hmm.
To do
Yes.
so,
Context,
we need to begin
backstory.
in chronological
That
order,
was Rogue
discussing
Trader?
their origins, their
Ooh.
culture,
Should we play
their
that?
powers,
Do you
and
guys
of course,
recommend?
what makes them
Good
oh
game?
so
Ooh.
grimdark. So let's begin with the group that started it all and sing praise to the infinite empire.
Sing praise. The Necrons. Ah! That's the
As
praise we
mentioned
sing to
before,
them.
The Necron tier were the original form of the Necrons.
Okay,
An alien race far away from us that lived short, painful lives due to the irradiation of their star. Normally this would manifest
VTubers benefited the most from COVID. I would say the vaccine companies did. And GameStop.
as like a sort of cancer, a space cancer of sorts. The Necrons are very much inspired by the ancient Egyptian aesthetic, but unlike the windswept dunes commonly associated with it, the irradiated hellscape the Necrons here endured was far from picturesque. This also translates into their hierarchy. They are a race of nobles and
Nobles,
peasants.
peasants,
Most of the peasants
caste
would
system.
often live for their very short amount of time, only a couple of decades.
Right,
The
they
nobles
didn't make it to
tended have
30. They
better
didn't make it to
care
30.
and would live a little bit longer, but still far less than the average lifespan of a human, even today in the 21st century. The leader of the Necrons was Zarek, the Silent King. He was
Silent
the one
King.
who took the deal with the Catan and the Deceiver. Of course, he wasn't aware of the fact that they were known as the Deceiver at the time.
Right?
But the whole
That would deter me. That would deter me from making a deal with them. If I was like, you want to make a deal Sure. My name was Kana, and you are the deceiver. I don't know. I don't think. Hey, have faith in me. I wouldn't sign a deal with someone named the deceiver. If I would sign a deal with someone named, I would totally never deceive you ever.
Species was blinded by hate after being debased by the old ones on their quest to cure their illness. The sheer pain that underwent the Necron race can't be understated, as their fear was manic. The Catan are, of course, gods that eat stars, and when the leader of your species tells you to march into the gigantic green furnaces to ascend to immortality, you march. The
Yeah,
scenes from
that makes sense. You guys don't live over 30. You're like, we're gonna die. This is our last saving grace. We're marching into the gas star-built thingies to change us. Yeah. Duh. We get it. Makes sense. No arguments. If we march into this, we get to be 35.
These are long lines of both the peasantry and
My name is not a
pushing
deceiver
their
one.
loved ones
Oh,
in a
no.
frantic act to save their own lives. Many of them already inflicted in the late stages of the space cancer, some of them crawling into the biotransference furnace.
Do we know what started the space cancer? What is the space carcinogens? What are the space carcinogens? Space cigarettes? Space 5G? The sun! The sun? Oh, there's no escaping that, brother. They went to the old ones to ask for help to outlive the sun? Ooh. Just lie down and take your brother. Oh, the Catan started sucking their son. Wait! So the Catan was the reason that they were dying and also their salvation? Whoa.
Furnaces trying to outrace death itself without realizing
Catan are the Star
death
Eaters.
was the one who
Right.
made these to begin with. What came out the other side was a soulless husk. And I say that literally. A soul.
Their
is
son
not
was
an
super
abstract
radioactive.
concept like it is in our world. An immaterial version of oneself discussed and debated in religion and philosophy. No, in Warhammer, a soul is a real, tangible item of oneself.
Oh.
And the Catan basically were just like to every single person who went in their furnaces. If you
What does
were
it
a
look like?
peasant, you came out a
What does the
Necron
soul look like?
warrior, and you as an individual have ceased to be. You have no mind, you
Oh.
have no soul, and your
Oh,
body,
yeah,
as
no
you
soul.
know it, is made of an extremely advanced mass of re-knitting living metal known as necrodermis. You cannot think for yourself, for you do not have a brain to think with. All
Oh.
you do now is await protocols from your overlords, which are the nobles who came out of the furnaces with their minds intact. Not their souls, mind you, because but their minds are very much intact. These nobles now have command protocols, and they are able to command all of their peasantry and do with them whatever they wish.
Your soul looks like what your emotions make it, because case in point, chaos demons. Oh, so my soul could look like anything? So my soul could look cute. No salvation, just pain. But they don't feel pain. Right? Because they don't have a brain and they don't have pain. I'm not saying this is good. I'm not saying this is good.
Derek, the Silent King, is the most advanced of all the Necrons, a perfect metallic version of himself with incredible
The nobles
power
feel
and
pain.
intelligence.
Oh.
His strength allowed him to lead the undead and the unthinking armies of the Necrons to battle against the Catan when they were at their weakest due to their incessant infighting and then win back their freedom. But gods cannot die.
They can only be
reality
broken.
What occurred is the Catan were shattered into thousands of pieces, and each shard of their god was trapped in a stasis vault and mind controlled to do the bidding of the Necrons they once enslaved. The biggest challenge they face now are actually the upstarts of the galaxy. The
Ooh.
Eldar and the Orcs were quite prominent, and as you can imagine, a galactic war really takes its toll on the joints, or I guess the servos. It was in their best interest to wait out the galactic rise of the other.
They're still hyper aware that they aren't fully alive. Oh. So they don't have brains, but they have awareness. Oh. Okay. I'm throwing away everything I understand about what a brain is and reworking that into what a brain is in this universe. Understood.
Races and come back at a more opportune time. So they went into stasis via these massive tomb
They went to sleep.
complexes hidden beneath various worlds, biding their time until it was once again their opportunity to rule the galaxy. Zarek, the Silent King, as penance for his failure to his people.
In order to meet the letter of the deal, the Catan had to leave a little behind in every Necron, meaning there is a tiny flicker of a soul in every enslaved Necron. Oh, no brain, but a tiny flicker of their soul. So there is only pain, but not enough for them to disobey. Just enough for them to feel pain. Oh, that sucks. That's rough. Damn. It's a little quiet. I got you.
Exiled himself into the darkness between stars for the next 60 million
How's
years
that?
with his perfect memory, a constant reminder of the doom he inflicted upon his people. Flash forward to the modern day and the Necrons are reawakening, but it isn't working as well as it could be. Whether the tomb world is reawakened naturally or by some imperial moron stepping on a green glowing rock, the Necrons have come back to reclaim a galaxy they consider rightly theirs. But 60 million years of hypersleep have taken their toll. Many Necron dynasties awake with systems unrestored and huge swaths of their population's minds completely lost. Necron nobles wake with various mental faculties compromised, sometimes exhibiting traits similar to excessive paranoia, schizophrenia, or even dementia. One notable Necron...
We're talking psychology. He's speaking the language I understand. Okay, after the 60 million years sleep, they're waking with psychosis, dementia, and schizophrenia. That I understand. The brain, only the nobles have the brain, but the brain, like every other brain, succumbs to illness. Heard. Warhammer is all about they could beat everyone, but insert thing here. Orcs fight themselves, Necrons too, partially, plus waking up gone wrong. Yes, I see. They can't be too OP. They have to have dementia. In Necron books, they're always trying to distract themselves from the feeling of empty wrongness. Ooh. Necron nobles are super depressed. Yeah.
Nemesor Zandrek believes that he is still back on his home planet fighting off separatists and interlopers. See Oberyn, the separatists come, attempting to outflank me as they did at the 4th Battle of Vindach. How they calculate that daubing themselves green and roaring like savages will produce a different outcome, I cannot fathom. But it is of no account. Ready, my legions. Another glorious victory shall soon be ours. Other individuals
that's dementia, all right. Bless you. Robo Brain can't die, so they can't escape it by dying. They woke up on the wrong side of the brain and now have mind viruses if they wake up at all. Oh no.
As the esteemed Imhotep the Stormlord seek to usurp the newly returned Silent King for rightful ruler over the Necron race, believing his time has come to an end, while scientists and archaeologists like Trazen the Infinite and Orikin the Diviner spend thousands of years bickering over artifacts and petty squabbles. Truly,
this is the book that you guys recommended me to read. But yeah, I mean, if they're living in hell and they're like, our leader, the Silent One, was the reason we're living in hell, I would want to overthrow him too, you know? Who can blame them?
Necrons are a faction of unthinkable, unimaginable power, held back entirely by their own hubris. And 60 million years
hubris,
of stasis.
it'll get us
It
all.
is a species that does not know of time, only of the ravages brought by it. A pharaoh of a dynasty may just be as frightened to awake completely.
So were they really sleeping or were they conscious the whole time? Because that also adds layers. Necrons are still waking. Chances are they outnumber everyone but the Tyranids. Whoa, that's a lot of them. Damn, the Katana ate all those souls and still died. Stasis sleep. Some slept, some not. Maybe sleep. Sometimes the dementia guy takes war prisoners and his bodyguard just executes them after he leaves the room. Oh.
Mad as they are to be assassinated while they sleep. Thousands of years pass in an instant. There is a play, like an opera.
We're never escaping. It's a coma. Okay, it's a coma. It's a coma, but not the kind of coma where you're... It's not trapped in syndrome. They're asleep.
Play. A retelling of the war in heaven in the Necron culture that takes 40 years to witness. Because why leave? You have no need to eat or vacate your bowels.
Yep.
You are immortal. But you are soulless. Despite the Necrons'
tiny little soul,
technology,
itty bitty,
their mastery over time, reality itself, despite all of this, they still are missing a soul. And therein lies the biggest struggle. Most
so
Necrons
sad.
to conquest the galaxy, kill the interlopers like the humans, Eldar, and orcs that scrape at a fraction of their power. But the end goal for many, including Zarek himself, is to return the souls to their bodies.
Is that possible?
The horrible fate he cast upon them.
Are we
This is not the
chasing a
interest of
dream?
all. Many simply wish to rule their dynasty with an iron fist and kill all they consider unworthy. But to many others, it is to undo the decision that doomed them all. Before they can do that, there is a pest that needs exterminating. That is the fundamental understanding of the
Exterminate.
Necrons. They are so hyper advanced that their science borders on magic.
Not
They play
likely.
with the
Okay, so they're chasing a pipe dream. The ones that are holding on to hope that that can be done, that's their only reason of living. It's probably not likely they can do that, but they are going to literally spend their life doing it. And the other ones are like, you know what? We know that's not going to happen, so let's just kill everybody, and then we'll be the only people left, and then I don't know what we're going to do after that. They're probably not thinking long term. They're like, we're going to be in charge, but we're still going to be unhappy and hate ourselves, but at least nobody else is going to be around to see it. Heard. Pretty much a pipe dream. Rip. That's so sad.
Fundamental aspects of reality and time. Their mastery of the physical galaxy is the strongest in the universe. Their weapons reduce people to the barest molecules, and they have devices capable of causing stars to supernova. They are unfathomably difficult to kill, as if you do fell one of their number, the living metal reknits itself, and the reanimation protocols allow it to come back alive once again. They're masters of teleportation, and often killing a Necron fully will just have its consciousness translocated back to their tomb world to await reassembly. Normally they utilize large phalanxes of warriors and honorary combats, but some of them have fallen to various mind viruses. The Destroyer...
I mean, as a player, not as a Necron, but as a player, wouldn't you want to play as them? They can't be killed. Hello? I win. Done. Put me in a game. Lore aside, I win. No?
Cults are hell-bent on killing anything and everyone that lives with an overwhelming force. And then there's the flayed ones.
Every faction is OP in some
cursed
way.
with,
Oh.
I have no mouth and I must scream. A panic attack virus. As the last
A panic attack virus! See, we are talking in mental health. Hello? Flayed ones, you are now manually breathing as a mental illness, except they can't breathe. Oh. They used to have a rule if you lost 75% of their troops, no matter how well you did otherwise, you lost. But according to the lore, if I lose 75%, they're just sent back to the tomb world to be reassigned into new bodies, and then they'll come back. So technically, I didn't lose 75%. Technically, you'll never beat my army, and I win all the time. Duh. Hello. In a squad, if you don't kill all of them in X time, they revive over time, yes, and they're strong. But they're iffy. Oh, they're iffy. Okay, okay. Obviously, you can't have a game like that, because then everyone would play them, and then... Oh. Are there specific rules if you do the same faction against the same faction? So what if my Necrontiers are fighting your Necrontiers? And they never die? And we're just playing this game forever? Because your guys regenerate and then my guys regenerate? This is what they had to write into the rules. I get it. Carry on.
Vlandogo, the Flare Catan.
There's a turn limit, and that's how you do it.
Losing their minds, they strip apart their foes and adorn their bodies with the skin of their enemies.
Oh.
To better return to their old feelings of flesh and blood.
Oh.
Are a
Whoa. Oh, sweetheart. Me in therapy with the Necrontier. Sweetheart, if you kill and skin your enemy and then you wear their skin, it's not going to make you feel human again. Honey, I'm sorry. That's not how it works. Oh. Have you tried a weighted blanket? Oh. I know that sounds gore as heck and gross, but also that's so sad. I just want to wear your flesh so I can feel alive again. That sounds like something those yandere girls tell their boyfriends. I just want to skin you alive and wear your flesh as a jacket so I can always be near you. It doesn't work like that. It isn't? Why is it so hard to find comfort in clothes? There are clothes, and then there are killing your enemies and wearing their skin. Those are different, and if you don't see the difference, I beg you to go to therapy. I'll pay for it. This stream is brought to you by BetterHelp. It's not just killing, you have goals in the game. It's about objective control and not killing. Oh, okay. Weighted skin blanket. We're taking skin out of the question. Do you like the feeling of your skin on your body? I think it'd look better on me. No, no, no. Isn't it like stealing your partner's hoodie? There's a difference between stealing their hoodie and stealing their skin. Once again.
A degraded version of their mighty empire and still one of the biggest threats in the galaxy.
They don't sleep. You're right. They don't need a weighted blanket.
Currently is their awakening sickness and their infighting with no care to the timeline. But they are coming.
There's a Necron in the lore There's a Necron that in the lore is super good at predictions, that he has a rule: if you have them in your army, you always have the first turn. But if he goes against the orcs, he must go second. Because they can will themselves going first. Duh. And I got that. The orcs can go, I want to go first. And then they go first. Duh. and I got that. Got it.
And slowly, they plan to rid this galaxy of the vermin that inhabit it. My people shackled the stars and broke mortality when the species you sprang from had barely left the slime pools it spawned in. Our wars
bars.
Reality, and the dominion of our kings is without limit.
Bars.
The ground you tread on is not yours. It is ours. The war in heaven.
Okay, that's what the books look like. Damn. Okay. More because orcs are so chaotic you can't predict them, and that's how I want to live my life.
And as stated in the above quote, burned reality. Of course, souls exist in Warhammer, and in the case of the Necrontyr, they were consumed by the star gods. This begs the question, however, if you were to pass on, expire, as one might put it, where would your soul go? The answer to this is the warp. In Warhammer, a soul is real. And so is hell,
I did it too.
The afterlife, the Empyrean, the sea of souls.
Wait. So when the Catan ate their souls, do they go to the warp after being eaten? Or are they no longer existing in the warp because they have been eaten? Because they're a tangible thing. No. They no longer... So they can't get their souls back because they've been eaten. Guys. Or the Catan absorbed their souls so it's in them. But they killed the Catan. So the souls would be released and then go to the warp? How do you extract a soul? I'm thinking of the Scooby-Doo movie. Oh, the Catan are enslaved. They're not dead, they're enslaved. The Catan eat them. So where are the souls? Yeah, right. They ripped them apart and they put all their pieces other places. So did they also collect the souls back? Where are the souls? Shattered, not killed. Sorry, not killed, shattered into pieces. And among the pieces were the souls that were eaten or not. I wonder how souls taste. Apparently, souls are what you make them. So I'm going to say my soul is tasting really yummy and it's also super cute. It's not known. That's what the Silent King is trying to figure out. Okay. That's why it's kind of a pipe dream. So they shattered the Catan, and when they shattered them, among the little Catan pieces were not the souls. The souls were not among them. So there must be like, oh, I guess when the Catan ate them, the souls went to the warp. So we can just go to the warp and get our little souls back. But probably not, because they don't know, and we don't know. In the way the soul of the souls Catan ate is the Catan in Necron vaults. Oh! So they want to take the Catan pieces and put that back into themselves because the Catan are then the souls. So can they eat the Catan pieces? Can they take the Catan's little pieces that are shattered and eat them and have their soul back? Have we tried? Have we tried? Step 1, if they ate our souls, then we eat them and our souls are back. Step 2, they ate our souls, they digested it, the souls are in the warp. Step 3, they ate our souls, the souls are gonzo. They are a tangible item that have been consumed and are no longer existing. Got it. You know what? Move on, Kana.
All of these names refer
Move on.
to the dimension parallel to our own, known as the warp.
It's all speculation and nothing is concrete, but man, if there's a will, there's a way. I'm saying, I'm thinking of ways. They're robots, they don't eat. Oh, damn it, that's so true. And their metal materializes. So, okay, so what? Listen, you take a Necrontyr, you smash them in half, you stick a Catan in them, and when they regrow, the Catan is inside of them. Got it.
Now,
carry on.
The warp is not like our reality. It does not follow the classic normalcy of time and space. It is defined as the Sea of Souls, and it acts like this in a more literal way.
Anyway, warp time.
To imagine the warp is to imagine the sea itself. Hell is real, and you can surf on it. It has a current.
Hell is real, and you can surf on it.
More dangerous depending on where you go and how bad the weather is. As the immaterium is a reflection of our reality and of our souls, all thoughts, all emotions, all feeling that goes
good and bad, not just bad,
is passed on into the warp. If an entire planet decides it's going to engage in a blood-fueled rampage of murder and gore, then the warp around that planet will be affected in a similar manner. It's not something you can see. It is a parallel, not perpendicular dimension.
Parallel.
But it is changing. To expose oneself to the warp for any period of time invites certain death outside of the most iron.
So the warp around me is gonna be cute and pink, and my soul is cute and pink and tasty. Heard. Your hammer, my hammer, our hammer.
Willed of individuals, and to stare into it will drive one mad. Much like the open seas, things dwell in the warp. Whether these beings were always there and were just emboldened by the carnage of the galaxy, we can only speculate combat. At a time, you
That
could say it
tentacle
was
with the mouth, you
more
see him?
calm.
Look at that.
But a certain faction's galactic
Sakana for the
war in
seventh.
heaven-
Seven? I thought there were 4 chaos gods. How am I the 7th? What did I miss? What the frick? Hold on. Hold on. Mostly bad, but can be good. Someone in the comments of the last video told me that the respective chaos gods also have their positive traits. That's a good one.
Didn't do it any favors.
Shout out to
Now
you if
the
that was
warp
you.
is turbulent, and its realms belong to a pantheon of gods.
There's a
known
couple of minor gods and ones in fantasy and AOS. At the moment, only 3. She doesn't know. Oh no, she doesn't know.
simply as
No, not too.
the forces of chaos are
There used to be a 5th, Malal, and some say the Emperor is 1 too, making him the 6th. Oh, never heard of Malal. Mallow. Malal. The warp around you would smell of fish. Hold the freaking phone and don't say that.
beings that serve directly under their patron deity. There are
A lot of
4
individual lesser
current
gods
of
fighting to be the
chaos at
5th.
the moment. Korn, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh. Each
Korn,
of them
Tzeentch,
represent
Nurgle,
various
Slaanesh.
facets of and emotions of sentient species and play a great game against one another for total control over their realms.
Malal is no longer
Interestingly,
canon. Oh, yeah. Imagine sucking so bad you get out of the canon. Sucks to be you. There are 4 chaos gods. They have their numbers, though. 6, 7, 8, 9. And 6 is afraid of 7 because 7, 8, 9. Got it. Do you watch Stranger Things? I have not. I heard the last season is crazy and now there's a lot of Zionist people on there. Nyaho Draco. 6, 7. Calio! I need you to ban yourself for even typing 6, 7 in this chat. Get out of here. Another hand has touched the brick. I am using both hands.
enough, while their disciples have physical
Korn,
forms, we can
Tzeentch,
understand
Nurgle,
the Chaos
Slaanesh.
gods do not have a physical visual that you
Okay,
can perceive
wait.
and
Korn is the god. Oh, Nurgle is the god of decay. Slaanesh is the god of sex and perfection. Tzeentch is the one with the mouth that also goes into his anus. And Korn is from the Midwest. Damn it, I really thought I knew this.
in reality. So while there are tons of fantastic fan art, we do not know what they truly look like.
Heard.
No, they are conveniently color-coded. Korn is the god of blood and murder.
Blood and
Carnage
murder.
and slaughter.
Carnage
He is the
and
one who is
slaughter.
most powered by the wholesale killing of any living thing. For Korn
Heard.
cares not from where the blood flows. With a sacred number
No.
of 8, he is the lord of all
He's
things
number 8.
involving
Korn is number
killing,
8.
blood and gore. The champions are
Write that down.
extremely strong as well, with monumental muscles and extremely large weapons.
Korn really hates themselves because if one enjoys bloodshed too much, that empowers Slaanesh. Oh. That sucks. Blood for the blood god, milk for the cornflakes. Korn is angry. Korn, every kernel is bloodshed.
A true analog to Korn would be his greater demon, the Bloodthirster. An
The
enormous,
Bloodthirster.
muscle-bound flying
Ooh.
devil with an axe so large it splits tanks in a single swing. They move.
Wait, he's
into
kinda
battle with armor of
cute.
brass, adorned by the skulls of their foes and pools of freshly spilt blood. This may appear to be
Oh.
frightening, of course, demonic, one might say. But in the world of
Korn
chaos,
is honorable,
all
he won't stab you in the back.
emotions feed
No, he
one
wants to stab
of
you in the
these
front.
gods in one way or another. If you
Korn
were to
angry,
define
Nurgle
Korn
stinky.
with single words, you would use blood, carnage, murder, skulls. But you'd be missing out on important ones like strength, honor, prowess, courage, and skill.
Bloodthirster
Korn
miniature is
not
really
just about
cool.
the wholesale slaughter of people. He is about the honor.
Korn is the god of gyms. Tzeentch is the god of nerds. Nurgle is the god of Stinkly. And Slaanesh is the god of Rule 35. Now that's a mnemonic device.
And power of martial combat. The true
You're the first VTuber I've seen called a Bloodthirster cute. He looked pretty cute to me. What can I say?
strength there is in besting someone in physical strength and skill. Of course,
Strength, skill.
a murderer would
10%
be someone
luck.
who would feed corn, but a soldier could feed corn. A
Oh.
martial artist or professional fighter could feed corn. A warrior, good or bad, feeds corn. A diplomat does not. A premier soldier does. A GoFundMe does not. This is what leads many mortals down the path of corn. For he will bless
soldier.
those that bring him enough skulls. And in a
A
world
veteran.
this destructive, there are many ways to reap a high tally for him. Prepare the dread claws and unchain the mad ones. Glorious battle awaits us today, for the world below has refused to surrender. Let us descend upon them with fury and rage, giving no quarter and sparing only those warriors who fight well enough to earn a place amongst us.
Okay,
As
he's
for the
welcoming.
rest, their lives and possessions are ours, but their skulls are for corn.
Okay, that's giving inclusivity. Guys, I need you to approach everything you see as if you were an orc, okay? Make it work for you. Make it
Normally,
work for
if
you.
I ever want to explain corn, I just kind of show them this clip.
I'd never stab you in the back, Shepherd. Warriors like you and me, straight to the face.
Moving on, Tzeentch is the second god,
Yep.
the god of trickery and mischief, the changer
Corn is
of
number
ways,
8.
the great conspirator and the architect of fate. With a sacred number of 9, Tzeentch is truly the god of change in all of its forms. But there is
What number
an
is
obvious
Tzeentch?
undercurrent of mischief and cunning. Tzeentch is such a liar that his pants have gone thermonuclear. His favorite pastime is
I
asking
didn't like that.
questions that have no answers while simultaneously making up answers on the spot to a question he didn't ask.
Have you ever had a dream that you want him to do you so
Oh,
much you could
sweetheart.
do anything?
He is such a
Number
conniving
9.
little bastard.
Tzeentch is 9. Corn is 8. Tzeentch is 9. Corn is 8. Tzeentch is 9. Write that down. Corn cares not from where the blood flows, and sSakana cares not from where the water flows. The look so torture for the dude sitting on the chair with the water. That was rough.
That every emotion of lying, of scheming, of trickery
Scheming.
is a direct way to help feed him. An
Ah,
unfaithful partner,
politics.
a politician,
Cheaters.
a spy. All
Spies.
these people feed Tzeentch in
Moose
one way or
Master.
another, and it doesn't matter if the intentions are good. Acceptance does not feed Tzeentch. Change does. Tzeentch doesn't care
Change.
about your facts. He only wants opinions. Because
Oh.
he represents change, he also represents hope, though. Schemes are not always bad, and even the hope to make a better tomorrow is the change he seeks.
When TikTok was just blowing up and everyone was finding these abandoned treasure hunts in their homes, that was powering Tzeentch. Cheating on your math test, Tzeentch. Cheating on a partner, Tzeentch. Your little you know what? The numbers are not important. Oh, the numbers are used for the amount of minis in the units for each god on the tabletop. Heard.
Because he is the architect
Hello,
of fate and the master
God
of
Emperor of
sorcery,
Terror.
his presence is purely unknowable. Every depiction of a Tzeentchian demon contains more eyes than are necessary and more mouths than I know what to do with. It is a biblically accurate angel if the angel gaslit you into thinking birds are government drones.
Conspiracy theory.
But are they? The creatures at his disposal adorn themselves with the knowledge of sorceries and the unknown, all to provide a mind-crushing
Tzeentch
experience.
loves
Fighting
an
demons from outside
MLM.
of our reality is difficult enough, but fighting
Being a
demons
Reddit
from
troll feeds
unreality-
Tzeentch. The bean soup theory feeds Tzeentch. Listen when I tell you this. The bean soup theory feeds Tzeentch. Okay? Do you know what the bean soup theory is? Very important. The bean soup theory. TikTok has a lot of theories, but it's a social phenomena where people on the internet believe that the internet is made specifically for them. So the example is that someone on TikTok was sharing a recipe for bean soup, and someone commented, "I don't like beans." on the recipe for bean soup. So the theory is, if you don't like beans, why are you on the recipe for bean soup? Also, another comment, I want to make this, but I don't like beans. Can I substitute something else for the bean soup? Main character system. Yes, the bean soup theory is a theory in which you believe the internet is catered exactly for you, just for your needs. You're the main character of the internet. And if you don't like beans, you're consuming the bean soup content. You shouldn't. If you don't like beans, don't watch the bean soup. But then you're also requesting that you substitute the bean for something else. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with the bean soup. Internet is bean soup, and most are not seeing the soup from the beans. The forest from the trees, the soup from the beans. My head hurts over I don't like beans on the bean recipe. Exactly! Why would you go to a bean soup recipe? Why would you seek that out and then comment, I don't like beans. Can I substitute the beans on the bean soup? Oh! Don't comment on the recipe. Go search for a soup you like. The frick? Anyways.
Purposely attempting to trick you is a whole new thing entirely. And that is before we even get started on the gigantic bird of
He's the reason I banned social media in the Imperium.
Do not ask which creature screams in the night. Do not question who waits for you in the shadow. It is my cry that wakes you in the night, and my body that crouches in the shadow. I am Tzeentch, and you are the puppet that dances to my tune. Third of the Chaos Gods
bars.
Is the one of
Why are we talking? We're not talking about beans anymore.
Pestilence, the
We're talking about
grandfather
Tzeentch.
himself, Papa Nurgle. Nurgle is the exact
Papa
opposite
Nurgle.
of Tzeentch. Where Tzeentch believes in change and hope for a future, Nurgle believes in stagnation and the end of everything.
Festering.
At one point or another, we will all
When you don't
decay.
shower.
We will all
That's
rot,
Nurgle.
and we will all end.
I wonder if Tzeentch
And with
talks
a
to
sacred
AI.
number of 7,
Don't get
every
me started.
single thing, pestilence, boil, and everything in between comes under the great shadow and girth.
Which god of chaos grows from someone having an AI partner? Speaking of beans, imagine how Nurgle smells. I will not be imagining how Nurgle smells. And that's for you to do, and not for me.
Nurgle himself. For Nurgle, the plight of mortals is his fear and wine. And no matter how solid life might be, everything will decay in the end. In the
Watch this react contact. Why does the person keep watching pausing the video?
That life. And nobody has more creations to end lives than Grandfather Nurgle himself. Every boil, every blemish, every pus-filled wound and disease, every
Slanesh.
and every plague is kept and concocted by Nurgle. This, humorously, keeps Nurgle as a jovial god. He is full of life
he's
and
happy.
laughter, and by creating as
None
many
of the
diseases
chaos
as he
gods
possibly
like
can,
AI
he
partners.
shares that
Interesting.
joy with mortals. I mean, his envoy is the great
Slanesh
unclean
is the
one.
goddess
And look
of
at how
AI
happy
boyfriends
he
and
is.
girlfriends.
And there's a lot of him to love. A fear of death in general is feeding Nurgle. All disease makes him stronger, but to pray for salvation for a wounded loved one is to feed Nurgle. The timeless and inevitable fear that one day
whatever's killing them, feeding him. You praying that whatever's killing them, stop killing them, feeding him. Heard. AI is banned in Warhammer universe by most factions. Thank goodness. Would not going out and meeting people be stagnancy, therefore also Nurgle? Oh. Tzeentch would love someone falling to AI-induced psychosis, I think. The people who are narcissistic and enabled by the AI until they break. Oh. Nurgle has a hot elf wife. Where? What? Show me her.
And decay is what gives him strengths. The Peloton won't feed Nurgle. Licking the doorknob on a public bathroom certainly does. However,
yeah, makes sense. Not washing your hands after you pee? Feeding Nurgle. You little grossies, wash your freaking hands. Coughing and not covering your mouth? Feeding Nurgle. Not masking during a global pandemic? Feeding Nurgle. Accepting your fate? Feeding Nurgle.
father's gifts, you may find an end to your pain. Maybe.
Dying feeds Nurgle, but also trying to stay alive is maintaining the current status quo, therefore empowering Nurgle. Oh my god. Nurgle keeps the elf goddess waifu in a jar. Well, we're not bringing up jars.
All mortal followers
His girlfriend's the goddess of life?
of the Chaos Gods found themselves there in one way or another, either through the direct worship or the slow corrupting of their souls. But those that take Nurgle's gifts and embrace the decay of their bodies may end up being chosen among his few as a faithful servant. In doing so, you will be free.
Okay, I'm thinking RimWorld. If I were to replace one of your body parts with an architect arm instead of a regular arm, would that be Nurgle? Or would that be someone else? Sorry, YouTube, pausing really quick for a raid. Thank you, Chudu, for the raid. Welcome in. Thank you.
New fishy alert.
Girlfriend spelled
Menace
prisoner and test
underscore
subject.
just swam until death.
You love Warhammer? Oh my gosh, Judy, what do you like about Warhammer? I'm learning about 40k. You have the cat song. Yeah. Nurgle is everything with tentacles, pustules, and stuff. Gross. None of them? Cybernetics isn't Chaos God's thing. Oh, none of them. Okay. Tzeentch or Vash? Who's Vashtor? What the heck? Nurgle has the most HP. Ishna got kidnapped by Nurgle because Slaanesh was born and killed the rest of Aldari Pantheon. Her life powers let her heal from all of Nurgle's depraved bioweapon. Oh, it's one of those you're the only one who can love me because my decay doesn't affect you kind of thing. That's kind of beautiful. Okay. Replacing an arm with Architect would likely please the Adeptus Mechanicus rather than any Chaos God. Heard. Nurgle has minions that have minds similar to puppies. They happily and playfully run up to the enemy forces, then hug and lick them to death. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't like that. Nurgle only wants to love you. Everything he does is out of love for you.
Of the pain caused by Nurgle's ailments, and you
Vashtor is trying to become a
find
Chaos
yourself
God of
just
tech.
as jovial and happy as he is. Maybe his enemies shall wither and die. His allies.
So you can just become a Chaos God. There's 4 right now. Slaanesh was born and became one, but you can also, what is it, like a battle royale? How do you become a Chaos God? Do we talk about this in this video, or is that another video? I can wait. If I'm jumping ahead, you can tell me to sit, Kana. Sit and listen. Yes? Okay.
Shall wither and die. The universe and all within it shall wither and die. And when the great corruption has settled over the land and permeated the very foundations of reality itself, then shall the Lord of all rise from the rot and ruin, spread his arms wide to reclaim all of his dutiful children. Those were the 3 major chaos gods for a very long time. Emboldened by war and death on a galactic scale. Ever present, but now fact.
Khorne, emboldened by murder, bloodshed. Nurgle, emboldened and empowered by decay, stagnation, and change. Tzeentch, emboldened by lies and deceiving and cunnery. Cunningness. Cunnery is not a word. If you have enough faith, anything is possible.
Of a galaxy. One race, for a while, was able to elude the pull of chaos. An advanced race of psychically attuned aliens whose master over the physical world was so strong that chaos could not glean from them the morsels of power they once had. Or so they couldn't. Not for a long while. 60 million years.
Ready to get confused? Slaanesh was born at a certain point in our timeline, but time doesn't exist in the warp. Tzeentch and Nurgle speak of Slaanesh always existing. Slaanesh only appeared later for us. Oh, so there were always 4. We just didn't know about Slaanesh. But they knew about Slaanesh. But we're not privy to that information because we're just tiny little humans. Heard. There are a million rabbit holes of conversation to fall into. Let us know if you want a question you have answered or not, because it could make the videos take many of hours. True, true, true. True, true. We got a lot to go through.
Years ago, in an attempt to combat the Necrons and Catan, the Old Ones made a new species. One with innate power in the warp and the ability to harness it with a mastery that was unseen by so many others. A mastery so powerful, the
I love
Necrons
this.
retreated to
I love
sleep
this art.
in order to wait it out. It was no longer a galaxy to be ruled by them, but instead begin the age of the
Eldar.
The Eldar are a race of pointed-eared humanoids that are all psychically attuned to the warp. If we're being meta here, these are space elves, and these elves ruled the galaxy in the time the Necrons went
Space
to
elf
sleep
on a
and
shelf.
humanity began to
Warp
rise.
timey-wimey
The Eldar's
fuckery.
empire was galaxy-wide and
Wishy-washy,
lasted for longer
timey-wimey.
than any other galactic power that we know of.
Space
Their
elves.
understanding of all things was exceptional. With every single one
Once Slanesh was born, she always existed. Got it.
of them being psychers, they had the
I
ability
actually
to
got that.
master the warp and use it to their advantage. See, being a psyker is basically like being a wizard, or I guess in this case it's more of a sorcerer, since you are born with the gifts as opposed to learning them. In order to utilize your psychic abilities, however, you must then reach into the other dimension, into the warp, into hell for that power. So if you were to say,
Okay.
cast fireball, your mind
You gotta
would
reach into hell.
reach into the warp,
Get
gather
the fire.
strength to rewrite reality,
Oh.
to then cast fireball. Now you might think to yourself, doesn't that mean if you are opening up a power to the warp, you may create a lot of risk to yourself because of all the horrible things we just talked about in the warp? Yes. However, in Warhammer
Yes.
40k, willpower is a real, tangible thing, in the sense that in its own right, it can be weaponized. Being strong of will means being strong of soul, and being strong of soul means you can resist the pull of the warp that much more. A more inexperienced psyker opens up a hole into the warp that is large, and that hole widens to get more power, allowing evil things to get in. A powerful psyker is able to open a very small hole,
Tiny hole.
with immense force to get the
Tiny
same
hole,
amount of
big
power
force.
with less risk. The Eldar are master psychers. Every single one of them can call upon the warp, and over millions
Dang.
of years they have perfected it so much so that they can weave structures out of it.
Every
In some
single
species of the
one?
galaxy, they utilize the warp itself for interstellar travel. The Eldar ain't having any of that noise. How about we utilize a fancy alternative mode?
So why did it... What? If every single one of them can tap into the warp, why was it the Emperor that had that control over the warp? Maybe I'm gonna learn that. Never mind.
Mode of travel that is substantially safer than the old ones created, called the webway. What about dying? Miss me with that. We
Miss
no
me with
longer
that death.
age. And if we do, we can just be reborn. Like
Ever
that.
watched lore
Food,
videos on the Emperor?
water,
Not yet.
Materials. We make things out of distilled warp essence itself. We
Ooh.
sing unreality into cathedrals to dine in. What
Oh.
truly could the Eldari Empire possibly fear?
Me.
The Eldari Empire's biggest fear was themselves.
Ugh.
The society so perfect
Yeah.
they wanted for naught. And this led them down dark and dangerous paths. When the base functions of society
The Emperor's
are
a
no
psyker?
longer-
I think I missed that. How did I miss that? That makes sense. Duh. How else would he... Kana.
a problem for you, you tend to...
But he's not... The Emperor is a psyker, but not an Eldar. Right? I think that's what I was confused. I was confused on in the first video because I thought the Emperor was an Eldar, but he's not. He's a human who is a psyker, but not an Eldar. There we go. That's what I was confused on. But he is a human who's like 10 foot tall, born in Turkey. He's humanity's most special boy. All right, sure. Emperor's top tier psyker A+, maybe even S. Oh. We think.
Perhaps the medium rare steak on your plate would be better if it was elf meat. Hey, I'm not saying we should make cannibalism legal, but like, what's the issue with a little taste? Violent sports is one thing, but how come we don't do sports to the death? I mean, I'm just
That's
saying,
so real.
like, if both participants are willing and clear about it, like, what really is the problem there, you know? Art is in the eye of the viewer, and what is considered art is completely up to the concept of one's own interest. A canvas adorned with the blood of a man wronged is truly the visual poetry that our society needs. Hedonism. With a slow and consistent hedonism, the Eldar slid backwards into debauchery of the sort I cannot discuss on this YouTube video. Murder on stage.
Okay, why are we putting human in quotation marks? Big E's not an Eldar. Human if you can call someone 10 foot tall born in Anatolia millennia ago human. So is he... I'm... Okay. What I'm gathering is I need to watch a lore video on the Emperor. Put in your favorite Emperor lore video. Put it in. Put it in. Let me know which one we gotta watch. Not now, because we're not even halfway through this part 1 of 2 parts.
Delicacies and drugs distilled from one another, the trade of slaves and concubines.
All of them
and
at
much,
once.
Much worse. The Eldar physiology has their emotions heightened, and they can feel more than a human does. So while it can provide
he's
lows
more
of
powerful
pure
than the
despair, it can also
Eldar.
provide
That's crazy.
greater highs than you have ever known. And swinging between the two of them was the Eldar game. The Warp.
The Eldar game
Took notice of this heavily, and it began to react. On a galactic scale, the debauchery and the hedonism of the Eldar race caused levels of warp storm so pronounced and so volatile that it cut off interstellar travel for all those who used it. Communications between planets was
fricked up.
and a nightmarish era of old night began. This continued for thousands of years.
Eldar, look what you did.
Of years. The Eldar all but removed from the problems being caused as they entered heights of more and more ecstasy. They needed more and more and more. Nothing was ever enough. More murder, more torture. It's art, it's delicacies, it's life. This silence offends Slaanesh. Slaanesh, the prince of pleasure, she who thirsts, the god of unspeakable excess, is our 4th chaos god with the sacred number of 6 adorning their title. Slaanesh is a bit of
Slaanesh is 6.
Because with our other 3 chaos gods, there was a certain
Wait,
understanding of
so Nurgle is 7. Khorne is 8. Tzeentch is 9. Slaanesh is 6. Nurgle is 7, right? So Slaanesh is afraid of Nurgle. Because Nurgle 8 Tzeentch. Because 7, 8, 9. Boom, 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 boom.
Emotions and desires. But for Slaanesh, that desire is
6 in Swedish. 6 is sex.
The words to be
Stop.
used would be decadence, pleasure, perfection, passion, excess, and many others. The pursuit of more. The want to do
The theory is
more,
it's a countdown.
experience more,
Malal is 11.
become more. That's what gives Slaanesh their
No,
gifts.
it's not that
A lot
meme.
of
It's the other
people
meme. It's
believe
the other
that
meme.
Slaanesh is something that originates with sex. Specifically, and it makes sense why they assumed that. The visuals of Slaanesh patrons
Not that
are
one.
all very lithe and sexual, but they are also intentionally androgynous to appear attractive to a variety of intrigues. However, to think that Slaanesh
That's like gay as
specifically
shit.
derives
I love
from
it.
sex would be mistaken. While it is true that a lot
Khorne and Slaanesh hate each other, and Nurgle and Tzeentch hate each other. So does that mean Khorne and Nurgle and Slaanesh and Tzeentch are besties?
of humanity's
What am I looking at?
actions can relate to getting laid, and Slaanesh is the dark prince of desire. It's more on the lines of feeling an excess of an emotion. It is excessive touch.
None of them are
scent, and
besties,
desire,
damn it.
And a lot of that has to do with
They all
sex,
hate
with
each other,
sex, but
damn
it's
it.
more than just that. A patron of the arts.
What
may
the
Oh my
feed
God,
Slaanesh.
you're
One that aspires
huge.
to become the perfect chef or master of their craft, and the sheer pursuit
They
of
all hate
that
each other.
alone will feed Slaanesh. Whiplash is Slaanesh's absolute favorite
One
film.
look, give him
Videos where
whiplash.
people beat Elden Ring on a dance pad feeds Slaanesh.
There are no two words in the English language more harmful
There are no besties in
than
chaos.
good job.
Guys, there are no besties in chaos. They all hate each other. Nobody, but those two hate each other even more. Got it. There's a fan series called If the Emperor Had a Text-to-Speech Device on YouTube, and they have a pretty cool answer on whether or not the Emperor is human, which is, are Space Marine, Custodes, and Primarchs also human? Same answer, yes and no. They're all elevator stages of humanity that took shortcuts. Oh. Not besties, but they'll team up more often than their primordial rivals. Sounds like a bestie to me. The enemy of my enemy is my bestie, or whatever the Romans said. Slaanesh loves corn.
But is there a line?
If you want to be a perfect streamer, you feed Slaanesh.
This also moves
I
the concept
feel I
of
am leaving
feeling.
Slaanesh hungry.
Sensation is a majorly Slaanesh-coded thing. It might start off feeling good, but then you get to play around a little bit, you know? You play with a little bit of pain. Light
Ooh.
pain might not be enough, so you might want
BDSM.
more. Or inflicting the pain could be your jam.
Slaanesh.
Music can increase to volumes that may hurt your ears, and even then that might not be enough. More. You must have more. Many of the disciples of Slaanesh carry a demonic form in their lithe grace. The keeper of secrets is his chosen envoy, and their movements are a blur of dance and pain, with an aura all the more
Dance and
fatal. They
pain.
dance and sing,
Ooh.
but there's always a form of malice behind every action they take. An alluring gaze that will pull you in. Right
Slaanesh
before
has
the
a lot of
demonic
demons that have fishy aesthetics, like crab claws. Pink is pretty close to purple. Do I serve Slaanesh? Ooh. But I'm say-so. I don't think Slaanesh would like that. Slaanesh doesn't want me to be say-so. Sorry, Slaanesh.
entity can
Love
crush
ya.
you in that grip. Slaanesh's palace has 6 layers.
But it's
surrounding it,
looking
and one of
cute.
them is the excess of gluttony, where the participant finds themselves in a beautiful
Human
banquet
evolution is
full-
humans, space marines, custodes, primarchs, and then the emperor, the apex of human evolution. So can we all just be the emperor? Sushi is feeding Zinch right now.
of the most delicious
Ooh.
foods imaginable, tables of delicacies, and rivers of wine tempt the user
Wait,
to such a
tables of
degree that
delicacies?
they
I'm
cannot
feeding Slaanesh.
Stop stuffing their face.
Sushi?
Unaware the things they are eating are very vaguely familiar.
Otoro?
meats. If one
Slaanesh.
does not see themselves drowning in the river of wine,
You want more
then
subs?
they
You're serving
fill their
Slaanesh.
bodies up so much that they
Hold
cease
on.
to function and fall over, becoming part
Let me take my jacket
of
off.
the banquet themselves.
There we go. Slaanesh,
That is
look at my
one
shoulders.
Of these 6 layers of Slaanesh's palace. This was the ecstasy. of the
Slaanesh's
Eldar
excess? Oh. That means my Decora is feeding Slaanesh.
civilization
Oh.
indulged in for millennia, and did so at a monumental
Pick a type of
scale
excess.
that they created a
Oh.
god from it.
My
Find pleasure in
collections.
every moment. Indulge in every whim. Let lesser races feel the burden of their crude lives.
Okay, we don't need
are
to bring
beyond
race
such
into this.
concerns or worries. Every power is ours to use. Every sensation ours to experience. We are
My
truly
credit card is feeding
masters
Slaanesh.
of the galaxy, and all others exist only to satisfy our curiosities. We have earned our position of power. Let us forever taste the fruits of such achievement. Time itself is ours to command. We are eternal.
What? She
With the
hoards
birth of
Pikachu.
Slaanesh, the
She's feeding
Eldari
Slaanesh.
Empire ceased to be. A catastrophic event so horrible that the warp.
The Emperor will remove Christianity in the future. Yeah, let my collarbones out. The Emperor loves a collarbone. He's like nothing but collarbone.
ripped a hole permanently in
Too
our
soon?
reality, a fissure forever known as the Eye of Terror. With the sudden inhalation of this god's largest breath, the
Ooh.
Eldari souls are a currency to be now collected by she who thirsts. Trillions of Eldar died in an instant, Slaanesh gorging on their souls to satisfy his palate. 99.9% of their entire species died, and the rest are doomed to a fate worse than death. For Slaanesh now stakes a claim on each and every Eldar soul. From the moment they pass on, an eternity
Nyaho,
of
Sino.
torment awaits them. The remaining Eldar devote their entire lives to stopping
Big E
the
is good
Slaanesh
pals with the Pope?
Their dying race.
The Chicago Pope? The Emperor is buddies with the Chicago Pope? That's crazy.
So devoted to saving themselves from the Dark Prince, and in doing so, have found very creative ways.
The
In
Craft
modern
World
of Warhammer,
Eldar.
The Craft World Eldar are the main force of Eldar in the galaxy.
Thanks for the
and
follow.
New
represent the
fishy alert.
elf
ZH0
style that many
just
think of
swam
when
in
you
Tilda.
think elves in space. Fantasy,
Look at the feet!
elves in
That's
space,
feeding
not
Slaanesh.
those
You
elves.
feet enjoyers.
We'll get to them. A Craft World is a
Oh,
monumentally
it's that
large
skin line.
starship,
It's a Spline
the
Valorant
size
skin
of a
line.
continent that acts as a
Big E, staunch atheist. Militant, one might say. Yes. Huge atheist, but his followers have created a religion around him, and he cannot fight back because he's just bones trying to hold open the warp or whatever.
Many Eldar saw the demonic writing on the wall and began to try and seek asylum from their own debauchery. Those Eldar left on monumental craft worlds into the far reaches of the galaxy and saved themselves from Slaanesh's awakening. The main thing the craft world Eldar seek is to temper their minds and bodies in a way that will never
I'm
allow them
much
to
more of a
slide back
hand
into
fellow
their
myself.
old ways.
I love a
The
good hand.
representation they carry is that of a more feudal Japanese motif. Eldar
Oh.
follow paths as they age, the path of the warrior, the seer, the poet, the diplomat, the
Cherry
bone
blossoms,
singer,
mochi.
and so on. These paths are a strict code of conduct to hone the heightened Eldar psychology down a school of
Psychology
thought
mentioned.
in action. And if it sounds a hell of a lot like Bushido, well, you're damn right. Here's a medal and a soul stone. Don't lose it or an eternity of torment awaits you. Going through these paths will allow you to take up not just a role in Eldar society, but keep your mind
Damn, his
clear
thighs are
from the past
thick.
worries that plagued them.
Okay,
Every
Eldar.
is said to be a psyker. However, very few of them actually utilize their psychic powers.
Okay,
for fear of
everyone's a
tempting
psychar,
she
but
who
not
thirsts.
all of them
A large
use
amount
it.
of emphasis is also put on ancestors of the Eldar and learning from them the farther you go down a path. This can sometimes be seen by the large variety of jewels adoring the armor of Eldar. Those are called soul stones, the biggest middle finger to Slaanesh they can think of. See, when an Eldar dies, these stones act as a backup, and instead of their souls going to Slaanesh, they are then trapped and stored in this little stone. So when the
But if they have an excess of those stones on their armor, does that not feed Slaanesh? Because it's excess?
Eldar say they commune with their ancestors, they mean so very literally, as the spirit and soul of generations before them are stored here. Often, larger structures may contain vast amounts of soul stones.
Some
such as the
ancient cultures
Infinity
used to
Circle
bury
in
the
Craft
skulls of
World
their
itself,
ancestors
allowing
under their
the
huts.
souls of the dead to help power their enormous starship. The young do not
Emotional
desire
excess,
the
got
discipline
it.
of the path, but rather their curiosity drives them to try every fruit from the tree. Thus, it is that so many take the path of wandering or the path of damnation in their first years of adulthood. And so, the
Sounds
great
like teenagers.
tragedy of our kind is played out again and again as the number of our people shrink from generation to generation. These paths, when completed, allow an Eldar to move to the next
Completely
one,
different
then the
kind of
next
worship.
one.
Got
However,
it.
since this is the grim darkness of the world, many of these paths rely on combat. The Eldar actually
If it
had
was for
gods
vanity,
at
then
one
yes,
point.
got it.
Cain, Vol, Isha. Azeryan, and so on.
I see the
These
jar.
gods are aspects of the Eldar pantheon, and while many were killed in Slaaneish's creation, their teachings live on. For some, the strongest devotion to the Eldar gods is to join the Aspect Warriors and embody the wrath of Cain, their god of war. While guardians of the Eldar
Cain.
craft worlds are more akin to a trained
He has a
militia, the
heart
Aspect
on his little
Warriors embody a
helmet.
particular variant of the path. Each
That's
are
cute.
led by a Phoenix Lord, a name passed down from generations and embodying the souls of prior Phoenix Lords with each new one. The Howling Banshees,
Oh.
led by Jane Zar, Fugin and his Fire Dragons, Baharoth and his Swooping Hawks, or Malgan Ra and his Dark Reapers. Each aspect shrine carries with it the Eldar way of war. Fast, hard-hitting, and incredibly tricksy.
And
For
ooh,
they do
Eldar.
not have the numbers to fight in any
Cain
other
has
way.
nothing to do with
Craft
corn,
World
got it.
Eldar show how mangled an empire can be by their own actions. They once ruled the galaxy in an honest, non-hyperbolic way, but in the end, they were bested by themselves, and their most prominent remnants are forced to drift aimlessly through the galaxy, trying to save their species from extinction and resist the temptations of she who thirsts. But for some, the party, it's just beginning. Deep within the webway is the city of Kamara. This dark city once existed as a port in the
We're
webway
caramel
that
dancing
allowed
out in
for
here.
ease of transport for the Eldar between its various domains. The significance of this city meant that it needed to be a bit more of a neutral territory.
Now we get
outside
to the weird
jurisdiction
shit.
of
What?
general Eldar law, and
Was
therefore
everything else
it was
normal?
allowed to self-govern. This did not go well. The Dark City became the hideaway for all manner of sin. The Eldar
Oh,
race
this
lived
is
in
when they were
debauchery on a
getting
galactic
bored and
scale
doing
that
whatever the
birthed a
hell they
god,
wanted.
And this was the city you went to when that wasn't enough for you.
Got
the
it.
convenience of being so deep within the webway was that it exists as a blind spot to the horrors of the warp. So while the rest of the Eldar fled the downfall of their species, Kamara kept partying. When Slaanesh was birthed, they were saved the worst of it, thanks to them being nice and neatly tucked away inside the webway. But only somewhat. The Dark Prince did not have a grip around their soul, but the tiniest pinky finger, and they were still pulling. But due to their excess hedonism, they found a solution to this problem. If they tormented others, they could temporarily rejuvenate their souls and continue to cheat their inevitable death by placating the Prince of Pleasure. And if they kept this up on the regular,
Oh,
they could
that's why
effectively
they were
become
doing it.
immortal. Thus, the Drukhari were born. Unlike the more stoic elves you see in works of fiction, the Drukhari themselves exist as a sort of analog of the more grim and fiendish elves you find in Norse and European
And they enjoy it.
mythology.
Got it. They enjoy it,
Drukhari
and
are
they're trying to
soul
prolong their
vampires,
lives.
But the more basic means to feed are
Out
hardly
in the
enough to keep
streets,
them
they
going. This
call it
desire to feed is
murder.
known as the thirst, and to quench it effectively, they have mastered the art of biotechnology and dark sciences to really juice themselves up on the crispy soul sprite from the vending machine called the Galaxy. The majority of Drukhari act as pirates and raiders and slavers. They go into our physical reality and drag people back to Kamara to commit atrocities that go beyond any imaginative torture a human can think of. The Drukhari are organized in various groups throughout.
So the webway is another parallel dimension. It's not in the dimension of the warp, and it's not in reality. It's parallel. 3 parallel lines. Or like a pocket dimension. Right?
The Dark City to accomplish this in a more organized and extremely brutal way. The Cabals act as the main
Yes,
warriors
in
of
between,
the city,
okay.
led by their archons. Witches and succubi act as
Succubi.
entertainment for Kamara
Pocket
in
dimension.
gladiatorial arenas, and the flesh.
You don't want to be
crafting
taken by the Dark
homunculus
Eldar.
keep the
No, I
Drukhari
don't.
alive and discover ever increasingly more painful ways to torment their ever increasingly large supply of slaves they are brought. The Dark Eldar see the other inhabitants of the galaxy as little more than cattle, livestock that can be brought to bay or
I don't
slaughtered
like
at
them.
any time. Their fodder, however, is not meat and muscle, but the anguish and despair of the weak. The Dark Eldar do indeed drink blood, but also tears And most sustaining of all, the raw essence of pain they wring out of their captives.
They're very
The truth
evil
of
and
the
proud of it.
matter
I
is
don't like
Drukhari
that.
sustain themselves on the suffering of others, not just morally, but physically. Kamara is a city rife with backstabbing.
They don't
schemes
need
and
to live
murder. It is
forever.
the worst
Listen to the
back alleys of the
Necrontyr.
worst
They're tired
ghettos
of
at
living
the best
forever.
of times. Nothing is more
It's
horrifying
not
to
that
a
fun and
Drukhari
cool.
than death. For death will see them in the talons
They're very
of
Slaanesh coded,
for
but
an
they don't
eternity
want
of
Slaanesh to
torment.
grasp
So they
them.
do everything they can to stop this. The homunculi covens regrow dead members from pieces of flesh as bargaining chips.
They
The
fear
succubi
Slaanesh and true
create
death.
grisly gladiatorial spectacles that literally rejuvenate the audience members as captives are murdered for sport. To be captured by the Drukhari is one of, if not the worst fate imaginable in the world of Warhammer 40k. In a universe built
Torture
on war
prone to the
crimes,
extreme.
they are the most debased war crimers of all time. To be tortured and sacrificed in the gladiatorial arenas is a blessing, for you have escaped the fate of being in the flesh
Right.
smiths control group, or being turned into
They
a
hate
living
Slaanesh,
and
but are the
breathing
ones
piece
that
of
feed Slaanesh the
furniture
most.
for an Archon's quarters. In a cruel twist of fate, a newly born Drukhari does not arrive into this world loving torture. It is something they must grow to love. Grow
Oh,
to
no.
appreciate the suffering of other beings in order to survive in the world they have been brought into. If they succeed, they
Oh.
become some of the worst monsters
nature
in the
versus
known galaxy.
nurture.
A dark reflection to the craft worlders and a taste of what Eldar society was like before the fall. If they do not succeed, they must find purchase elsewhere. Often those will join smaller parts of Eldar society like the Exodites or the Harlequins. Exodites believe in a pre-industrial variant of their society, often retreating to more lush worlds to ride dinosaurs and live off the land. Prehistoric style. That I
Big
would
reason they
normally
don't
laugh
want to
at if
get grasped by Slaanesh is because they'll be myrtle-diddled by her for all eternity. Yeah, if this is what they're doing to regular people, I can only imagine what Slaanesh has in store for them is going to be 100 times worse. So it's like a never-ending cycle. They have to keep going to avoid Slaanesh, but if they ever do get captured by Slaanesh because they kept going, it's going to be 1,000,000,000 times worse.
They weren't
Yikes.
riding
Yikes.
dinosaurs like ballers. The Harlequin dancing troupe are a subsect of Eldar that are more than just a little strange. A carnival of dancing jesters that serve the Eldar laughing god of Kegarak.
Kigara.
They arrive never when expected and leave just as quickly. Blurs of light carry their footsteps as they dance their foes into a grave. Combat is just as much of a joke as it is a play on bloody murder. They travel and aid many other Eldar and sometimes even humanity for reasons we can never understand. Perhaps one day we would have, were they not stripped of their army.
They
book
don't
and
have
folded
to, they
into
just
the Eldar
choose to.
too.
I mean,
So I suppose
Bricky said, like, as they were born, they are told this is what you need to survive. So, like, if your entire family and community is like, yeah, this is what we have to do, we all got to do it, it's easier to succumb to that lifestyle. Especially if it's, like, based off of fear of, if you don't do this, Slaanesh is going to come for you and do all these horrible things to you. So you got to do it. You instill that into a child, boom, they're like this forever. Thank you for watering the fish, and more importantly, watering the chat. No, dude. Chat, you've been watered by I am probably not you. Please drink water. They could leave and join a different group of the Eldar, though, so it's still a choice. Oh. Indoctrinated, that's the word. Yes. You're right. You could just leave. I don't know. This is getting into cult behavior.
that'll have to stay a mystery. Or maybe it was one of Kegarak's master plans to get back at she who thirsts and save their species. Who could know? Perhaps it was all a sick and practical joke to Kegarak, and he would just find it very funny to watch me fumble the discussion of one human on a tiny blue planet across the galaxy.
In Turkey.
Oh, speaking of,
we're getting to the Emperor!
before the fall of the Eldar, Earth, or Terra, as it's called, was in ruin. One man
Man.
wants to put the pieces back together. Where did he come from?
Good
We
night,
don't know.
Jaeger.
Some say he was the result of early shamans. Some say he is the final Old One who escaped their species genocide. And
Oh.
those that are smartest know the answer is it doesn't matter. He revealed
Got
himself
it.
as the
It doesn't matter what he is. He is what he is. And he's freaking that guy. He's him. Got it.
Emperor of mankind, and he was tasked with the
Him.
most monumental upheaval of humanity possible. The Eldari's warp fluctuations had turned the golden age of humanity into old night. Interstellar travel cut off? Check. An AI uprising? Check. Brand new psychers popping up and not knowing how to handle their powers?
Not the Florida
check.
man.
Demonic incursions?
Not the Florida man.
Check. Thousands of years this occurred, and now the Emperor of Mankind showed himself to put the pieces back together. Unifying Terra under his rule, the Emperor founded the Imperium of Man and ruled it with an iron fist. He
Emperor
was the
backstory,
supreme
he's that
leader,
guy.
and
Done.
nothing could stand against him. He wished to remove mankind from the yoke of its former failures.
Eldar are
and
just the
he
Florida
knew
man
he
of
would
space?
be the
Oh
best
gosh.
leader they could have because he was right. AI banned, religion banned. You did as the Emperor told you, or his Thunder Warriors would put you in your place. That place often being a grave. Now, Terra was thriving, but humanity needed to reclaim its long-lost brethren scattered across the stars. But to do so, he needed those that could build him a fleet truly meant for the reconquering of the galaxy. And so he turned his attention to the red planet of Mars.
Mars. Adeptus
Mars and
Mechanicus.
Terra were close allies long before the Unification Wars. Mars was the first world terraformed by humanity and became what would ultimately be the first hive world, an epicenter for industry and technology. The Age of Strife did not treat the Red Planet kindly, however. Mars was cut off from Terra during this time, and the warp storms that ravaged the planet turned it into an absolute nuclear hellscape. Those who were on the surface were turned into your run-of-the-mill mutant if they even survived the bombings they inflicted on themselves, but others were lucky enough to escape beneath the red sands in powerful fallout shelters. These became their generational habitats, but this resulted in extreme reliance on technology and
Yep,
who
those are
could
the
use it.
humans.
They began to view the technology keeping them alive less as a technological advancement and more of a divine intervention, with those skilled in it as priests. The Martians began to worship the power of the machine, and this resulted in the formation of the cult Mechanicus, the belief in a holy trinity known as the Three-in-One. The machine god serving as the spirit who gave rise to all technologies known, the motive force, the deity that gives
They're the
all
reason
life
RAM
its
is
ability to
expensive in
live,
2026.
and the Omnissiah,
Heard.
a physical manifestation of the machine god itself. This belief began to manifest in them physically as well. What were once humans began to really mess around with the character creator options, and this tech obsession.
Sakana, do you ever have PC problems and pray that everything will work? Boom, that's a Mechanicus. Oh my gosh. Sol, Terra, and Luna are actually scientific names for the sun, earth, and moon. Terraforming solariums, lunar rovers. Yeah! I knew that one. Terraforming Mars.
Session made them view instances of flesh
Soul
to
is
be
also
weak and spend their lives removing what
Spanish?
makes them human and replacing it with mechanical
Ram is heresy.
augments,
What?
robotic limbs, glowing eyes, mechadendrite arms. What was once a mass of flesh now looks like the back of a router.
Now
And
it's
the
KO.
oldest members of the Mechanicus
Not
no longer
boy.
even look slightly human. In addition to this,
Hostile,
cloaked
KIA.
over all of their mechanical appendages are robes that reflect the color of their homeworld, the red robes of the Mechanicus. The cult Mechanicum, now the Adeptus Mechanicus, create a fascinating combination of cultures all birthed into one. Basically,
Oh, that looks hard to paint.
monks. Organic life is the machine god's greatest accomplishment within the scope of the great work. All praise he who is three in one. By giving us life within an organic shell, he presents us with the means and opportunity to improve upon physicality, as is his divine plan. He grants us complex weakness so we
And
might
Nurgle would
learn
love that.
metallic strength and ascend to his level of machinic perfection. The
And
Emperor's
Slanesh would
arrival
love
to
that.
Mars was very much a walking in with the pizzas while the room is on fire moment, but to the Mechanicum, they saw his arrival as confirmation of their belief.
They are
one
very
look
hard to
at
paint,
the
yes.
glowing
Yep.
golden entity that showed up.
We're
on
not
their
gonna
doorstep,
touch
and were
that.
like, that's him. That's the guy
Him,
right there.
H-I-M.
And they immediately accepted him as the Omnissiah. Obviously, showing up and being called Machine Jesus shortly after wiping out all instances of non-Machine Jesus a little bit beforehand is an instance of capital H heresy. But the Emperor saw the bigger picture. Were they strange with how they rubbed unguents on themselves, burned incense, and prayed to machines for them to work? Sure.
The
but
Emperor's
that's a
pronouns are
lot of
I'm him.
production right there. So the Emperor devised the Treaty of Olympus Mons, a unifying agreement between Terra
Ooh.
and Mars, and this union would be permanently etched into the Aquila of the Imperium
New
as
fishy
the
alert.
two-headed
William
eagle,
Ayotte
one head
1234
for
I've seen this
Terra,
before.
the
Swam
other
in
for
Tilda.
Mars. The forces of the Emperor would be supplied with all the technology and weapons they needed to reunite the scattered remnants of humanity under one banner, and the Mechanicum of Mars would be able to keep doing what they were doing religiously and scientifically so long as they kept up their tithes. This tithe meant total quality control over all technology in the Imperium. Is it a big spaceship? AdMech take care of that. Tanks? AdMech take care of that. The literal bullets in a gun? You guessed it. But unlike the factories of today,
And no
the
AI.
forged worlds of Mars and the creations of the Mechanicum are a bit of a different experience altogether. Instead of a factory on a random given world, the entirety of the planet's surface is dedicated to manufacturing. But that's a little
Oh.
tricky, isn't it? Considering that the usage of silica animus, or AI, is a big no-no, and basically the largest affront to their divine machine god possible.
I don't like
Fortunately,
this.
there's a really neat
What is
alternative
happening?
that they've come up with. And that's called a servitor. Incredible devices that can
Oh.
do anything from manufacturing, maintenance, basic door operation, even just float around like a helpful little drone. It's an extremely easy process too. All you need to do is take a human
There's
who
techno
is
monkeys?
dying or preferably an enemy of the state, most likely that one, and lobotomize them. And then reprogram their brains to do exactly what they tell you. They even got
Oh.
little baby versions of them. Yay! So now you can rest
Oh.
easy knowing that the entirety of the Imperium, because they outlaw AI and learning new tech is heresy, is run on lobotomized slaves. Whether they deserve it or not is unimportant, and whether they can still keep their consciousness trapped in their own minds is another thing entirely.
Oh. Why does it hurt? Oh.
Your incompetence is showing.
An excerpt from the Servitor Creation Factories. Naked human beings were standing in a switch-packed line between high fences. The manufactorum produced servitors, but it was more akin to an abattoir than a workshop. Every surface was easily cleanable. Servitors with spray units surgically attached to their backs prowled about, hosing filth from slit drains set into the perfectly smooth, slanted floors. As the line slowly advanced, the people were passed through various scanning devices, most of them mounted in ugly, functional arches that let out a constant series of acceptance chimes. Occasionally, one would let out an angry blare, and the indicator lumens would flash red. The rejected person was then swallowed up by a trapdoor opening beneath their feet. From these pits wafted a hideous stench and the grinding sounds of industrial mincers. One rejected man grabbed onto the lip and hung there, arms and hands bloodied, shouting a stream of defiant profanities. Guards lined the grating either
effing
side
little
of him
frickin'
and
frackin'.
shocked him until he fell. The adepts wouldn't even waste bullets on these people. The trapdoor flipped up, and the next terrified person was ushered forward. Violent metal arms snatched them up and spread-eagled them in the air, and a servitor shearer shaved them all over. At another, they were subjected to a high-pressure counter-septic wash whose chemical stink made me choke from 100 feet away. More scanners, more rejects winnowed out. Machines forcibly dressed them in a heavy rubberized garment common to all monotask servitors. These were saggy on them, all one size, until another process force-shrank them to fit their bodies where metal cuffs, sockets, and collars bit into vulnerable flesh. The last few prayers gave way to screams at that point, and even the most stoic shouted in pain. They were ushered over a floor, buzzing with power that made them shriek with every footstep. "What's that for?" I asked. "Follicular inhibitor, to stop their hair from growing," he said. Freaking sweet, Lois! As for their scientific
What
pursuits,
the
they
heck?
can believe in the
That was
preservation
crazy.
of knowledge above all, and the quest
Good night, Jude. That was freaking what the frick? Ugh.
to expand it. However, as opposed to just innovating and inventing on their own with their vast technological know-how, they believe that it is a form of tech heresy. You see, because of their religious viewpoints on technology itself, they believe that the instruction booklet itself is
Forge,
just
I don't want
as
to think
holy
about. I
as
don't
the
want to think
Lego
about it.
set it builds. And to innovate on that without the proper written knowledge is to go against the divine word of the machine god itself. All knowledge is already in the universe. You simply need to rediscovering it and attempting to invent something to improve upon divinity is very heretical. Prior to the Age of Strife,
That
humanity
sucks.
was able to populate the stars with devices known as standard template constructs, or STCs.
That's boring and
These devices
unoriginal.
were, as far as
What
we
the
know,
heck?
supercomputers with the ability to pull up and detail how to create literally anything a startup colony would need. Essentially, they were devices with the entirety of human technological know-how so that you could make a home away from home. The Mechanicum will not make anything without an STC. Quite literally nothing, because this is the knowledge they seek, and that knowledge is divine. One time, scouts of the Imperial Guard found a functioning STC that provided the schematics on a knife that happened to be a bit lighter and a bit sharper than most other knives. These knives were adopted by 30 Space Marine chapters and were one of the most advanced discoveries of the century. This discovery was so significant that they were each awarded a planet for finding this. A planet for a machine that taught them how to make knives. Due to their religious
That's
organization,
crazy.
you probably guessed the Mechanicum are organized in a feudal structure with the highest individuals in power being a part of the priesthood. Cream of the crop being the fabricator general of Mars itself, who serves as a high lord of Terra, but also oversees the entirety of the Mechanicum.
I think that concept as a whole is so fascinating, though. Like, worshiping technology, but not in an advancement kind of way. We already made perfection, and we're sticking with what we know. Don't even try to make it more efficient, cheaper, more ethical and sustainable. Don't even freaking try. It's already perfect. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Go use what we already have. Okay? We have this at home. We have technology at home. Crazy as a concept. To have the ability and the faculties to create even better technology, but religion is holding you back and saying, but don't, is crazy. Golden era tech is so far advanced from what you have in 40K, it's crazy. But you could always advance it more. No. The answer is no, because they don't want to. They're giant hypocrites. I can see that. Crazy. How dare you try to improve technology? How dare you? Why do we need the iPhone 20 when we have the iPhone 5, which was the best iPhone? It was square. It could stand up on its own. It looked the best. And we should all just go back to the iPhone 5.
Below them are tech priests that oversee the cult for the quest of...
Right, wait, if Big E was against religion, why did he sign a treaty with Mars? Why was he okay with their little technology religion? If he didn't like it.
Knowledge and other more straightforward theocracy. Forge worlds tend to operate slightly more independently, what can cause
Because
some power
infrastructure?
struggles within the Mechanicum. Because, you know, despite them all being weird robots, they love being
You
given
need guys who
praise.
actually
And
understand
despite being the
technology. Okay, I
manufacturing end of
guess.
the Imperium, they do actually have their own
They like to
military forces.
rediscover
They have
old
the
tech.
Skitarii Private Army and all their various 1920s Martian style.
This is why
mechanisms
someone
like
said
Doom
Ram is a
Crawlers,
heresy
Castellan
joke.
robots,
Got
and
it.
of course, the Titan Legions. Because nothing is cooler than a robot that towers over buildings. Ultimately,
He
their
needed
very
tech,
dogmatic
guys.
view on technology as a whole has resulted in any innovation becoming absent, thus causing the Imperium to stagnate as a whole. The lack of ambition to create anything new and the wholesale murder
rough.
of anyone who even tries leads to things becoming derelict. I grow weary of this flesh I was born into, strangely disgusted by its nature.
They have a weapon that can kill worlds. Heard. Death Stars on Mars.
That I might become one with the blessed machine. I do not expect you to understand, you who cling to your flesh as if it were immortal, seeking only to preserve it, to protect it. One day you will see the folly of your ways, and then no doubt you will come begging to my order to preserve you. After the groundwork had been set,
The Emperor probably eventually would have killed him once he reunited humanity. Is it bad that that was my first thought? And I was like, the Emperor will get all his guns and all of the technology and then like kill or enslave them so that they can be forced to improve upon the technology. You know, if he wasn't injured. Is it bad that I think that's what makes the most sense given all the information we are given? Crazy work.
Wise, it was time to start getting things together for the Emperor's great crusade across the stars to bring humanity under one banner. The Thunder Warriors were a perfect fighting force for unifying Terra and Luna, but the galaxy was a whole different thing. You see, these warriors weren't soldiers in the eyes of the Emperor. They were tools, extremely blunt tools used for the fast conquest of Terra. As the Emperor was concerned, the tools you use at home aren't the same ones you take on a road trip. So the Emperor rid himself of his tools in the exact manner you think he did, and he went forward to crafting a brand new tool. One more mobile, more efficient, and ready for his next era.
So now we're into
They
efficiency.
shall be my finest warriors, these men who give of themselves to me. Like clay, I shall mold them, and in the furnace of war forge them. They will be of iron will and steely muscle. In great armor shall I clad them, and with the mightiest guns will they be armed. They will be untouched by plague or disease. No sickness will blight them.
Oh, they weren't that
They will
bad
have
when he found
tactics,
them. They got
strategies,
worse.
and
Got it.
machines so that
Hi,
no
Z.
foe can best them in battle. They will be my bulwark against the terror. They are the defenders of humanity. They are my soul.
Space Marines!
And they shall know no fear. The vastness of the Milky Way galaxy meant that the Emperor needed assistance bringing everyone back to the fold. And who better to do this than himself? But since the technology to be in many places
I wanna
at
do it
once
right,
does not
I'm gonna do it
exist
myself.
anymore, the Emperor decided that it was time to become a dad, the same way Geppetto did, and with far less care. It is not my son, Arkan. None of them are. They are warlords, generals, tools bred to serve a purpose, just as legions were bred to serve a purpose.
Maybe he's not
The
Dad of the Year.
The Primarch Project was started to create charismatic and unique leaders in the Imperial military. The diversity of these eventual leaders meant that each one could be specialized for certain circumstances across the galaxy. Depending on the type of conflict, one leader might be better than the other. So instead of forcing one leader to acclimate to a situation directly, it would be better to send a specialized leader and force to handle it. In order to do this, the Emperor used his genetic know-how and maybe a little bit of that forbidden stuff to create these genetically perfect gene fathers that had the ability to serve as his analog directly and also serve
Not
as
that
the
perfect.
leaders of the respective Space Marine legions. All 20, all 18, that's right, all 19 of his sons were meant to be directly molded by the Emperor himself despite their genetic differences. And they go as follows in order. Lionel Johnson, Fulgrim, Percherabo, Jagatai Khan, Lehman Russ, Rogel Dorn, Conrad Kurz, Sanguinius, Ferris Manus, Angron, Robute Gilliman, Mortarion, Magnus the Red, Horus Lupercal, Lorgar Aurelian, Vulcan, Corvus Corax, and Alfarius and Omegon. His sons, finalized and crafted to be the warriors he needed them to be, were complete. But he may have decided to do a bit of dabbling with things he shouldn't have, and paid a price. Before the Primarchs were ready to go, an intervention by the gods of chaos prevented his plan.
Fun fact, he had 23 sons. What? Legion 2 and 11 are redacted. Genetically perfect, one of his sons literally had a big old bird wings. They were all in his image, although they were all different and had different races. But they were all him.
And from being completed as intended. Though the sources vary, the ultimate result of the Chaos God intervention was that all of the Emperor's tools were scattered throughout the galaxy at unknown places and times. Each one of his sons ended up in a completely different world, and instead of being able to directly influence their upbringing, these children were instead forced to experience the unique nature of their respective homeworlds.
It's given
Some
Star
had
Wars.
a great time and lived in general luxury. Others, not so much. Despite his closest advisor, Malkador the Sigillite, saying, "All right, Chief, let's try this one again," the Emperor sensed each of his sons were still very much alive.
Some
And
took
one of
after
the
their mother. There was a
primary
mother?
Objectives of the Great Crusade shifted to reclaiming each of his sons so they could take.
Question. When the Chaos God stole his 18 sons, 23 sons, why didn't he just make more sons?
Take command of their specific Space Marine legions and carry out
Mommy
his
tried to
will.
save them from
These
him? Oh,
original
Mommy.
Space Marine legions that were created alongside their Primarchs go, in order, the Dark Angels, Emperor's Children.
Listen, it takes a while to recharge. Oh my goobus. Oh my goobus.
Warriors, White Scars, Space Wolves, Imperial Fists, Night Lords, Blood
We
Angels,
can't go for
Iron
20
Hands,
rounds.
World
He
Eaters,
could.
Ultramarines, Death Guard, whoosh, Thousand Sons, Luna Wolves, eventually Sons of Horus, the Word Bearers, Salamanders, Raven Guard, and the Alpha Legion. Space Marines, unlike their gene fathers, the Primarchs are not made in a vat. There is a process to recruit more members.
They
from
were not
humanity
made in a
itself,
vat.
which seems a bit strange considering how massive a Space Marine is compared to a normal man, but don't forget, the Emperor is really good with genetics. Less good with anesthetic, however. These prospects are recruited across humanity from various reasons and methods, and are generally killed during that process. But sometimes they aren't, and they are able to go
Oh,
through
he
more
used
and more
all of his
actual
stuff in
training
making
to
them, and he
assess
ran out of
certain
stuff.
traits that are important and relevant to being a space
Got
marine.
it.
Most of the time, the common factor is a pure, unrelenting willingness to kill the enemies of the Imperium. After going through psychological screening, the prospect, now called a neophyte, goes under the knife to become a space marine. And,
Oh,
here is a quick
psychological
list of all
screening.
the cool
Good.
stuff they get genuinely shoved into their bodies. A secondary heart, an organ that makes your bones grow, an organ that makes your muscles big, an implant that makes your blood stronger.
It's
a little
looking like
organ that
RimWorld.
turns your white blood cells into super white blood cells, a brain implant
Architect
that allows you
arm,
to sleep while
detoxifier
being
kidney,
awake, a pre-stomach that allows
immunoenhancer,
you to digest
healing
literally
enhancer,
anything,
aesthetic
a
nose,
spinal implant that allows
bionic
you to
spine.
absorb the genetic memories of what you eat, bigger and better lungs that can let you breathe underwater, an implant that gives you stronger
Vat gland,
eyes,
stone skin
ears
gland,
that keep you from being dizzy, a brain implant
psychic
that lets
reader,
you go into suspended animation if you're in a bad shape,
aesthetic
skin
nose.
that
Oh, I
acts
said
like
that already.
transition glasses.
Gastro-
I almost got it in one take. A brand new
Inhibitors.
kidney, the ability to taste the air and
Slight
find
correction, they get
enemies like
3
a
lungs. Oh,
bloodhound,
good
a
for
special
them.
coating on your skin that allows you to be protected in space, the ability to spit acid, a gland that allows you
The recruits for Space Marines before getting implants are prepubescent boys. What kind of psych evaluation do the prepubescent boys go through? What?
to absorb the unique genetic makeup from the gene seed in the first place, and a straight-up carapace that allows the Space Marine to interface with their power armor directly. Quite often, these are
3
put
lungs,
inside of
2
you at
hearts.
dubious
Oh.
levels of mental alertness and dubious levels of anesthetic. After
Doobie.
a more generalized indoctrination into the faith of the Imperium and a bit more training and other important manners,
If
they
you're
can
Blood
finally be
Angels, you become
welcomed
smoking
as a
hot.
fully
Okay.
fledged Space Marine. A Space Marine is quite literally a walking tank that is armed to the teeth. Two of the
These
more
are
iconic
prepubescent
weapons held
boys?
by a Space Marine are their
It's
bolt
not a
gun,
good screening.
which
Okay, that's
fires
what I needed to
explosive
know.
Shells the size of soda cans, and
Sounds
a
like it's not a good
chainsword,
screening.
which is the Space Marine is clad in a colorful carapace known as power armor, crafted from extremely heavy and durable ceramite. The power armor of a Space Marine protects him from any terrors he may face, be it the void of space itself to an inhospitable atmosphere.
That's
This
cataphract armor.
Combined almost biologically with an already massive physique makes the Space Marine an almost unstoppable fighter.
Prestige cataphract armor.
If the armor doesn't protect them enough, they can always become a walking coffin like the dreadnoughts of the chapters are. What truly adds to it all, however, is the sheer difference in some of them. While a Space Marine in its own right is an indoctrinated freight train on legs, how they act can be quite different from chapter to chapter. The gene seed of a Primarch is not just helping them become big and strong, but allows them to gain certain traits from their forefathers. Everything from how they think to even slightly adjusting their physical appearance once it's been implanted, the gene seed can be the personality of an entire Space Marine. Take the Salamanders, for example. Salamanders have a predisposition to fire as a whole, and tend to be extremely large due to the size of their Primarch, Vulcan, and his enormous stature. Whereas someone like Sanguinius, Primarch of the Blood Angels, share more vampiric features and more angel-like qualities. A gene seed is not just aspects of the Primarchs, but they are also flaws too. Magnus the Red and his 1,000 Sons underwent something known as the Flesh Change, a horrifying mutation that, while it made them strong psychers, would affect their bodies so terribly that they would mutate away from humanity. Where other factions have inspiration for their culture from our real world, like the feudal Japanese of the Eldar or Egyptian style the Necrons, each Space Marine chapter themselves carry an inspiration. The White Scars are motorcycle riding Mongolian fighters. The Space Wolves are Vikings. The Dark Angels are Knights of the Round Table, and so on. This moves into their fighting style, and truthfully, there is no end to the characters and options when it comes to the Space Marines. Space Marines are the main symbol you see, and while many of them can be simply indoctrinated warriors who only care about conflict and can be quite boring, then you meet Dante, or Bjorn, or Argel Tal, or Karn, or Lucius, or Erebus. And then you discover the wealth of these characters and tools of war you can have. For 1,100 years, I have fought and I have seen the darkness in our galaxy.
So, what are the blue Space Marines?
The alien and the heresy of the mutant.
Whose are the blue ones?
The sin of possession, and I have seen all the evil that the
F
galaxy
Erebus.
harbors.
Who the frick
I've
is that?
slain all whose presence defiles the Emperor. I have seen what you will see. I have fought what you must fight, and I have slain what you must slay.
Ultramarines, I get
so
it.
fear not and be proud, for we are the sons of Sanguinius,
Aquamarines, you
the
mean?
protectors of mankind. We are indeed the angels of death. Despite being the poster children for Warhammer 40k as a whole, the presence of a Space Marine is a rare sight for the countless trillions of humans across the galaxy. Seeing one of these monstrosities is like seeing something akin to an angel sent by the Emperor himself. These angels of death are the essential fighting force to bring humanity back under the unified banner of the Imperium. Yet ultimately, the Space Marines are individuals torn from their families and conscripted to genetic modification and lifelong service.
They have the largest legion, so they're the most common.
They are held in an almost holy light. Most believe they are above and beyond the people they are designed to serve. Once designed as the protectors of humanity, they seldom view humanity as something worth saving. To the extent that it is a tiny, minute rarity, though not unheard of, for a Space Marine to put a normal citizen above them in any way. For most Space Marines and even their Primarchs, they are only here to do a job. They are there to kill the enemies of humanity, and I would be remiss if I didn't add at least one more of my favorite quotes to the tail end of this section. "The time for speeches is done," said Rogel Dorn. "The first great test is here. My order to you all is simple, yet heed it well, and exert yourselves to see it done. They are coming. Kill them all." While the Space Marines are the spearhead of the Imperium's Great Crusade and also a major player in its warfare, there is a significant amount of importance that must be taken on their transport. What sci-fi universe would be complete without its navy. When you think of the navy or ships on the open sea, you think of something that is sleek, something mobile, and something pretty big. For perspective, the longest self-propelled ship in
The
history
Blueberry Boy
was the
Scouts.
TTC
Delicious.
Wise Giant, an oil tanker that was about 458 meters long or over about 1,500 feet. This right here is
There's a
child's
brain in the
play
floating
world of 40K
skulls?
ships.
I hate that.
A ship that is considered to be an escort vessel
What
in the
the
Imperium
frick?
is about 3 times the size of a Sea-Wise Giant. And the size
That's a
of the
whole
ships
cathedral.
only go up from there. Your most common ships are the cruisers. The light cruiser tends to average at about 2 kilometers long, or just over a mile in length,
Jeez.
where the Dictator class cruisers can be over 3 kilometers or 2 miles in length. The largest ships are your battleships, and they are tremendous. We're talking 5-mile long, half
Do
a
we
mile
paint these
high
ships?
monstrosities that look
In
like
Warhammer, are we
gigantic
painting the
Gothic
ships or no?
cathedrals and filled to the brim with weaponry. And not only are they filled with weapons, but they are also jam-packed
Ooh.
with crewmen. Battleships tend to, on average, carry a crew between several thousand to several million, and they need every single one
Oh.
of those members because we don't have advanced technology for
Right.
other things to pilot themselves or control themselves in a meaningful way because there's no AI. A lot of this stuff has to be done manually. Even the reloading of those giant batteries is a form of manual labor. And, of course, generally speaking, gliding through the stars is a very slow way to
Do Space Marines need to eat
let's be
or no?
honest, there can't be a science fiction setting without some form of hyperspace.
I can't afford that
This
amount of
form
paint,
of
but
travel
it
in
looks
40K
so
is less
cool.
like going to
There's no official models for the Navy side of Warhammer. What? You would think that the tank collectors and the tank model builders and the ship model builders would love that. That looks cool as heck. Hello? Well, it probably would be expensive as heck. You know what? A tank and a ship, probably very different. What do I know?
flat in Spaceballs and more like going
They
to
eat
Davy
rarely.
Jones'
Okay,
Zipper
they eat
Dimension in SpongeBob.
Oh, those are fan made. Got it.
Oh, gee, that's very nice. Oh, what is this? Some kind of magic act?
Marines eat and poop, and the armor recycles that. Ew. Not part of the tabletop game.
This
Got
is
it, got it,
because
got it.
it utilizes the immaterial warp to do so. Warp travel is handled by a navigator, which is an abhuman. It's a mutated human, don't worry about it. And they have a gene that
Furry
gives them
cat
a
girls,
third
yeah!
eye and the ability to help steer the ship through the warp, which, as we know, is hell itself and unreality. Now, this might sound exceptionally dangerous, and that's because it is. Now, the ship does have
There
protection
used to
in
be
the
a
form of
Battlefleet
Gellerfield,
Gothic game, but it was
though.
discontinued?
Originally, I
Oh.
assume the Gellerfield is what you think it is, a large force field stopping all manner of horrible things, like demons from the warp
What?
tearing apart your ship. How wrong I was, though. So, space travel through the warp basically involves riding on the Sea of Souls. Hell
Yes.
is real and you can surf on it.
Yes.
So you allow the current to carry you and the navigator to direct. But how can a current of souls and unreality carry you when it doesn't obey the laws of physics, time, or, again, reality? What a
Right.
Gellerfield is not a force field, but a comatose imperial psyker dreaming of reality. It is not a bubble.
What?
It is a force of reality being projected by mutant sleeping beauty to counteract the unreality of the warp that you can then surf
Oh
on.
my
This, of course,
goobus.
is not a foolproof method
That clip
of
was the
travel,
original
and
Dune? I thought it was
Gellerfields
Star
can
Trek.
and do collapse fairly regularly. Being subjected to the warp itself without this Gellerfield is a terrifying
Where'd they get the
prospect. In
psyker?
the best case scenario, your ship will be torn to shreds. But there are countless instances of ships being thrown out of the warp randomly throughout time itself. You leave for a 2-day mission and you come back 90 years in the past. Maybe you feel like you're lost in the warp for a century and it's only been 45 minutes. And that is only if the waves of souls don't rip your ship apart or have demons arrive on it to do unspeakable things to the crew. The Imperial Navy is an astronomically powerful force for the Imperium.
Oh, the
because
psyker needs to
sheer
be asleep.
volume of
Oh,
ships
frick.
and guns on those ships create firepower that can sunder planets.
They
This
kidnap
is all
them, okay.
juxtaposed with the sheer backwater nature of these ships. While they are manned by crews of zealots, they are also operated with such
You just
a
pick up-
backwater
just
tech,
pick
it
one up.
completely
Just get
confuses
one.
The reader. You see the long batteries of portside cannons that the ship has, and remember that AI is heresy in this world, and that all the mechanics are utilized by lobotomized slaves. So
Give me
how
the
do they
long
load
answer. Where did they
these?
get the
Well, they
psyker?
have gun gangs, massive gangs of hundreds of people manually loading these cannons. These are genuine gun loader
that
gangs
sucks.
that get into gang wars and squabbles. On the ship's bridge, you may find the captain himself hardwired directly into the ship's chair permanently to control it the best they can. Giant screens of hololith data fill the room, and sensors across the ship are just as likely to tell you information as a serf running up to you with a scroll of parchment is. You reach to a microphone to shout orders down a hallway as paper readouts tell you information of the enemy, and holy sigils and candlelit incense burners gleam your next move. While the is not a specific faction of the
Navy,
Imperium
Marines, Navy.
in the same sense and format of this video, it is what shepherds around the entirety of its armed forces. Every Space Marine Primarch had a flagship, and every strike cruiser and battle barge has a story to tell. But if there is a single thing that the Shield of the Navy does the best, it is to help support and supply the monumental forces of the Imperium. The hammer of the Emperor himself.
The hammer.
The uncountable men and women of
The Imperial Guard. We got the Guard, we got the Navy, we got the Marines.
These things have adapted to resist our las guns. If we can't kill them with our rifles, then we'll kill them with heavy bolters. And if we can't kill them with heavy weapons, we'll use grenades. And if grenades don't work, then we'll fight them with our swords and our knives and our bare hands. We'll drown them in our blood. That's what it means to be a soldier of the Imperial Guard. Now follow me. Charge! There is no better symbol of the might of the Imperium
PTSD must be crazy.
Militarum, or as it is commonly known, the Imperial Guard.
You should read the 40k rules. You'll love them.
Representation of the Imperium,
Will I?
Their numbers are dramatically thin and specialized in comparison. To reclaim 1,000,000 worlds, you need a countless number of troops willing to fight and die for your cause. The Imperial
and
Guard
load the
represents
guns.
The Imperial truth made manifest. Every year, the worlds of the Imperium pay a tithe in the form of soldiers to fight the good fight of the Emperor.
Oh, this is where they can get the psychers from the tithe.
Even saying billions would be a dramatic understatement. The sheer volume of soldiers serves as the fundamental.
Guards don't live long enough for PTSD. Well, that's good.
99.9% of battles fought by
That's
the Imperium are fought by the sundering might of the Imperial Guard. With the knowledge that the Space Marines are essentially sentient tanks, what do the members of the Imperial Guard have? If they're the might of the Emperor himself, are they not suited up in a similar way? No. Not really. No fancy suits, no biological enhancements, and basically no expectation to live. Once a regiment of Guard are activated, they are sent directly into battle with almost no expectations that they will survive. This is because, despite their training, their incredibly powerful armor, and extremely strong weapons that would crush any army of the modern day, they are so hopelessly outmatched to the things they will face. Sending a member of the Guard is throwing a rock at a nuclear bomb. However, where they lack in advancement, they make up for in sheer numbers, and their overwhelming force can be the difference maker in any deployment they face. Quantity is a quality all its own. If they do happen to survive, they will be sent to the next battle. And
the average lifespan of the member of an Imperial Guard is 15 hours.
And those that do are truly to be feared. There's an old saying that the average lifespan of a guardsman is about 15 hours from deployment, and considering the sheer number of guardsmen out there in any given battle, that number is probably accurate.
How long does it take to make a guardsman if they're only lasting for 15 hours?
Hours of combat because the orcs threw a moon at you. It can really screw the numbers. The soldiers of the Guard are conscripted and trained on an incredible number of worlds in the Imperium, and these worlds can impact their training and their combat style directly. The most famous visually are the Cadian shock troops. But other notable Guard factions include the gas mask-clad Death Corps of Krieg, the Rambo level of Catachan Jungle Fighters, and the Iron-Willed Mordian Iron Guard. This also helps them specialize against individual types of enemies.
A few weeks of training to last 15 hours.
They came from a planet whose
10 years of
planetary
training.
governor the leader of the planet, thought it was fun to collect exotic animals, which then crossbreed and then became the giant freight train-sized monsters destroying the planet. So the Indigan prefects are specialized for big monsters. Hello, Tyranids. One particularly interesting officer in the
card game?
the enforcement officer known as the
There's a card
Commissar,
game.
and they are one of the more visually striking members of a regiment. These are specialized Imperial officers and act as morale.
Hera has a
But
quadrillions of
instead
people, so they
sending
ain't
salvage
lacking.
to the
Well, that's good,
troops and
I
providing
guess.
hot meals. The commissars are there to make sure that the members of the regiment continue to fight to the bitter end. If a soldier does not meet the standards of the commissar, the solution is simple. There are trillions of other soldiers out there. We don't really need you. Combat fatigue? Headshot. Concerns about the conflict? Headshot. Fleeing the battlefield?
PTSD?
You bet that's a headshot. Considering that these officers tend to be outside of their regiment, feelings on them can be mixed. And in fairness, certain
Magic
commissars,
has
like
40K,
the esteemed
got it.
Ibram Gaunt or Caiaphas Cain, tend to do a bit better with the whole people talking part. Because if, say, you were trying to tell a beef
Rambo.
jungle fighter what to do, you might take a mysterious leave of absence inside a carnivorous plant. But no matter what I say, I don't think I can truly convey the sheer might of the Imperial Guard, so I'm gonna get a visual aid. Let's take a look at this image.
He has
right here,
20
right?
novels about him?
This is the
Dang.
cover of the 9th edition Codex for the Astra Militarum, the official cover art. Your eyes may be drawn to the dark and brutal looks of some of the main members on the front and the gigantic orc they are attacking, but zoom out a little bit. There is
Zoom in.
no floor.
Zoom out.
There is only people, and behind those people are tanks, and behind those tanks are flying artillery shells. There are 2 enormous transports
Eh.
are down, and on their ramps are more people.
Sorry.
Let's take a look at
I
this
don't know what
image
happened there.
Right here, right? This is the cover of the 9th edition Codex for the Astra Militarum, the official cover art. Your eyes may be drawn to the dark and brutal looks of some of the main members on the front and the gigantic orc they are attacking, but
Oh, I didn't even
zoom
see
out
him.
a little bit. There is no floor.
What?
There is only people,
Oh.
and behind those people are
Oh.
tanks. And behind those tanks are flying artillery shells. There are 2 enormous transport ships in the sky, and their ramps are down, and on their ramps are more people. The Imperium is described as having a million worlds. A million worlds. And each one of them gives soldiers to the Imperial Guard for the tithe. On a given battlefield, in a given fight, foot soldiers number in the millions, tanks in the tens of thousands, and you have enough artillery to turn the night sky day. You have
How do you
walkers and
control all
APCs
that?
and aircraft and horse
That's
cavalry
crazy.
and tanks the size of apartment buildings. You have drop troops and spec ops and rattling snipers and gigantic ogres that can't count to 4, but they can turn you into 4 pieces, and it just doesn't end. Humanity is a horde army, but instead of a horde of bugs or rampaging orcs, it's a living wall of guns. At the end of the day, though he's been ferried through hell on a ship that's 10,000 years old to some godforsaken war-torn rock, though he deployed from high orbit with nothing but a grav chute, though he is one of 10 million men and women snatched from his homeworld to fight a war he barely understands, though he has been given a weapon that fires small suns and may annihilate him as he fires because the knowledge of how it functions has been lost, though his
rip.
company is supported by tractor tanks that run on anything you can burn,
Faith and
though
discipline.
he wages
Yikes.
war against a devouring hive mind, ravenous demons, and hordes of hyper-advanced aliens with strange technologies and sorceries he never dreamed existed. No one will remember his sacrifice. There will be no records of his deeds, no glorious parades in his honor, and no remembrance of his name. All he will earn is a shallow, unmarked grave on a forgotten world untold light years from home. Yet for all this thankless sacrifice, a guardsman is a man, just like you.
I'm
He
not
has
a man.
No millennia-old genetic engineering, no prophetic leader, no miracles of faith. He has his lasgun, his orders, and those beside him. He is the Imperial Guard, and he will hold the line. In the end, the
Oh,
Astra Militarum, despite
that's
fighting
sad.
for the honor of the Imperium, are their own form of a massive horde army where individuality does not matter. They are merely numbers to the Imperium, and the vast majority of the conflicts they are sent to are attrition-based battles that gain virtually no ground while countless millions die. Yet this makes them the most human. For the Imperial Guard contains normal people who are happy and sad, people who laugh and love, and in there are stories, because there is strength in facing the horrors of the universe head on with nothing but a rifle in your hands and a prayer on your lips. Armed with an innumerable amount of Imperial soldiers and Space Marines, the Navy begins its great crusade into the stars.
Live,
to
laugh,
rescue the
love. That's
stranded
what they're
Primarchs
doing.
and reunite them to their legions.
Crazy.
But the biggest question needed to be asked was, what would they find? The age of strife lasted for thousands of years. If a civilization was still alive out there in the galaxy, what would they be like? The technological advancements of humanity prior to and during the Dark Age technology was unfathomable. It allowed them to spread through the galaxy with ease and allowed them to settle once inhospitable planets. These branches of humanity were provided with the vast knowledge of human creations and were given gigantic machines to make arduous labor and ease. The spreading of these massive colony ships was known as the Long March, and
The
these
Long
ships would be
March.
retrofitted into settlements upon arrival to their new homes. Accompanying them were the gigantic pieces of farm equipment that served multiple purposes
Huge
and the
hose.
specialized pilots that could maintain them. They were not only able to tend the fields and do labor, but when interstellar communication was cut off, they also did a great job of protecting the colonists against both threats demonic and alien. Because of the significance of these machines,
Cute.
those that could pilot them were powerful enough to be considered leaders, and the upkeep and preservation of the machines and the lineage of those who could pilot them was imperative. These machines, over the thousands of years, would eventually be known as
The Imperial Knights. The
He
night
must be
that
humble
never
of
ends.
heart, strong of arm, be savage in war, loyal to hearth, and follow deeds of glory. He must keep honor with all, banish cowardice from his doings, and bring his house no shame. He must serve the emperor and defend the Imperium, thus should a knight rule himself. The age of strife caused these colonized worlds to be cut off from the Imperium, and the reversion of these worlds resulted in the reverence for this farm equipment turned feudal, and the leadership that controlled the devices became viewed as a noble hierarchy. During the Age of Strife, exploratory fleets from Mars found plenty of these worlds, and it seemed the majority of them reverted to a similar state. Like King Arthur seeing Merlin himself, these feudal worlds welcomed the tech priests of Mars with open arms. The mutual relationship between
Sure.
the Admech and the nobility was
Every
beneficial.
colonist-
The Admech were able to
every
secure
colonized
more
people
worlds for
welcome
mining
them with
resources
open
and
arms.
potentially
Sure.
long-lost STC
Sure.
information,
Sure.
and the noble houses were provided with technological know-how and modifications from the Admech themselves. The suits became more and more specialized, and their history as mere pieces of equipment were lost to time. What was
I'm
once a
sorry, it sounds
tractor
like-
became a killdozer,
it
and the
sounds like
Imperial Knights were
they're
born.
improving
Unlike
upon their
other military
technology.
aspects in the Imperium, the nobility of the Knight houses remains
Thanks
just
for allowing the
a nobility-focused feudal hierarchy that swears fealty to either the Mechanicum or to Terra. Like the Knights in our
How?
history, once they swear fealty, they can be called to aid their respective allegiance in the heat of battle. The ones that swear fealty to Terra are led by the High Monarch, while the ones with the Mechanicum are led by the Princeps. The ones with Terra might be sent directly to the front line of war, while the ones with the Mechanicum tend to be sent to protect the Forge world. And the heraldry of these houses is what you'd expect from a generic history of knights. Houses pledging allegiances here and there, your run-of-the-mill
What's a
War
little
of the
tech
Roses
heresy
aesthetic.
between
Except
friends?
instead of ponies,
Yikes.
you have gigantic death machines. These knights can't seem to be piloted by any old person, however. A member of the nobility of any given knight house must go through the ritual of becoming. This ritual involves them sitting on the device used to control the knight, known as the Throne Mechanicum, for a full night. What's wrong with
Okay.
that? I mean, sitting in the chair
Nightmares?
for a full evening
Cold
sounds pretty great
Geass?
right about now. So, a pilot cannot drive a knight. They can, but it moves about as effective as Ripley from Aliens 2, big, lifter thing. It is, in a sense, a beast that must be controlled. and a pilot
Oh.
must merge with it. The mind of the noble is connected to the machine and must fight with the
Merge
mental
with it.
signatures and personalities of the prior pilots as well. Everything a knight experiences in battle is felt by the
So,
pilot
like the
themselves,
Na'vi.
be it the general movement in the battlefield or damage sustained by the machine itself. If a knight's leg is blown off in
Think
battle,
Pacific
the pilot can
Rim.
experience
Got
a
it.
broken bone in
Not
the
the
same
Na'vi.
spot. The merging to the machine forever changes the mentality of the noble that experiences it. This connection reinforces a strong degree of nobility and honor in the pilot. And a
They can
desire to
improve
fight for the
technology as
glory
long as
of
it's
their
known
house
technology.
until the bitter end, as
Okay.
their ancestors' minds are linked directly to the knight. The size of these knights can vary, but generally speaking, they stand in the ballpark of 30 to 50 feet tall and are protected by a thick adamantium armor. Beyond that, they have their
Adamantite.
own unique ion shield generators that give them added protection. And when it comes to their looks, the most common pattern across the Imperium is the Questoris pattern, and is honestly
Looks
the
like
one
the
you're
flag of
probably thinking
Maryland.
about right now. But there are also smaller
Minus the
versions of
crab.
armatures and bigger ones known as the Dominus. As for a loadout,
Huh.
these guys are essentially a violent Mr. Potato Head. Battle cannons, Gatling cannons, heavy flamers, thermal cannons. Up close and personal, how about a gigantic chainsword or a straight up gauntlet? And
Yeah.
for that empty spot up top, screw it. More autocannons, maybe add some missiles. Whatever you can do to make it as over the top as possible, you gotta do it.
Roll
A
for
squire
knight.
serves a knight serves a lord serves a baron, and a baron serves a monarch. So who does the monarch serve? He serves every subject, from the rudest serf to the members of the court. Chivalric fealty, when ideally practiced, is not a pyramid, but a circle. Ironically, on the surface, night worlds themselves are one of the least grimdark settings in the galaxy. Reverting to an ancient time with knights and peasants is almost an escapism from the
Strapping a gun to a car and calling it a tank is okay, but making a better car is not okay. Got it. Got it.
techno hell of the modern Imperium. But this, of course, doesn't make it great for everyone. It sounds fun on paper to play a game of knights, but it's not so fun when you're the peasant of that world. For the knights themselves, the knights give their entire lives to the Throne Mechanica, and their reality is not their own, as they have to hear the voices of thousands of generations of their ancestors controlling their actions and their lives for as long as they live. It's a strange dichotomy. When it comes to Warhammer, most to all jobs tend to be terrible. However, if there was one that could be considered enjoyable, it would be the pilot of a knight, or a princeps of their larger cousins. While it does contain an egregious amount of hardship to be a knight pilot, you do enjoy a wealth of privilege. A knight
Welcome to
pilot is
40K,
often
thank
an
you.
asshole who can
I'm
back it up.
touching the
rich
brick.
noble that, despite his braggadocious behavior, is still very
Braggadocious.
much him, and he will continue to be him. But knights are not the only thing that the Imperium found lost in the stars during their Great Crusade. Due to the circumstances of the Age of Strife, humans were changing and adapting to their new homes they were now isolated on. Some of these humans evolved over thousands of years to adapt to these areas, and they were known as abhumans. Many abhumans found their way into the Imperial Guard or other
Hey, are you
lesser
calling me an
positions in the
abhuman?
Imperium if they were not wiped out immediately for being too different from their human counterparts. But their abilities and appearance vary from planet to planet, and one particular group of abhumans have made quite a name for themselves in the center of the galaxy.
The Leagues of Voltan.
The origins
AKA
of
the
what will be
kin.
known as the kin start at some point during the Dark Age technology,
Kinning.
where their ancestors left a planet that is very
These guys
much
were added
and went to
very
the
recently.
galactic
Oh.
core to mine it of its resources. They brought along
Dwarves.
with them everything that they would need for a
Dwarves.
long-term stay. Most important of which were the incredible AI-based supercomputers.
AI?
Guidance, technical or philosophical, schematics, or the ability to upload the memories of a deceased explorer to gather information from them, these computers became an essential part of their everyday life, especially considering that the galactic core is one of the most inhospitable places in the galaxy. It is an exceptionally star-dense location, full of abnormalities, black holes, and sentient hostile nebula. Whatever that last part means, it is not a safe and easy place to make a living, and this only got worse thanks to the warp storms during the Age of Strife.
I
In
heard there
order
are
to
sweet
adapt to this
six-pack
area,
abhumans, all
these travelers
females.
perfected
Oh, I
a
love 'em, I love
genetic
'em.
makeup that made their future clones to be more adept to the area. These future clones would be shorter and more robust than their ancestors, and the need to procreate would be unnecessary because why risk messing up a good employee when you can just make a new one? These would be known as the squats, and they would all die. except for when they didn't. And now they are known by a different name. Most void-faring races have at least one cautionary tale of foolish explorers vanishing amidst its blazing stellar nurseries and strange anomalies. Yet for the leagues of Votan, the galactic core has been home now for millennia. These squat humanoids would begin to establish themselves.
They don't
in
have
the
dwarf
core, and their goals
beards.
would be
I
the
want
same
dwarf
as their
beards.
ancestors. Rock and stone! But like, actually kinda, yeah. Whenever one of them would die, they would know that that sucker would need to be uploaded to the machines like their forefathers did. But the original purpose of these machines was lost to time. What was once a technical resource for them turned into a ritual known as joining the ancestors. And the fact that they were clones at this point meant that the same copy of the same individual would be uploaded countlessly. The sheer overuse of these computers and the
we're all the
repeated
same
uploading
guy.
of redundant data has turned these once powerful supercomputers into your parents' computer after you installed LimeWire on it, and whose 50 Google Chrome tabs definitely contain information they will return to one day. So much corruption that these computers began to develop the making
NCIS.
personality of their own. These would be known as the Votan, and the kin, this dwarf-like abhuman of humanity, would revere them. The Votan still operate to this day, but the volume of corruption have made anything outside of their very basic functions highly unpredictable. They may not answer a question for centuries at a time, and if they do provide an answer or data, it has become so corrupted and so incongruent that it takes a literal kin wizard to comprehend it. The kin, much like the dwarves of fantasy, exist nowadays as a mercantile species that constantly work to mine and manufacture. However, their capitalistic desires are dangerous. The biggest crimes a kin can face are being lazy, unproductive, and breaking a contract. Stellar conflicts have broken out over hundreds of years due to the breaking of a deal. So if you signed a contract with a kin, you best stick to it. Because of this, the kin have been known to interact with other species in a fairly common manner. This includes humanity, who have met various members of the kin multiple times, but constantly considered them to be all a different species. Famously, the Imperium noted that the kin they referred to as the squats were their own species and were wiped out by the Tyranids. Little did they know, they were still around. The kin are acutely aware of two things. The first is that the humans of the Imperium are deeply terrified of technology. So the sheer existence of the Votan is a secret as well as the truth. This extends also to the Iron Kin, sentient robots that are treated in the same esteem of flesh and blood kin, because kin is kin. The second thing they are aware of is where they're from. They are fairly confident
I like that even though the mechs are huge, they still have the proportionate dwarf proportions. That's cute.
that they are from Terra. And they know that if this secret was to be known by the Imperium, that the Imperium might want to take ownership of them and everything they've built. So the more alien they are, the better. Now, this sounds fine and good, right? What could possibly be wrong with these guys besides the hyper late stage space capitalism? Well, we have to go back to their creation. The kin are an entirely clone-based race made from the computers that are exceptionally difficult to recreate. These machines, the Votan, are becoming more and more unpredictable and derelict. If anything were to happen to these machines, it would be a twofold ending of the kin. New kin cannot be reproduced, reducing their numbers, and the existing kin would have no further purpose because the end that awaits them would be non-existent. The horror of the kin civilization is that the entire purpose of their lives is to do the best they can at their duty and upload all they know to the Votan, their ancestor cores, join their ancestors. But doing so is actually the thing that is killing these supercomputers in the first place. The ancestors were dead, but through the first truths, their legacy continued. And though their eyes had shut long ago, indeed the ancestors were watching, not with a gaze from eons gone, but with the eyes of every living kin. Each generation was the embodiment of the ancestors cast anew by the Votan. The galaxy changed. Stars died, planets were destroyed, and civilizations fell. But as long as the Votan endured, the ancestors still lived. I do want to end this last week with an enjoyable quote from one Kim. As you may have assumed, the Leagues of Votan are space dwarves with a corporate sci-fi motif, but they are still very much dwarves. They're squat, they're strong as hell, and they hold serious grudges. This time it's just more about your contracts than anything else. And so because of this, they might treat most things about how you would expect a capitalistic dwarf would treat things. You misunderstand, human. I am not here to debate. I am not here to compromise. What you see as yours, I am taking for my kindred. You want to bargain? Torek, unholster our means of negotiation.
Ooh.
As the Great Crusade
They're baddies.
continued, humanity would find their missing Primarchs, reestablish the locations of all of their various worlds, and finally reclaim what the Emperor was always hoping for. But eventually, all the Emperor sought to build would be his undoing. His original attempt to have all of the Primarchs lead his great armies and usher humanity into the better ages would end up crumbling down. And we will learn about how the Imperium backslides and the horror of the modern day of 40k in part 2.
In part
I
2.
will see you very soon.
Yes, you
Thank
will,
you so much for
Bricky.
watching.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. Oh my goobus. We just got so much information. It's crazy. What's your favorite faction of the ones you see in this video? Okay, let me scroll to the timestamps. Okay, so we saw the Necrons, the Chaos Gods, the Eldars, the Slanesh, the Craftworld Eldar, the Dark Eldars, the Imperium of Man, Adeptus Mechanicus, the Imperial Guard, the Knights, and the Leagues of Old Town or the Kin. Thus far, let's see. I like the Craftworld Eldars. Because, like, you know, they're not like the Dark Eldars and, like, doing all that crazy stuff. I definitely don't like those Dark Eldars because they're a little bit crazy. You know, they're just, like, out here making stuff. Being immortal, getting bored, doing fun stuff, you know. Yeah. The intro, my favorite. Yeah, I love the intro. Good faction, good faction. Yeah, I definitely think that my favorites are going to be the orcs. I think so. So part 2 now. Yeah, guys, shall we get into part 2? What do you think? Should we pause? Or should we go straight in? I already have it loaded, actually, on this tab. But also, we took 57 more minutes than I thought. Do you want a quick break? Let's take a quick break. Let's take a 5, okay? And let's get into part 2 because you know what? We're here for it. We're in it to win it. We're going into part 2. The orcs are in part 2. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Orcs. Oh, the Tau, the Tyranids. Okay, we gotta. The Eldar are also a dying race. Not a lot of craft worlds out there. Apocalyptically low birth rates. And that's what makes them cool and mysterious. Thank you for watering the fish and watering the chat, meow. Make sure you guys are staying watered. I will leave you for a small break, in which I will have an idol meeting where I will talk to idols. Everybody grab a snack, get your water. We're diving into part 2. We're getting into it. Let me get something to help us visually see that we are taking a break. Done. Break time. We are back. I got a probiotic beverage. I met with idols. We got a new intro. Hi, I'm New Starter back. Hello, Melthos, he, him. I love Warhammer and D&D. I especially play Warhammer 40k Darktide, a Left 4 Dead style FPS where you fight Nurgle cultists as Imperial prisoners. Ooh, I like it. First time encountering Sushi. I like her. Thank you for liking me. I like you. All right, we're getting into part 2. YouTube people are welcome over here. Yes, YouTube people, you're welcome over on Twitch. Twitch, you're welcome over on YouTube. Let's drink our probiotic beverage and get into part 2. Da-da-da-da. Also, I normally stream for 5+ hours, so it's not like we're doing anything weird here. Melt those. Thank you for the wet.
Part 2 in a 2-part series on every faction.
2 for 2.
If you've not seen part 1, you were either snatched by the YouTube algorithm.
If you weren't seen part 1, the heck, you weren't here for the last 3 hours?
And for that, well,
guys,
I wish I could be that strong. The quest to find the Primarchs was expansive and treacherous, to the point where they really should write a book about it. Despite never seeing the Emperor before in their lives, the Primarchs all instinctively knew who the Emperor was. Whether it's his psychic connection to him or just plain old intuition, the giant golden god is a bit of a giveaway. The Primarchs all lived their own lives, and some lived substantially better lives than others. Rabute Gilliman of the Ultramarines rose through the ranks of his worlds and ended up turning an entire sector into a high-functioning society, where others, like Mortarion, lived on the poisonous hellscape of
volume up a
barbers under
smidge.
the boot heel
Got
of
it.
his own adopted father. When the Emperor arrived, some wanted to play a little bit of catch with their dad at first, and some didn't trust the baseball bat he was carrying, and some didn't want to play at all. Eventually, one by one, the Emperor returned his sons to his side to bring them back together as one
family
happy
reunion.
a family
Yay!
who needed a good cleaning. Are you tired of boring old soap? Is your son
Soap?
the foulest being ever? Do your eyes sting when he comes near? Well, clean that man right back up with the power of Cheeky. That's right, the brand new moisturizing bar soap
I love
brought
this.
to you by Moist Critical and Bricky approved. Nurgle hates it, but you'll love it. Bar soap is always so sticky and has a ton of fuss, but now you'll be glowing to the surprise of Lehman Russ. Cheeky soap is so good, we didn't even take a down payment for the sponsor. That's
I would
right,
love
we
a
this
soap
much,
sponsorship.
we
That's
are
so
operating
fun.
on 100%
Gamer
commission.
subs
We
and
are
soap.
supported
He knows his
purely
audience.
and only by
Nurgle
those of
hates
you who
this.
buy Cheeky. It is the best
But
bar soap we
Slanesh
have
probably
ever used. That
approves,
is not
because
a
maybe
hyperbole.
when you smell
Your
nice and yummy,
satisfaction
you'll get more
is
freaky with it,
guaranteed.
you know?
Take it from the man himself.
Bricky's right. It's very good.
Oh my god,
Enjoy a
it's
multitude
Moist
of
Critical!
flavors, including lo-fi lavender, Pope Francis, just soap, touch grass, and
Oh, I don't
absolute
like-
cinnamon.
I don't like
Cheeky
lavender.
alone has
I wouldn't
made
like
me
that
swap
one.
Back to bar soap as my primary choice. No more liquid soap for this brick. Cheeky is the play. Go ahead and go to you.
Sushi smells like cute, I assume. I love that we're talking about this. I have gone down the fragrance TikTok rabbit hole. Right now, I'm really enjoying a perfume that smells like jasmine, rose, and something else. But it's great. Can't have VTuber do soap commercials. No one would believe they
New
use it.
fishy
Hey!
alert.
You know, I want a perfume brand deal, okay? You want to know what your fish streamer smells like? She smells like flowers and cotton candy and freaking love, okay? Hire me. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in.
Shiggy.com/Bricky or code Bricky for 10% off your purchase.
Code
And
Bricky,
messages
code
for these
Bricky.
videos. That's code Bricky at useshiggy.com/Bricky.
Code
Or
Bricky.
click the link in the description.
Code Bricky.
Get clean now.
Get clean now. Bricky said so. Put your hand on that brick. Put your hand on that bar of soap. Fragrance TikTok, do you need an intervention? Yes. But I'm done buying perfumes.
Oh, yeah, so half his sons turned on him. After the Emperor was able to bring all of his sons back into the fold again, he sent them on their way with his end goal in mind.
Daddy got him home.
The lost worlds of humanity. Each of his Primarchs fanned out across the galaxy to accomplish this goal, but the one they were expected to report to was his favored son. And
Horus.
the first one found, allegedly, which was Horus. Horus was great.
Allegedly? What does that mean?
He certainly lived up to Big E's expectations, which were very specific and set by Big E himself to all of his sons. However, either intentionally or not, the Emperor did not mention to his sons some of the more chaotic aspects of the galaxy. Horus himself, while in the process of reclaiming a more advanced human world, was informed of the existence of chaos gods, a factoid that Horus initially did not believe. To him, it was a bit unfathomable to think that his father would emit such significant information on the inner workings of the galaxy. However, he soon realized this was the truth, and this betrayal was unacceptable. With the astronomical weight put on his shoulders and his father immediately leaving it all in his hands, combined with the slow corruption of his mind by those closest to him, he began to change his tune. Horus began amassing a
There's a
following
theory it
behind
was
his father's back
Alfurius.
with several other Primarchs and began to formulate plans to usurp him from his throne on Terra. While this was occurring, Magnus the Red tried to FaceTime his dad back on Terra, and that
Why is that a contention? Why do we not want Alfurius to be number one? Thank you for watching the fish and wanting the chat. Stay watered, guys.
resulted in the shattering of a protective barrier between Terra and the demons of the warp. Due to this damage, the Emperor was forced to sit on the Golden Throne to assure that it would continue to function. Ultimately, half of the Primarchs would fall to chaos, and the remaining half would fight back viciously against their brothers.
Secret
Horus
because of
eventually gained
espionage,
the upper
got it.
hand and arrived in orbit above Terra itself, and after antagonizing his father enough, the Emperor temporarily removed himself from the throne, strategically putting his old friend there as a seat warmer, and went to confront Horus himself on the Vengeful Spirit, his flagship. The Emperor faced down his son, and after a heated battle and 64 novels, the Emperor managed to
64
obliterate Horus
novels?
on a subatomic level, but not before his favorite son was able to mortally wound the Emperor. As the dust settled and the traitors fled from Terra, the Emperor's body was dragged back onto the Golden Throne, where it sits permanently to assure that it
Strapped him
continues
in.
to function. A corpse forced to constantly hold back the horrors of the warp and guide humanity with his pale light. And that light is flickering. From there, the remaining members of the traitors to the Emperor fled to their respective safe havens. These are the veterans of the Long War, the spiteful, and to them, the wronged. Those who would let the galaxy burn if it means the Imperium gets caught in the flames. These are the
Chaos Space Marines!
And what are the achievements of your fragile Imperium? It is a corpse rotting slowly from within while maggots writhe in its belly. It was built with the toil of heroes and giants, and now it is inhabited by frightened weaklings to whom the glories of those times are half-forgotten legends. I have forgotten nothing, and my wisdom has expanded far beyond mere mortal frailties. The Horus Heresy saw the collapse of the Imperium as we knew it at the time, and half of the Space Marine legions fell to the ruinous powers. Though the favored son, War Master Horus, was killed and the rebellion ended, the heretical forces retreated to the warp and remain a constant threat to this day. The twisted reminder of what the temptations of the warp may bring, the Chaos Space Marines act as a mirror to the loyal legions, and as time progresses, their warp taint further changes.
Oh, I see they have
to suit
spikes.
the needs of their patron deity. Though marred and absolutely mangled by the ruinous powers, they are still unmistakably Space Marines in stature and shape, and according to them, they have
Space Marine
never
shaped.
been more free. After the heresy, the loyal legions of Space Marines became very strict in their organization, and their separation into separate chapters with capped numbers and other formalities was done to prevent any form of heresy from happening again. The Chaos Space Marines are a bit different. Ultimately, these Marines are subject to the primary legions that fell to chaos in the first place. The majority of these legions, the Black Legion, the Word Bearers, Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion, and the Night Lords, are supporters of chaos undivided, either enjoying the powers of all chaos gods or sometimes shunning them altogether. But a few of them follow a very specific chaos god. Thousand Sons are followers of Zeech, the Death Guard follows Nurgle, Slaanesh has their claws in the Emperor's Children, and the World Eaters are avid followers of Khorne. From there, the legions themselves are separated into roaming war bands that may go under their own unique names or may stake a claim to one of the primary legions. Most of the gear and armor of a Chaos Space Marine remains the same, but stylistically it changes quite a bit to reflect the intention of the legion or their patron god. The Death Guard's armor has become rotted and full of gaping mouths and plague-filled bores.
Oh.
The World Eater's sharp and violent armor reflects their bloodthirst, and the chaotic noise of the Emperor's Children armor, nipple rings included, pleases Slaanesh greatly.
Nipple rings included.
The armor itself becomes less about plating and more about a new skin for any given Chaos Space Marine. Though the Chaos Space Marines have no true fear of death or numbers diminishing, there are still major recruitment efforts for their legions. However, the conscription of these recruits is a lot more chaos-fueled and is more of a forced assimilation, and in some instances, breeding. The organ implementations and other modifications are the same, and the necessity of a gene seed remains the same, but the result is a hell of a lot different. Understanding Chaos Space Marines is a difficult exercise. If we took my original video 5 years back and looked at
Emperor's
the
Children
Imperial
Marines
Knights,
turn people into
it
drugs and
mainly
snort them.
focuses on
Yikes.
big stompy robots. Now that I understand more, I can discuss the Code Chivalric, the Throne Mechanicum, Squires, and Monarchs, and bring some more context to it all. To assume Chaos Space Marines are simply the opposite side of Space Marines would be foolish, for once you understand the plight of
We're
the
not
primaries,
foolish.
you can provide a context always needed. Horus himself turned through an overwhelming weight on his shoulders and lies told by his father. But what of Angron? Angron lived as a slave gladiator for his planet's masters, who took Dark Age technology and shoved it into his brain, so experiencing any emotion other than rage was agony for him. He finally leads a revolt for his fellow gladiators and frees himself from the confines of servitude. The Emperor finds him and says he will take him home, but Angron refuses. He will fight with his friends against the tyranny of his slave owners to the last. At the last stand with him and his closest friends, slave gladiators, all of them, outnumbered and on the verge of death, the Emperor forcefully teleports Angron to his flagship and none of his compatriots, leaving Angron to live and watch all of his friends die. You kept that mule core Pharaon. Russ kept his kin
That's
friends.
not nice,
Orion
Dad.
kept Luther, humans, brothers, and foster fathers, saved and raised into Legion ranks. But not me. Not Angron, no. Did the Emperor teleport his gold-wrapped custodians down to help me in my army? No. Did he free the Warhounds and order them to battle, fight alongside me? No. Did he save my brothers and sisters the way he spared and honored the Lion's kin, the way he honored Cor Pharaon? No, no, and no. No mercy for Angron, Angron the Oathbreaker, Angron the Betrayer. Conrad Kurz lived as a lonely boy, scrounging the dregs of a hive city plagued by constant visions of an assassin sent to murder him by his own father. Lorgar was born on a world of chaos worshippers with
Murder him? I thought we were trying to
The
retrieve them.
The best way to reprimand him was destroy his holy city. The Emperor robbed Mortarion of vengeance and suppressed Magnus at every turn. The question isn't why the Primarchs rebelled. The question is, why didn't they sooner? To them, they are not the betrayers. They are the betrayed. They were under the boot of a golden tyrant, and they finally could be free from his heel. Of course, things have changed a lot since the heresy, and the Primarchs of the Chaos Space Marines that have survived the fall are a twisted variant of what they used to be. They have all, for the most part, ascended to the position of Demon Prince and act as a direct connection between their god and their legion. However, due to the nature of the transformation and dedication to a particular chaos god, their actions tend to be separate from their legion's actions. Fulgrim, for example, is so infatuated with being a Demon Prince of Slaanesh that he is at times far too focused on his own personal perfection as opposed to conquest and sitting around like Frankfurter on his throne. Meanwhile, Lorgar is being stalked by a bird, so he's always on edge. The most adamant against the temptations of the Chaos Gods, Perturabo, was even made a Demon Prince as a reward for being the one who did the most work on the group project. Chaos Space Marines are a fascinating faction because there is a great deal of cognitive dissonance that is represented in them. Depending
Cognitive
on which
dissonance.
faction you
Cognitive dissonance. We're still talking psychology. Curse could see into the future and always saw his death. Well, that sucks. That's rough. That's real rough. Most of the trader Primarchs are too busy gooning or playing board games nowadays.
follow, your devotion to chaos is a sliding scale, and the representation in the universe is so varied. Some are there to reap a high tally of kills for their patron deity, while others are there purely to destroy the Imperium who wronged them. Some are there to torture and maim, and some are there to conquest.
From daddy to deity.
There is no unifying glue. They fight each other as much as they fight everyone else, and their machinations are entirely.
That'd be a great paper. From daddy to deity, exploring the betrayed Primarchs' journey away from the Imperium and towards the Chaos Gods. Ooh, write that down.
Entirely up to their warband. You have all walked different paths, but together we have come to the same destination. The Emperor has failed us. The Imperium has failed us all. It has failed us by the laxity of its laws, the decadence of its culture, and in the injustices heaped upon those of us who serve the most loyally. It has failed us by never recognizing our virtues, never rewarding us for the blood we shed and bringing about its ascendancy, and never providing unity when we needed it most.
Never.
It has failed us by being flawed to its core, imperfect in its pursuit of a perfect culture, and in its weakness against the encroachment of Xenos breeds that seek to twist humanity to alien ends. And it has failed us most of all by being founded upon lies. The Imperium is forged by a dangerous deceit and erodes us all by demanding we sacrifice truth on the altar of necessity. This is an empire propagated by sin that deserves to die. And here on Istvan V, we begin the purge. From these ashes shall rise the new kingdom of mankind, an Imperium of justice, faith, and enlightenment, an Imperium heralded, commanded, and protected by the avatars of the gods themselves, an empire strong enough to stand through a future of blood and fire. Naturally, however,
I fear that I need to recreate the golden throne with Big E sitting on it and just have all these cute little home goods, mom kind of paintings and placards like live, laugh, love, and home is where the heart is and all that stuff. I fear it must be done.
as I have said before, Space Marines do not make up the bulk of the fighting force in the Imperium. So it would be ludicrous for me to not mention their dark cousins.
Their dark cousins
is the sign of the power of the Imperial Knights. But what about
the Dark Mechanicum?
The ruinous powers claimed during the Horus Heresy extended beyond just the Space Marines and the Primarchs. Mars itself was subject to a revolution that saw half of them fall to chaos as well. And some of the once loyal knight houses saw themselves swearing fealty to the dark gods. The falling of these factions allows for the war machine of chaos to continue uninterrupted and to have firepower equal to that of the Imperium itself. The Dark Mechanicum, as the name suggests, is the chaos-affiliated branch of the Mechanicus, and have a lot more free reign, much like the freedoms of the Chaos Space Marines. The seeds of the Dark Mechanicum were planted fairly early due to some of the Mechanicum not really
New
seeing the
fishy
Emperor
alert.
as the
Flame
Omnissiah
sign
medium,
just swam
and
in
Horus
Tilda.
exploited this to allow the schism to happen a bit more naturally. Unlike their Imperial
You know what?
brothers,
I'll
the Dark
invent new
Mechanicum
stuff.
have the ability to
And I was
invent
just
and
saying they should have been doing that.
What a concept. While also utilizing forbidden technologies such as the Silica Animus or AI. The Dark Mechanicum do have their own desires to find lost technologies and put them to use, but they're more interested in taking ancient and forbidden technology from Imperial worlds and activating them for their own purposes.
They're entrepreneurs.
Because what good is a
Future-oriented.
bunch of knob and tube wiring if you don't overload it with as many extension cords as possible? However, instead of
How'd he
being
get that picture of my
clear-cut and
setup?
more generalized creations, the inventions of the Dark Mechanicum are inherently tied with the warp and its demons. Genetic experimentation and modification, the fusion of man and machine are exceptionally common, and no creation is more reflective of this than the demon engines. Instead of regular tanks,
demon
the
engines.
demon engines are machines bound with the presence of demons to make them living war machines. Unlike the vehicles of the Imperium, where a Mechanicus priest may be there to aid in its repair, a warpsmith sorcerer is there to essentially repair and irritate the demon engine so that it can be a more effective killing machine. In certain factions, like the bitter and
I bet I
siege
could
of the
irritate a
Iron
demon
Warriors,
engine.
they will lure demons with the promise of glory and easy bloodletting, only to then forcibly trap them into these demonic engines to use as weapons of war.
All
against
AI go
Some
omnicidal?
lesser
Oh,
gods,
no.
like Vashtor the Archifane, is also a contract and arms dealer for the demonic stuff that comes out of chaos. Many demons may sign a pact with Vashtor in the soul forges of the warp, and in doing so are given the weapons of war to kill as much as they can. Should they do so, excellent, you may keep it. Should you not, I hope you enjoy your soul working in the forges for all eternity. That's what you signed with blood and oil. In addition, much like their ties in the Loyalist realm, the Dark Mechanicum and the Chaos Knight houses are deeply intertwined. There were, of course,
Speaking of blood and oil, what about all the machinery run on in Terra?
many knight houses that swore fealty and bent the knee to War Master Horus during the heresy, but a good portion of them had no choice, as they were absorbed by warp storms and corrupted into compliance. Many of these Chaos Knights reflect the very early Dark Age technology knights with more corrupted weapons. The Throne Mechanicum, which once had a noble sitting and taking control of generations of previous drivers and taming a beast, is now a saddle to a monstrosity of wrath and hatred. The nobles of the Chaos Knights fight to aggravate
it's still
and
all
bring
of this
the
runs on
machines to
oil?
their
Damn.
will, while combating the corrupted minds
Promethium.
of their fallen ancestors. Some of these nobles may do such a good job that they themselves fuse into the throne itself and become one with the knight. If a noble dies, no worries at all. Unlike the Imperial ones that require a pilot, a demon can hop into the cockpit and control it instead. The Night World
I don't like that. I don't like a demon hopping into a cockpit.
Where there were once peasants, there are now
Ooh,
cultists.
look at that.
And the goal of the Chaos Knights are just as chaotic as the gods they
That looks crazy.
Some are sent to war by the ruinous powers. Others may protect Dark Mechanicum Forge worlds, and others still may be so hyped up on the ruinous powers that they are just aimless and reckless.
That'd look
hoping
cute
to
pink, though.
unravel the fabric of the universe itself. Though the aspect of nobility is still there with the Chaos Knight, but it's hardly the same as it is on the Imperial side. As opposed to a beautiful knightly stallion, the knights here are horrifying and
Oil and
unpredictable
faith.
monstrosities, fueled in part by the agony of the memories of the ancestors trapped within. An invasion by a house of Chaos Knights is a horrifying thing. One might ask, how do knights enter the battlefield? Normally, they can be deployed via dropships the standard way, but Imperial Knights can be deployed with a drop keep. A gigantic knight keep with like towers and stuff will hurtle towards the surface like a drop pod and be slammed into the ground with an excessively thunderous crash. Then, massive drawbridges slam down, banners unfurl, and huge horns play the song of their people as these lumbering robots charge out of their, again, drop keep to fight for the Imperium. So imagine what a
Wait, that sounds a little
warp-fueled
cute.
version of this could look like.
If you get the opportunity, you should kill yourself.
Chaos Knights have such a presence, the warp fluctuates in their tread. They bring doom, dread, and despair across the battlefield. Warp storms occur overhead, and psychic phenomenon cling to them. A Chaos Knight will arrive either in some warp-debased platform, or perhaps a portal itself, or climb out of a pool of blood. As the air gets heavy, the enemy feels a crippling sense of paranoia, and the sky begins to rain blood, acid, and God knows what else. The horrors of the warp have resulted in a dramatic change in technology in the favor of their forces. Though in practice, it is a horror beyond comprehension, their baseline desires don't seem that radical on paper. They are creative builders, working to innovate and improve technology while utilizing anything they can to accomplish their STEM goals. Looking at the dark forces of chaos and the Emperor now on his golden throne, humanity is fractured. The Emperor himself is the guiding light for warp travel for humanity, and in being that exists as a beacon for the entire species. Without him, things would get somehow worse. Therefore, he needs his protectors. Where a Thunder Warrior wasn't enough for his armies, and half of his Space Marines turned traitor, the Emperor's personal bodyguards are something else entirely. They are not the fallible Astartes, nor are they a nightmarish concoction of organs and indoctrination. They are built and gene-crafted, with science bordering on magic. They number 10,000 strong, and each of them is a hero.
Not invention, iteration. Adeptus Custodes.
Rare is the battle where an Emperor's custodians outnumber our foes. We are ever beset, surrounded upon all sides by heresy and foulness, just as is Terra itself. Yet, like the throne world, we stand resolute, indefatigable, indomitable. Let the enemy come. Let them darken the horizon with their numbers. Still, we will prevail. Though the Emperor sits rotting on the golden throne, his talons remain sharp. The talons of the Emperor was the name given to the most elite forces at his disposal. The left hand of his talons comes in the form of the Sisters of Silence, psychic blanks that scour the galaxy to claim souls to fuel the Astronomicon in the form of the Great Tide. 1,000 psychers sacrificed daily to keep the Emperor of Mankind alive, dragged into the black ships of the Silent Sisterhood. The right hand of the Emperor's protectorate, his golden bodyguards that serve him and only him. These are the Custodians. While the members of the Space Marines went out to take back the galaxy, the Legio Custodes stood back and kept a close watch on the Emperor himself. The Custodes are, in a sense, similar to Space Marines in that they are genetically modified super soldiers clad in power armor, but that is where the similarities stop. Their genetic makeup seems to be made
I've seen these guys
himself, or at least something quite close. And the precision of their creation predates the development of the Space Marines and even the Primarchs. Unlike
the Space Marines are made of the Primarch's genetic material, but the Custodes are made from the Emperor's genetic material. Got it. So they are more powerful. Got it.
Space Marine recruitment, where there's a process undertaken when a subject is at least somewhat grown, a Custodian's process begins at infancy. The methods in which they are made are a secret, but what is known is that at the very beginning, each Custodian was made by the Emperor himself. Regardless of the bioalchemical process, the process is exceptional.
We don't know how the sausage is made.
And only a handful of selected aspirants make it to the end. Those that do are clad in the most regal and effective armor in the Imperium. Commonly, a Custodian is seen carrying a Guardian Spear, an utterly yoked up version of the staves the Praetorian Guards of the Emperor in Star Wars had. They are also clad with specific shields and blades, but the most interesting thing with all of their gear is that due to the meticulous and dedicated maintenance and preservation of their armor and gear, these items are the same ones they used 10,000 years ago. The Custodians do not age biologically, so some of the veterans in the Guard may be several thousand years old. And unlike the Space Marines, they fight entirely as a solo.
They were not made by the Emperor, they were crafted by him, though. Gene modifying on a level completely unbelievable. Oh, so they don't have the Emperor's genetic material. The Emperor just made them. Got it.
works. When a line of custodians is holding back waves of enemies, they operate independently. There are no battle formations, there are no squad tactics. Each
No
custodian
formations.
is the main character. Trailed
Don't play
by
Valorant
serfs
with them.
and servitors, tasked entirely to reload their weapons, they fight with a singular purpose, if not action. Groups of custodians will dispatch enemy after enemy, their spears coming within inches of each other, but never close enough for a killing blow. Their strikes are intentionally defensive, allowing their opponents to attack 1 to 2 times before parrying and ending their lives. Each
Ooh.
strike deflected is an opportunity
Tire
to
'em out.
know their enemy more and learn from their patterns. They are truly the Emperor's bodyguards, masters of close combat, enemy knowledge, and reactions measured in milliseconds. Though the custodians are a part of the Adeptus Terra, the members of the Guard only answer to their own leadership and the Emperor himself. The leader of the custodians is known as the Captain General, and individual squads of custodians are overseen by a shield captain. As their focus is on the Emperor, their command center is located within the Imperial Palace. The Tower of Hegemon
A single
serves
one
as
can
their
kill an
primary
entire
base
ship of
operation,
Space Marines
but there
is
a
crazy.
dedicated elite guard of custodians known as the Companions that stands 300 strong by the Emperor's side. In total, the custodians are 10,000 strong, and when a member retires, their name is added to the Hall of Name and vanish across the galaxy in a cloaked disguise to serve as eyes and ears for the Imperium. This
Space Marines start as pretty normal humans, right? They are prepubescent boys. They get a psychological evaluation. Then they are turned into Space Marines where they are injected with the gene seed. Right? That's right, right?
Despite their numbers and their strength, the members of the custodians do not consider themselves to be soldiers or warriors in any way. They see themselves strictly as the guardians of the Emperor in all facets of his presence. This extends beyond the physical. Custodians believe they represent the guarding of the Emperor's ideals and philosophies too. Their gains are both physical and literary. They are the protectorates of everything the Emperor stood for, and in doing so, the custodians are also artisans and scholars, in addition to being the golden guard of the Golden Throne. However, due to this nature of being protectorates, they have a very strong view when it comes to the Space Marines and the Primarchs. The Emperor himself insinuated many times that once the galaxy was brought to heel, that there would be no need for the Space Marines anymore, and they were to go the same way that the Thunder Warriors went before them. The custodians were meant to be the judge, jury, and executioner of this will, and are biologically designed not only to be able to take down a Space Marine with ease, but to be able to go toe-to-toe with the Primarch as well. During the heresy, the custodians knew how suspiciously easy it was to kill Chaos Space Marines, as if they were trained and made for that explicit purpose. Constantine Valdor, one of the closest advisors of the Emperor, was asked if he ever disagreed with Big E on something, and he said once, with the formation of the Primarchs.
I feel I do my best, but they don't.
Let me ask you a very fair question. What do you do successfully? Quickly.
I hate that every time we're in Untucked, the conversations are about me.
And besides the trained
Love the Drag
Space
Race
Marines,
references.
the custodians also have evidence for their distrust. The Horus Heresy saw half of the chapters fall to chaos and turn traitor against the Emperor. In the mind of a custodian, the fact that half of the Space Marines fell before means that the other half can fall with ease. They are fully capable of wiping out literally any force put against them, and in a sense are the final representation of the golden age of terror. However, they are forced to stand in silent and blind service to the Emperor and to the ill of the Imperium. And they, for 10,000 years, have stood vigil over the Imperium and have watched its rise and fall with the inability to do anything about it. While they do go out and fight some battles here and there, at the end of the day, the vastness of the Imperium means that the closest advisors to the Emperor himself are powerless to make any change. But goddamn, can they kill a Space Marine? For 100 years, I stood my watch amidst the somber shadows of the Sanctum Imperialis. I was still as a statue, but always ready, always attuned to dangers unseen. Days, months, years passed by in a frenzied blur beyond those walls, yet within, little moved and nothing changed. For 100 years, I did not but wait, yet had any threat appeared, I would have struck it down in a heartbeat. For 100 years, I stood my watch, and as it ends, I tell you this: patience is a weapon. Of course, a threat directly to Terra itself would appear to be something foolish. It's in the deepest parts of Imperial space and is one of the most defended bastions in the galaxy. You'd truly have to be foolhardy or insane to think that you can take on Terra itself. However, one faction certainly got close. In the dark ages
Who's insane?
of the
Who's insane?
stars and in a river of misery, there is one faction having a crackin' old time. The galaxy sees them as savages, yet they have already figured out the questions of the universe. Their numbers are uncountable, their technology incomprehensible, and yet their violence is so
Wait, is this them? Is this them?
I am, of course, talking about the
The Orcs! The Orcs!
The Orcs are the pinnacle of creation.
My
For them, the great
boys!
struggle is won. They have evolved a society which knows no stress or angst. Who are we to judge them? We Eldar who have failed, or the humans on the road to ruin in their turn? And why? Because we saw answers to questions that an Orc wouldn't even bother to ask. We see a culture that is strong and despise it as crude. During the war in heaven, the Old Ones were doing their best to spawn as many combatants to their cause as possible by seeding the galaxy in a specialized sense.
The Old Ones are
Eldar
popping them
were
out.
made to be a precise
Popping them out.
and tactical species to fight off the Catan and the Necrons. But another prominent species was made by them as well. The Krork were warriors clad in ornate armor with more dangerous weaponry. However, things changed, and these warriors changed, and the Krork are no more. They are now known as
Krork.
the boys, the lads,
The boys!
mates, the orcs, 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 orcs. An orc in 40k looks like an orc in most other fantasy media. Hulking, warlike monstrosities with big teeth and worse attitudes. However, unlike the more Tolkien-esque forms of these creatures, the devastating nature of the orcs is in their biology. Unlike most species in the galaxy, the orcs are actually a type of fungus. This
Mushrooms!
fungus
The orcs are mushrooms.
the small goblin-like Gretchen and Snotlings
Mushroom
are a part
orcs.
of this ecosystem as well,
Mushroom
and
orcs.
also the squigs, which can be used for basically anything. But regardless of what is a part of the fungal system, all of them
It's
are
given
formed
Howl's
from
Moving
spores
Castle.
that land on the ground and grow.
Maybe
As they
that's why I
travel
love
around the
them.
galaxy, they drop spores literally everywhere, and then an orc dies, and they drop tons of fungal spores that allows for their numbers to be replenished over a period of time. Because of this, orcs are not only extremely prominent across the galaxy, but they are exceptionally resilient due to their growing cycle. Even if one orc lands on a planet, it will be nearly impossible to get rid of all of the orc presence unless the planet itself is completely destroyed. And even then, they might
The
find a way
epidemic
to survive.
of the galaxy.
Due to their
The
fungal
orc.
nature, orcs don't really stop growing, and the more long-lived an orc is, the bigger
Shiitake
they get,
orcs,
and the
yum.
more orc fights, the bigger they get. Of course, since they're constantly getting into scraps, an orc's lifespan isn't necessarily that long, so the bigger orcs are harder to find. Though alongside this, however, they are a tribe-based species that is comprised of warbands, and the biggest and the strongest orc leads the warband known as the War Boss. At the bottom end of the orc tribal system are the Gretchens and the Snotlings. These members act as the servants and slaves of the orcs, and sometimes their actual ammunition, despite being a bit smarter and more cunning than their bigger brethren.
They look like
Because
house elves.
in orc culture, the biggest is the boss. The smallest gets picked on and thrown around. Beyond the warband,
Good thing I'm not small.
orcs also belong to a specific
Fun fact, Warhammer is why orcs are green in most fantasy games. Okay, picture this. A matcha green orc. A matcha green cottagecore orc. Listen. See the vision. See the vision with me. Hey! What the actual hell? The orcs would never use me as ammunition.
clan.
I'm still
Tribes
large.
constantly shatter and rebuild, but the clans do not. They are, in a sense, a psychological state of being for any given orc, and gives an
Love
orc
it.
their specific character and traits. And to make things easier, these clans are also color-coded, so that's very easy to tell what orc does what. Though there are many clans out there, 6 of them are the most prominent and well-known. The Bad Moons are essentially the merchants and have
Bad
a lot
Moons.
of money because their currency is teeth, and they grow teeth faster than any
Their
others.
currency is
The Blood
teeth. I
Axes
love
are the
it.
stealth units, and by stealth it means like slightly more quiet than the others, and they have a love for LARPing as humies. Death Skulls are the scavengers, and the Goths are the close combat specialists. And on the 2 ends of the spectrum, we also have the tech-savvy Evil Sons and the more traditionalist and tribal Snakebites. Another major facet of orcs is their religious beliefs. They believe in 2 gods, Gork and Mork.
Gork and
is
Mork!
cunningly brutal, and Mork is brutally cunning. The difference between them, according to orcs, is that Mork hits you when you aren't looking, and Gork hits you when you are. There's a lot of confusion as to which one is which, and this results in a lot of infighting. In other species, this would be considered a sort of religious conflict, but for the orcs, it's just another excuse to fight. I have a quote here, but I don't really do a good orc voice, so I'm going to get my co-host of That's Ridiculous to read this one, and I'll try to lip sync it.
Oh, he's more cunning than a grot and more killy than a dread. The boys that follow me can't be beat. On Pisana, we jumped the Marine boys, and our boss poles was covered in the helmets we took
I love
from
them.
the dead-ends. We burned their port and killed their bosses and left nothing but ruins behind. I'm Warlord Gazgul Mac Urukdraka, and I speak with the word of the gods. We's gonna stomp the universe flat and kill anything what fights back. We's gonna do this 'cause we're orcs, and we was made to fight and win.
I love them.
Fighting is the biggest aspect of orc.
Why is he a
and
pirate?
it's
I love
essentially their
it.
life's purpose. They are genetically hardwired to get into battles and scraps with enemies that can feel pain. The more they fight, the bigger they get. This, combined with them getting bigger over time, means that some of the biggest and baddest orcs of all time have been notably gigantic. The Beast, as he was known, was about the size of an imperial knight. If an orc runs out of other enemies to fight, they will immediately start infighting to scratch the battle itch. For example, in The Warp, a planet exists where a band of orcs are in a constant state of war and battle, and have been for an improbably long amount of time, strictly because how much Korn enjoys himself watching it. For some, being trapped in a perpetual war planet for all eternity would be a fate worse than death, but to the boys, this is heaven. In the event of a particularly big battle, a massive amount of tribes and war bands will unite under what is known as the Wa. The concept of a war covers a few bases. The first is the group aspect of the massive green tidal wave of orcs fighting for the same cause, the cause being the second base. But the most prominent aspect of the Wa is the psychic aspect of it. Remember how the old ones made the Eldar and all the Eldar are psychic? Well, the orcs are too, kinda, but just not as much.
Oh, look at them.
And they often don't know how to use it, and frankly don't care. But a huge
I love them. They're so good.
Oh my god, you're huge! Organized, dangerous, and dedicated to the war-based cause.
The orc section was spoken over by DK Diamantes, who is another VTuber. Oh my gosh, VTubers! Thank you, Dino Fan, for letting me know that information. We got an orc VTuber. I don't know what kind of VTuber they are, but they do an orc voice real nice.
However, the true extent of the psychic energy and its usage is relatively unknown, but that doesn't matter considering the outcome 90% of the time. In a similar
He's a Cyclops.
sense, their ragtag technology and weaponry is also a mystery to most who encounter it purely because of that Wa energy. The technology the orcs use seem to be held together with duct tape and plastic glue.
And vibes!
Doesn't even begin to describe it.
Vibes!
Their guns seem to have an inordinate amount of ammunition and firepower, and they are seemingly able to put things together on the fly in the middle of combat. The Imperium is of the mind that the orcs' weapons and machinery only work due to their innate psychic ability, but realistically, orc gear hardly works in the first place. Weapons blow up in a Bugs Bunny-esque manner all the time, and their war buggies can collapse in the middle of battle. Just because it works a handful of times does not mean it's an effective weapon. But this doesn't stop the orcs and their green tide. To really understand the power of the Wa energy, orcs can operate purely off of belief. Now, a misconception
and I love that for them.
Is that orcs believe something is real and it happens. But that isn't true, because that's just one orc. However, there's never one orc. There's normally a few billion orcs together, and if they all believe something is true, the warp will tend to respond with a positive green light. Sometimes. Do the red ones go faster? Well, with enough orcs, yeah. How does an orc buggy with an engine block that's just a boulder with vroom vroom written in chalk work? Who cares? Orcs breathing on a ship with a hull breach? Go ahead. An orc went back in time to kill a version of himself so he could have two of his favorite weapons. It is shenanigans. Because of their actions and aesthetic, the orcs tend to be presented in a comic relief sense in a lot of media, particularly the media from their perspective. They are bumbling and loud and goofy British football hooligans, and they say silly things and act in silly ways. But to the citizens of the Imperium, the orcs are far from funny. They are violent and irrational.
They seem funny to me.
Punching bags, slaves, or ultimately dinner. They have no moral compass and are violent and brutal killers that know nothing else. They are genetically designed to be a violent species that was capable of beating back the Necrons and the Catan. And if the orcs were ever able to unify under one banner, they would be utterly unstoppable. However, due to their aggressive nature, their organizational skills are non-existent, and they can just beat each other up for the fun of it. All that exists in the mind of an orc is fighting, and nothing else. If they wipe out their enemies, they will inevitably wipe themselves out as well. They are a brutal Ouroboros doomed to an endless war cycle, but to an orc, why does it matter? If they fight and they win, they win. If they fight and they die, it was a good fight. Now that the Xenos armies are growing in strength and more are threatening the safety of the Imperium, they need to bring new methods in order to handle what they are currently facing. The Emperor is on the Golden Throne. Half the Space Marines are traitor, and they are beset from enemies within and without. So now, the Lords on Terra must prepare for anything possible, and sometimes the impossible. For that, they take to the stars to explore and expand. They recruit assassins for priority eliminations, they train a galactic police force and a secret police to root out any and all heresy. The lesser known, yet most feared,
Agents of the Imperium. We got agents, we got knights.
I carry with me an inquisitorial seal. It is a small, unassuming object contained in a neat box of Pluvian obsidian. It is a modest thing, relatively plain, adorned with a single motif and a simple motto. Yet with this little object, I can
love a
sign
trinket.
the death warrant of an entire world and can sign 1 billion souls to oblivion.
I love a
the
trinket.
Imperium may see its justice dealt out by the hands of its armies and the gauntlets of its Astartes. When one needs eyes, ears, or both cut out, it looks to the agents of the Imperium. In a meta sense, these agents are a homogenized version of multiple factions from the original video 5 years ago. They comprise multiple aspects of the wide and all-encompassing armies of humanity and serve different roles. Whether it be the law enforcement.
One of the Necron's most important characters, Traz in the Infinite, has a fully armored croc on stasis. What? He just has a croc on ice? Crazy. Bye, edgy names. Bye, bye, bye.
Forces of the Adeptus Arbites, the void-faring explorers of rogue traders, the invisible hand of the assassin,
Krork, not a croc.
or the hospitality
a Krork on
of
ice.
the Emperor's Inquisition. Each has
Okay,
a part
Caitlin.
to play in the God Emperor's domain. Rogue traders are a great example of a somewhat undiscussed part of the Imperium, its nobility. While you may see the General Imperium as a totalitarian hellscape, because it is, this is to those under the boot of
Ooh,
the
what's
nobles
this?
that run it.
Pre-alpha
Rogue
footage
traders
of
are
what?
a special kind of explorer, and their existence is extremely important to the function of the Imperium.
Oh.
A rogue trader is often an extremely special individual and is given the monumentally sized warrant of trade, allowing them to be
I like
given
trading.
complete and utter freedom. Their task is simple: to chart the uncharted, learn the
I agree.
unlearned, and do whatever they can as an explorer and conquistador for those back on Terra. This information is, strictly speaking, invaluable. Whether a sector can be settled and colonies
Rogue
built,
Trader
or
game?
precious rare
Ooh.
resources exist on a floating asteroid can be mined, or a long
That sounds
lost
fun.
imperial world from the age of strife is recovered, it's all absolutely imperative.
Lots of
These
trading?
rogue traders are faster than any other kind of imperial
It's a great
armada,
story.
and therefore chart the direction of the entire
RPG style in
Because
Baldur's
of this,
Gate.
rogue
Whoa.
traders are given a substantial amount of freedom.
Is it a
They
good
have
game?
A ship and a crew of specialists, and can do things that would see any normal person shot. They can barter deals and even recruit Xenos races. They can explore areas strictly prohibited, and they can earn a vast amount of wealth and riches.
It's
in
really
doing
good.
so.
Nice.
This tends to make rogue traders a very long lineage, and their heirs take up the mantle of their house. By being explorers, they become fabulously wealthy, and some can become quite the
Difficult in
assholes
some
while
parts.
doing so. But truly,
Let's
much
try it
like
out,
a
guys.
pilot, a rogue trader is an exceptionally rich individual who can back it up. They are master swordsmen,
A lot of reading, but
explorers,
sparse
merchants,
voice
settlers,
acting.
diplomats,
Time for me to
and
read.
everything in between. They chart a course,
I studied
and they
literature, I
set
can
the
read.
grounds, which means they will need someone to defend them, and the prime choice for that can be the Adeptus Arbites. Now, the Arbites are cops, Judge
Arbites.
Dredd-style cops, as their inspiration clearly shows. Each planet will have their own members of local law enforcement, and most of them will settle many of the issues there and then. But when something requires a far more in-depth peacekeeping force, the Adeptus Arbites are brought in. Think local police versus the FBI. Arbitrators in the Arbites tend to focus heavily on stopping crime before it can become too much of a threat. A criminal gang or heretical uprising can be subdued quickly and efficiently by utilizing them and dealing with soon-to-be criminals, as they put it. They will
Soon-to-be
tap
criminals.
informations, create spy networks, do interrogations and sabotage, anything that helps.
Oh, is that a
the good
dog?
of the
Oh my God.
Imperium and the law
Is that a
they
dog?
seek to preserve. The Code of the Arbites is laid out entirely via the Book of Judgment, a gigantic library of pages showing every single law from every single High Lord of
A
Terra
cyber
in the
mastiff?
history
Oh my
of the
god, I
Imperium.
want it.
Because the Imperium is so vast, hundreds of laws are added every single day, and the library continues to grow with more and more laws and judgments. While Arbites themselves carry a small version called the Book of Law on their person, this does end up creating a system where the unjustly prosecuted will never escape their prisons. If an innocent is wrongly convicted, any form of legal counsel will need to go through the Book of Judgment to help get you out. Often these prisoners require hundreds of years of litigation in which they will eventually expire before they can be deemed wrongly convicted. Innocence is irrelevant.
Yikes.
New
You have been
fishy
judged
alert.
guilty of
Big Boss
transgressing the
Wolf
Lex
4 just swam
Imperialis.
until
Do
down.
not compound your guilt by evading punishment, as there are greater crimes, so are there greater sentences. Of course, should something go out of the hands of the Adeptus Arbites, there is always the silent hand of the Officio Assassinorum to take their place. Naturally, the Imperium has assassins, and these assassins are sent to dispatch important figures that would not normally be handled by simply sending waves and waves of guardsmen at it. The Assassinorum is headed by the Grand Master of the Assassinorum, who is a High Lord of Terra and perhaps the shadiest individual in the entire galaxy. At his disposal are multiple types of assassins that all specialize in various things. Their training is extreme and absurd. Aspirant children are often subjected to Hunger Games style combat with each other on the ride over to the temple. Then you get low gravity, high pressure, traps, horrendous physical and mental strain, and everything in between. Then their minds are wiped completely and the real fun begins. An Imperial Assassin is nothing to mess around with. They are some of the fastest moving and hardest hitting things the Imperium has at hand, and can go toe to toe with Space Marines depending on which temple they are from. Some, like
but
the
not as
Vindicators,
strong.
are master snipers who lie in wait for weeks, days, or
As
even
a
months
custodian.
just to get the perfect headshot from 5 kilometers away and disappear. The Calidus Temple are masters of shape-shifting and take a drug that allows them to transmute their body into whatever they see fit. A confidant of a target may be killed and they will take their place before killing their target outright. Or they could shift into a member of a Chaos Warband with symbols and flesh and all that had to earn the trust of a cult leader before slitting their throat. The Caluxus assassin is a psychic blank, a soulless mutation, making them appear as uneasy to normal humans and downright disgusting to psychers. When a powerful psycher is causing issues, this is who you send. Their specialized helmet enhances their already
tinfoil hat
and will allow them to all but drain the souls from those they touch and their very body. It is an extreme weapon used when a direct form of pressure must be applied to an otherwise untouchable psyker. Now, if you need a direct pressure in a more literal way, the Eversor is for you. A drugged up comatose psychopath that is directly dropped on enemy lines and allowed to wreak havoc, killing anything and everything it sees in a blaze of movement and blood before it inevitably dies and causes a plasma explosion on its demise. There are other temples as well, the Vanis Temple acting as sort of like a cyber hacker, the Venom Temple specializing in poisons, but all in all, assassins move with their skin-tight body gloves with a speed unmatched and force unexpected. One of the best assassin novels puts a Vindicator Calidus and Vanis to infiltrate a night world, kill the High Monarch of the Night, who is permanently stuck in his giant robot knight, install a new ruler in his stead, and make sure nobody knows the Imperium did it. Their missions are insanity, and their tasks impossible, and they do it anyway. Thus is the power the Assassinorum wields. We do not determine the guilty, we do not decide the punishment. We are merely the cold instrument of the Emperor's vengeance. There is no form of death unknown to us. There is no form of terror beyond our means. There is no enemy outside our reach. We are the blade that hovers over the throat of the traitor. We are the bullet that awaits the heretic's skull. We are the poison in the throat of the alien. However, despite the prowess,
assassins can take a Space Marine, but it's basically them going all out to do so, and even then they might not win. Assassins are not going to beat a Space Marine in a fair fight, but luckily assassins tend not to fight fair. Got it.
Of the traitors, the police, and the assassins, there is one that stands above all. As the Imperium settled into its post-Emperor world, they needed a force to root out corruption wherever it could be found. But they needed specialized individuals.
I feel like they have so much of those forces. Why do they need more?
Who would serve as detective and executioner. This new secret police would have
That's not a good balance of power.
Known as the Inquisition. Inquisitors of the Inquisition are one of the most feared individuals in all of the galaxy for the common members of humanity. Trained in the most difficult of conditions and mental hardening, they have long closed their minds to the compassions of those they deem guilty. Inquisitors are, for the most part, detectives, but they are detectives whose authority is unmatched and actions justified by the state itself. Similar to the KGB, the Gestapo, the Stasi, the OVRA, but unlike those organizations, the Inquisition has far more authority and is one of the only types of individuals who can commit exterminatus, the term used for the utter and total destruction of a planet that is no longer deemed usable by the Imperium. While it is a very exciting word and a commonly notable thing done in Warhammer, exterminatus is not actually used particularly often. It's a last resort entirely meant to stop the enemy from gaining a major foothold or spread even more corruption. Even with 1 million worlds, the wholesale slaughter of an entire planet is still a massive blow to the Imperium. Inquisitors range quite a bit, not just in how they operate, but also in their personalities. They are often main characters for a large amount of books, as detective noir is a great genre, and they can be the most stone-cold killer or a pragmatic and sympathetic individual.
Who's this guy? He has a dwarf beard.
Radical Inquisitor.
You see him? He's the only guy with a beard I've seen. Balance of power? I have the power. That seems balanced to me. An Inquisitor, probably. If you want to know more about the Inquisitors, check out the Eisenhorn books. Ooh, okay. Dark Heresy is a game like Rogue Trader. You play an Inquisitor agent. Ooh.
Inquisitors may utilize methods unlike most of the Imperium, such as alien tech or even demon hosts, where Puritans stick closer to the methods of the religious state and shun any deviations. They also specialize in various aspects, as the Inquisition has orders or ordos, such as Xenos for aliens, Malleus for demons, and Hereticus for, you guessed it. Truly, if you are a normal citizen of the Imperium, a person flashing an inquisitorial rosette in front of you may be one of the most terrifying
old school squad, got it.
It is the same as an FBI badge or a KGB member, except now you're in Warhammer. So, their authority and tools are infinite. Agents of the Imperium are vast and offer a ton of different concepts to the world of Warhammer, and they continue to expand as the Emperor...
Oh, is that an I for Inquisitor and not on Roman numeral 1?
Then, as time progressed, a few people seeing the Emperor as a deity made their voices louder, and over a few thousand years, worship of the Emperor was not only considered expected, but state mandated. This church will be known as the Ecclesiarchy, and there were many who would look to the cardinal position and make desperate grabs at their power, leaving horrid effects on the populace. The Age of Apostasy was a time of reformation in the Imperium that saw its eventual change into an overtly religious empire. During this time, an all-female warrior cult to the Emperor called the Daughters of the Emperor were a bit more isolated from the wider Imperium. However, as the Ecclesiarchy began to take root, one Goj Van Dyer became the High Lord of the Administratum and noticed these warriors and felt they could be useful to him. Goj himself told these warriors that he was the voice of the Emperor himself and demanded they fire
Time for more women!
Having a little hidden force field that this warrior cult had never seen before, the bullet bounced off of him and showing him to be unharmed, truly blessed by the Emperor. This cult became known as the Brides of the Emperor and acted as
the brides, the daughters, the brides.
Aides. However, Goj Van Dyer was a tyrant, and his horrendous reign spelled ruination for the
Goj Van Dyer,
which made the Adeptus Custodes take notice. Despite an outright coup and revolt against him, the deadlock was getting steep as the Brides of the Emperor's fierce combat skills kept him safe. One Custodian made contact with the leader of the Brides and brought her into the throne room of the Emperor himself. Nobody knows what transpired in that room, save for Alicia Dominica, the Custodian, and the Emperor himself. However, she left the room with her hair bleached pure white from the interaction, marched her battle brides directly to Van Dyer himself and said, "You have committed the ultimate heresy. Not only have you turned your back on the Emperor and stepped from his light, you have profaned his name and almost destroyed everything he has striven to build. You have perverted and twisted the path he has laid for mankind to tread. As your decrees have stated, there can be no mercy for such a crime, no pity for such a criminal. I renounce your lordship. You walk in the darkness and cannot be allowed to live. Your sentence has been long overdue, and it is now time for you to die." Despite not having time to die, Goj Van Dyer found some time to do so. With his head lopped clean from his body, the Brides of the Emperor were no more, and the Ecclesiarchy signed a document to stop Van Dyer's reign from happening again. They would no longer be allowed to have men under arms. Men. The Adeptus Sororitas, or commonly known as the Sisters of Battle, the Nuns with Guns, the Fighting Force of the Church. Despite being the main militant faction, the Sisters of Battle, their organization actually is far more diverse than this and have many more nun-based roles for their members.
I am no man.
By various orders with various specialties in mind, such as the
they're cute
orders like the Hospitaller, Dialysis,
they're cute,
and Familius, including things like helping with surgical equipment and various other medical stuff, Duolingo, and a poli-sci degree. These orders are further separated into smaller orders in an almost Space Marine chapter sense, but tend to have more flexibility due to the nature of their work. And in addition to that, there is flexibility between the orders. It is not uncommon for a member of one of the more battle-hardened orders to switch to a more passive one once they've sustained battlefield injuries or are a bit closer to retirement. As mentioned before, the Sisters of Battle are a part of their own separate organization, the Order's Militant, and feature the highest number of any given system. They are the official fighting force of the Ecclesiarchy, and they specialize in wars of faith. Unlike the deployment of Astartes and Guardsmen, the Sisters of Battle are often deployed with members of the Inquisitorial Ordo Hereticus due to the holy war nature of their battles. The Sisters of Battle are suited up with their own form of specialized power armor that gives them almost like a Joan of Arc vibe to the battlefield. Though lacking the more extreme modifications of a Space Marine's power armor, mainly to the fact that sisters are, for the most part, regular humans, the power armor of a Sister of Battle almost matches the defensive power of an Astartes, but with added flexibility and versatility in exchange for
boob cups.
Some of the patterns of armor do allow for the enhancing of genetics, but this is far from the norm. This, combined with an arsenal of tanks and vehicles that have literal church organ rocket launchers on them, really brings across the holy war vibe in a gothic manner. Accompanying a Sister of Battle in the fields of war is the holy trinity of weaponry: the bolter, the flamer, and the melta. With such a simple loadout, the Sisters of Battle are able to bring down the glorious flames of the Emperor himself, and his holy light shines on them in other ways during a conflict. Hell, even their jump packs evoke angelic imagery as opposed to the more clunky jetpacks ones that Space Marines have. In times of great turmoil or
snatching jump packs,
a living saint of the sororitas itself might appear on the battlefield surrounded by a litany of doves and cherubs, an almost comical scene of holy glory followed by literal hellfire. The Sisters are a fascinating organization because they take what is normally seen as a benevolent force and turn it on its head to be a horrifying method of war. Because the Sisters are so zealous, they are nigh impossible to persuade and almost never fall to chaos. In fact, any deviation from the Imperial faith may see you killed outright as you are deemed a heretic, and sometimes Sisters have even less patience than the Inquisition does. To the Adeptus Sororitas, no punishment is too extreme for blasphemy and heretical behavior, whether it's lobotomizing traitors to use as shock troops or attaching them physically to agonizing pain engines so they can die for the Emperor. Anything goes. The most fascinating part of the Sisters, however, is their faith. We discussed how orcs
Sisters are super racist. They don't like Space Marines and they view them as mutants despite being made by Big E. What? Isn't that heresy? I read somewhere that the boob armor was necessary because church cannot have men on her arms. Okay, you guys gotta know that this is a woman. And I'm gonna show you that this is a woman because she has boob armor. So we're not breaking any rules. Thank you for watering the fish, Leora. Get some water, guys.
often make things happen through belief because of their sheer number of them. The Sisters create miracles where they walk. They are not many psychers like orcs, but they are excessively devout and make up for that. Bullets barely miss targets they absolutely should hit. Guns jam, tanks malfunction, enemies slip and fall. The scene from Pulp Fiction is an accurate portrayal of what happens when the Sisters fight.
I'd knock that shit off if I was you.
Die, you motherfucker!
One of the most prominent figures is the Triumph of St. Catherine, a literal open casket with the saint of a sister's order held aloft by lobotomized servant cherubs and protected by bodyguards of the faithful. The devotion to the emperor swells so strong that acts of faith are made manifest, and sometimes angels themselves. When the sisters...
Incorruptible, strong values, physically fit, girlfriend material. Crazy work.
Go to war, they have thundering organs and litanies out into the battlefield, hymns and songs. They rattle off prayers on their lips and burn holy fire across the area. They spray holy water down from horns atop their vehicles. It is a genuine holy war, a procession of death. Saint Celestine is an undying deity, arriving
The official treaty between the Imperium and the Ecclesiary uses the exact words, the ecclesiarchy may not have men that bear arms. Yup. No men. See the boobs? Not a man. No man here. Carry on. Carry on.
Where she is needed and returning to the fold after each death. When she dies, she sees a crying young girl atop a mountain of bones. Her bones after every one of her deaths. She climbs this mountain every time to help comfort this crying child and is rebirthed upon the battlefield. And one day, her deaths will create a mountain so large that even she will not be able to traverse it. Is she a demon of the God Emperor? Perhaps, but she'll be shot for saying so. She is genuinely and literally faith made manifest. Some sisters may
She's
make
just that
mistakes,
girl.
however, and find themselves
She's a girly
questioning
pop.
their faith, disobeying a command, and even leaving their order. These sisters are sent for reconditioning and are known as the Sisters Repentia. They generally face the front of the line head on and seek retribution and forgiveness from the Emperor himself. Though their actions were heretical, repentia on the fields of battle is an indication of an individual wanting to become forgiven. They run aloft with torture devices attached to their bodies and a chain sword the size of their body, completely armorless, to determine if this is how they die or if the Emperor will forgive them.
Wait, how do they even get to form the Sister Repentia? Once they do heresy, wouldn't the other sisters kill them, or can sisters not kill other sisters? Is it like girl code? Girl code? Sisters can't kill other sisters?
Even the most famous champion of the sisters, that Saint Celestine, was a repentia. Even she questioned her faith. And if she can do it, so can you. Just don't run away again. They don't really do third chances. The Sisters of Battle are martyrdom-enthused zealots that create miracles in their tread. Their devotion...
Oh, self-report. They put them in the repentia the moment they doubt. Got it. Got it. Got it. If the sisters were to see someone do a heretic act, they'd kill them. But if someone just has a thought and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm about to be a heretic, I'm going to put myself in the repentia and repent, then they're good. Got it.
Is boundless and also a direct source of their
power. Not heresy necessarily, just being less than.
Soldiers shooting, burning, and melting all in their path is bad enough, but it enters a whole different level when God is on your side.
God.
By bolter shell, flamer burst, and melta blast, the mutant, the heretic, and the traitor alike are cleansed of their sin of existence. So has it been for 5 millennia, so shall it be until the end of time. The Imperium devolving into wars of faith is to push its agenda further. Where the xenophobic nature of humanity was once strong, it has now been magnified, and there are plenty of aliens in this galaxy. 6,000 years prior to the current events of 40K, a planet was found by an AdMech exploration vessel. The life forms on the planet were seen using tools, but they were still very primitive, so the planet was marked for destruction to pave the way for the Imperial war machine. However, this was thrown off because of an extreme warp storm and that whole Doge Van Dyer thing. Flash forward to modern day, and an unknown but highly advanced vessel was shot down near an Imperial mining world, and the bodies on this vessel matched those life forms found on that primitive world. The native creatures on that planet were able to evolve rapidly due to them being unobstructed, and their highly advanced gear posed a new threat to the Imperium. Advancing over these years with a remarkable speed, these are the new upstarts in the galaxy, looking to make a name for themselves, all in the name of the greater good. These are The alien is not intrinsically evil. Do not hate him. Pity him his ignorance. Seek to understand his differences and acquaint him with his inadequacies. Only then will he accept his place in the greater good. The early history of the Tau is chaotic at best. Due to their extreme speed run to space travel, their journey to the stars were overburdened with inner conflict. It wasn't until the appearance of the Ethereals that things began to settle. These Tau to the warring tribes marked their unification under one common belief, the greater good of the Tau Va.
What about the greater good? How can this be for the greater good?
This system is a caste-based system that seeks to unify and organize the Tau into an effective and successful society while working for their mutual benefit. These castes, in order from lowest to highest, are the Fire or Shas caste, which is soldiers, Earth/Theo, which is manufacturers and industrialists, the Water or Hor.
The Eldar are more weeby than the Tau. I will die on that hill.
Being Navy officers. Also, you have the Ethereal/Un, which is the lords and leaders of the Tau. Now, unlike the paths of the Eldar, the Tau don't get any say into which caste they're in. It's determined upon birth due to inheritance from a parent. Trying to deviate from your caste or trying to do tasks or even use tools assigned to another caste is a grievous crime against the Ethereals, and those guilty of this crime tend to be sent to re-education camps, which sounds not so greater good, but a greater good than the good that the Imperium sees as greater. The guidance of the greater good also encourages the growth of the Empire through the absorption of other races and cultures. The expansion of the Tau Empire is split into spheres of time. So far, there have been 5 spheres of expansion, with a 6th one being planned in the current timeline. The first 2 spheres saw the Tau move beyond their homeworld and settle new planetary systems, known as seps, and absorb multiple races into their ranks. But the 3rd sphere is where we see the Tau interact with the Imperium for the first time, which went about as well as you think it did. The Tau, as mentioned before, are highly advanced compared to some of the other species in the galaxy.
They're blue.
And their
Everybody's
military
blue.
Tactics are highly precise. Instead of the Imperial methodology of throwing everything at a problem, the Tau carefully
The Tau
assess
gets a
any
lot of
battle
hate.
and
What did they
take as many
do?
precautions as possible. Commonly, you will see a Tau warrior in a heavily modified battle suit.
They look like
with
eggs.
targeting systems. The Tau do not often consider
I love
close
them.
combat to be
These little
something
egg
very
nerds.
effective, so they don't really put much stock into it. Their Gundam-like battle suits have a multitude of functionality, ranging from overwhelming firepower to stealth-based combat. And since they're an upstart species with a bit of technical flair, they have plenty of AI drones that help them in the field of battle. In addition to this, the Tau are also joined in the field of battle by some of the species that have been absorbed into the fold of the greater good. These auxiliaries often employ tactics that the Tau are unable to do on their
They
end,
have
such as the
friends.
brute force and almost primitive
They're little
resources,
eggs that have friends.
combined with the Geonosian aerial shock attack style of the Vespins. But the Tau assimilate more and more
They need more internal struggle.
some
Ah.
humans who wish to break off from the Imperium for pick a reason. The aesthetic of the Tau also leans a bit more into the East Asian sci-fi aesthetics. The large mech suits definitely evoke that Gundam look, but the general garb of their higher-ups kind of create that motif, and they often have accents in the games that they are in. But while Tau are looked at as Gundam mech faction by some, others enjoy them for the full coalition of aliens. One of my favorite images in Warhammer is this official artwork by Games Workshop. Now, not a single one of these aliens are a faction in Warhammer, and yet they all are different species that do exist in this universe. The Milky Way galaxy is vast, and while the Imperium and many others exterminate what they can find, the Tau will assimilate those that
Oh, they're
can
like
be assimilated.
snipers?
The crew investments we already discussed, and the
Wait, so they're egg-shaped sniping guys with a lot of different friends?
Just swam in Tilda.
We should give the Tau a chance. I love sniping. And they look like eggs, guys. I guess it's this one style, only playing style. Oh, I guess so they're not adaptive. Okay, makes sense. They had some bad rules when they were first introduced that made the game very unfair in their favor. Oh, well, I guess, yeah, if you can just sit back and snipe everybody and you're fighting with like hand-to-hand combat guys,
the humans and also
mow them
Votan
down.
will join them at times. But you also have the Galg, the Nikasar, the Vorg, the Thraxian, the Turellian, Greet, Domati, and many others. Some of these are just one-off lines, and some are major players in the civilization. The Nikasar are, for lack of a better word, gigantic psychic polar bears with bird-like faces. The Tau have psychic bears. And the fact I haven't seen this is a crime. The Tau as a culture are generally marred by the various issues that an advanced civilization would have in an unadvanced galaxy. They do not travel through the warp
Oh,
because
they
of the
look
insane
too Gundam
dangers,
to
but
be
instead use a more classic
Warhammer.
FTL
Okay.
jump.
aesthetics and
because
gameplay.
they aren't going through hell, it makes them a lot slower than many other races. The Imperium might surf through hell and lose a few ships, but they will get there first. Often they will take enormous cannons and weaponry and defeat their foes before they can even close the gap. One of their light walkers carried a weapon of lethal effect. It fired a form of ultra-high velocity projectile. I saw one of our tanks after being hit by it. There was a small hole punched in either flank. One, the projectile's entry point, the other its exit. The tiny munition had passed through the vehicle with such speed that everything within the hole not welded down had been sucked out through the exit hole, including the crew.
Oh.
We never identified their bodies, for all that remained of them was a red stain upon the ground, extending some 20 meters.
Yikes.
The fascination of the Tau.
Yikes. In fighting games, Tau are spammers. It works, but it's annoying. Oh, so it's like in Yu-Gi-Oh, one of those stalling decks or something. Right?
Is that in any other modern day world, their society would be horrid. Rigid caste systems, corruption, and politicking ethereals, and basically it's the greater good or nothing at all. But in the world of Warhammer, the simple fact that humans are accepted into their sphere should they please already puts them far and above the other races that would murder or eat them. But despite this, the existential dread that is the Tau Empire is ever so apparent. Despite being hyper advanced and welcoming a coalition of aliens, they are the upstarts, and they are painfully outnumbered on all sides. Almost any other faction in the universe, given the right amount of force, can wipe out the Tau Empire from existence. They themselves might not be perfect, but their slight glimmer of hope is exactly that, a glimmer in a dark and crushing galaxy. Of course, nobody dares take the attempt to destroy the Tau Empire, because doing so is an enormous amount of resources, and for the same reason why you don't full send your whole army to one person in a commander game of Magic. You open yourself up to player 2 and 3. But not to say it won't be a struggle. The Tau Empire, when prepared, are a vicious fighting force who might delete your formation before you even see them. But they lack numbers, and in the dark corners of the galaxy, something is coming that is entirely numbers.
The Tyranids. Okay. The Tau captured a Space Marine dreadnought, and we're surprised to find out it was older than the Tau Empire. It doesn't help they're in a small corner of the galaxy, so they miss out on some of the best mixed battles. Oh. 30-hour-long combo with zero interactivity. Oh, just go play a solo game at that point, I guess.
There is a cancer eating at the Imperium. With each decade, it advances deeper, leaving drained, dead worlds in its wake.
Bugs!
This abomination has thought and purpose that functions on an unimaginable galactic
They're just
scale,
hungry
and all we
gods.
can try to do is stop the swarms of bioengineer monsters it unleashes upon us by instinct. We have given the horror a name to salve our fears. We call it the Tyranid race. But if it is aware of us at all, it must only know us as prey. The conflicts of Warhammer 40k are chaotic enough with the sheer volume of violence that exists in the confines of the Milky Way. However, there is a threat to the galaxy that extends beyond our known galaxy that is creeping ever closer and cannot be negotiated with. What drew them to the galaxy is unclear. It may have been the light of the Astronomicon itself, like a moth to a flame.
Yeah,
it could have
'cause
been
they're
a
bugs.
Xenos device detonated in the Horus Heresy. It could have been that they were done eating the Andromeda Galaxy and they have come to take ours.
They're
or
bored.
They might be running from something far, far worse. Regardless of the why, the where, when it came to the first official contact with these creatures, was the planet of Tyran. This is the site where the Imperium encountered a fleet of these creatures before being utterly torn to shreds. Thus, these creatures became known as the Tyranids. There is plenty of evidence that the Tyranids have been lurking in our galaxy for years beforehand, but this was the first true instance of their presence being fully known. Unlike other creatures in the realm of 40k that can be talked to, captured, or negotiated with, the Tyranids are unable to be reasoned with. They are, at their core, animals. But not the fun kind of animals. They are the xenomorphs of 40k, and boy are they hungry. They are instinctively hardwired to either kill or be killed, and they are an unrelenting force due to this. However, just because they don't talk outwardly doesn't mean they don't communicate with one another. The true horror of the Tyranids is found in their driving force, the hive mind.
3, 2, 1. Hot in here by Nelly.
That's what I guessed.
What? You see, the Tyranids are a collective consciousness that are all connected to a singular embodiment of psychic power that is utterly incomprehensible to the human mind. To keep this connection there, the Tyranids on the field of battle are followed around by synapse creatures, essentially.
The hive mind is actively malicious and sentient. It is evil, even if individual Tyranids might not be. Oh. Tyranids are such a problem that factions agree to a ceasefire to cooperate and fight them. Aren't there like a billion space marines? Like, I feel like the bugs are heresy, aren't they? Aren't the bugs heretics? Why can't the space marines wipe them out? A Necron force and a marine force formed a brief truce when the Nids showed up. Why can't we just get them? Why can't we just stomp them?
This allows them to send and receive information about the battle they're in, and it also allows them to adapt to certain situations based off of the information gained. Depending on the enemy, the swarm might be able to develop a new weapon or new tactics so they can get the upper hand. When the synapse connection is cut, they are unable to essentially—
They outnumber everyone else and are still coming. Oh.
The sheer power of the hive mind presence pours from each Tyranid in such a manner that it causes a distortion in the warp itself.
Space Marines are very few numbers? What? I thought there were a lot. Their numbers are in the trillions. They can keep coming. Oh. For every billion Space Marines, there are at least a quadrillion Tyranids. Oh. We cannot stomp them. And that's just in our galaxy? Oh. Compared to the Imperial Guard, Space Marines are small. Oh, it's the Imperial Guards? The Imperial Guard's the one with millions. Okay. My bad. Why can't we send the Imperial Guards to them? Sorry, wrong one. Not the Space Marines, the Imperial Guard. Why can't we send them? Why can't we send them? What is the ratio from Imperial Guard to Tyranid? Ratioed. There are literally not enough boots ever made in history to stomp every Tyranid. But I thought the Imperial Guard was huge. They get eaten. Oh, they die in a second. Oh, got it. They may have the number, but they don't have the power. Heard.
A hive fleet's arrival can cause
1,000 nid per guard. Got it.
Several light years, coined the shadow in the warp. This shadow prevents any usage of the warp, or at least makes it exceptionally difficult. Communications shut down due to astropaths being unable to talk. Ships cannot freely enter the warp, and even creatures with a warp sensitivity feel an immense dread due to it. It causes everything to just kind of sit dead, like at a buffet counter waiting for the afternoon meal rush. The Tyranids meander through the galaxy in these gigantic hive fleets that are fueled by bioships, and these ships contain birthing pools for Tyranid armies and more ships. Everything about the Tyranids is organic, and to fuel this war machine, the Tyranids consume any and all biomass they come across and absorb it into their respective hive. From the ground to literally the air, the Tyranids strip a planet to a lifeless and uninhabitable heap. As a means to curb the advancement of the Tyranids, the Imperium has been known to preemptively exterminatus worlds in the path of a hive fleet so that they have less biomass to consume in an attempt to starve them. The Halo method, literally scorched earth tactics by taking everything out of the freezer and lighting it on fire. Outside of the obvious threat and adaptive and unreasonable enemy posed on the field of battle, the most dangerous aspect of the Tyranids comes in the form of their general unpredictability. The Tyranids are external to the Milky Way galaxy itself, and it's unknown where they truly hail from. However, their arrival in the Milky Way is seemingly random and in 3D space, implying quite heavily that Tyranids have the galaxy surrounded in some kind of way. Due to this, you will sometimes see instances of species engaged in a separate conflict of both agree to a temporary truce in order to take out a Tyranid threat. Because regardless of the stakes at hand, The existence of the Tyranids marks the heat death of the galaxy itself, and all the factions can ultimately agree that the Tyranids themselves act as the biggest threat to all of them. The Tyranid race is truly an unknowable horde, and pulls from that horror of the unknown. They, as a faction, are not ones with a large amount of general lore because their entire race is told from the point of view of those being eaten by them. Tyranids are called that due to the planet Tyran they destroyed, as we mentioned earlier, and their names are often phrases given to them by their victims. The Swarm Lord, Old One-Eye, the Death Leaper, Von Ryan's Leapers, and so on. Despite the inability to even perceive the vast psychic hive mind of the Tyranids, they are fiercely intelligent. Special poisons and items designed to counter.
They're intelligent.
If you bring light infantry, they create heavy monsters. If you brought weapon emplacements, they spawn little creatures to scour your vents and sewers. Many of you enjoyed the Servitor excerpt from part 1, and so
I'm Classic. I go by he, she, they because I'll never be him. I like all the tabletop games, run a TTRPG campaign, and play a few instruments. Loving the stream so far. Welcome in, Closet. They have trillions of humans just to deny the Nids food. Oh, so literally sending them in to fight and then them all dying will just make the Tyranids stronger. Got it. So we don't do that. And we don't have giant flame guns. Got it.
bear with me as I provide you another very long account of a planetary governor whose planet is in the final death throes of the Tyranid menace. This starts about halfway through. It has been many weeks since a handful of us escaped the sinking of the Seafort Divine Anchor via airlift. We have escaped in this manner because the Tyranids had overwhelmed so much of our world, they no longer appeared to need to continue spawning beasts for aerial supremacy. I shall never forget what I saw from my craft's portholes. Alien biostructures dominated Huto's surface. Gigantic, lumpen barnacles pumped out clouds of matter to further poison the planet alongside pulsating, brain-like nodes that resembled lethal fungi.
I like the classical music.
Capillary towers stretched high into
Soothing.
the poisoned sky. The glistening chitin coating their flanks crawled over by chains of lesser beasts fulfilling some sick alien purpose I cannot know. Digestion pools spread for miles.
Ew,
replacing
I don't
our
like
once
that
great
word.
lakes with
Digestion pools,
reservoirs
gross.
of bubbling biomatter.
Yuck.
Bloated with consumed flesh, vomited their guts into the pools, or threw themselves entirely into the billowous liquid. Amidst the seas of feeder beasts consuming all in their path, we would every so often see an explosion or a
Bilious.
burst of fire.
That means
Were
bile.
these heroic final stands by other survivors, or merely abandoned ordnance detonating at random? I will never know. I cannot rejoice in the deaths they inflicted. The biomatter of the dead Xenos was surely recycled by the Xenos regardless in no time at all. Our aircraft ran out of fuel a week ago. Now I stand in the snow, not far from the peak of Mont Saint Hila. I am the only one left that I know. One by one, those with me perished. The slightest cut on a mountain rock resulted in an immediate infection that left the pilot screaming in agony. Her co-pilot fired the shot that ended her torture, and my senior aide threw himself from a ledge, the reality that there was no escape hitting him. I have no idea what happened to my chief medicae. Others were slain by lone beasts the rest of us were unable to kill or drive away. A justly deserved end will soon be mine. I have failed on every possible level.
They're
were
like
not even able
zombies.
to send word. An alien disease has me within its grasp. My limbs are numb, my tongue is dry as sand, my head throbs. Even at these chilled heights, I sweat profusely. From here where I sit, I can
They're
see
zombie
the final
bugs.
death unfold on the planet entrusted to me. Before me is the Radarin Ocean. The water level is visibly dropping, hour by hour. They are even taking our seas. There are enormous
What are they doing?
beasts
Are they drinking
with
it?
Great, slowly flapping wings and immense open maws moving through the sky. I may be at high altitude, but the air is thinner here than it should be. I know enough of mountaineering to know that. They will not even leave our air. There is an isthmus I can see, upon which is sat one of the Xenos capillary towers. Now I believe I can tell what they are truly for. High up, foul Xenos bioships cling to their flanks like twisted calves at their mother's udders. They are feasting, I am sure, hungrily filling themselves to burst on the hideous gruels that are what remains of my people. I have witnessed the planet's death from sinister start to hideous conclusion. I see the power of our and though I have shown boundless weakness these past months, I do not see how we could ever have won. If this is any sort of good news, it seems that
gross. The Tyranids shoot guns of parasites that eat you from the inside. They're freaking zombies. They're zombie bugs. To be a zombie, they have to be mindless. They're zombie bugs with brains. Tyranids are one of the major factions you find in Space Marines too. Fun game. Fun game. Fun fact, Tyranids are trying to counter chaos with Hive Fleet Chronos. It has a much stronger shadow effect that banishes weaker demons and mostly use range attacks for the weakened ones they stay. The guns are alive, the bullets are alive, everything is alive. Except for you, because you're going to be dead-zo. And then they're going to eat you, and then they're going to turn you into more Tyranids. And you're going to fuel their ships, and you're going to fuel their stomachs, and you're going to freaking die. Anyways, hello Dino. Welcome in. He, him, 40k Warhammer Fantasy, and Age of Sigmar that he paints. Also video game, comic book, and book nerd. And anime and manga, welcome in. Anyways, death.
that might be an inadvertent repellent effect from the Tyranids is chaos. Chaos and chaotic energies offer no nourishment to the Tyranids. They cannot eat that. And the presence of rifts and warp storms work as a means to starve out the Tyranid fleet. The Tyranids, of course, are attempting to adapt to this, but it seems that even at the most primal core of the galaxy itself, Chaos agrees that these dinner guests are not welcome.
Okay,
in
Chaos
any way,
doesn't want
shape,
them.
or bioform. In the end, though, the Tyranids represent the final fears of the galaxy itself. Despite the goals to conquer the galaxy as a whole, the remainder of the universe may very well be dead and derelict space. Instead of endless worlds and solar systems, it may just be bones and ash. The tendrils of the hive mind have wrapped themselves around the galaxy, and the only thing that's guaranteed is that dinner is served. However, the Tyranids are not simply the unending hordes of bugs. Beyond the more general buffet tactics of the force of the Tyranids, the hive mind has a more secretive and dangerous means of planetary conquest in the form of something a bit more terrestrial. General upheaval and revolution. However, though the idea of a societal revolt for the good of the populace is an admirable thing, these leaders have the nefarious intent of the hive mind itself. These are the downtrodden and the oppressed, the revolutionaries to a better cause, the heralds of the Star Children. These are
the Gene Stealer cults. Okay. Dawn of War 2 also has Tyranids as primary antagonists. In SM2, you actually destroy a hive fleet. We love it when it rains bug parts from the low orbits. Oh, I don't know if I would love that. It's like a piñata. It's like a piñata of bugs. Hello, Ashura. Thank you for the welcome. Hello, Rizzo. Despite chaos being evil and killing people, the gods need people to exist, so the Tyranids are an existential threat. True.
The body of our hive, the flock of the faithful grows. We are guided by our great Father's sacred vision, protected by his loving hands. Within these holy shadows we dwell, while the impure bathe in spire-topped starlight. And what lies between those stars? What sails beyond those distant suns? Shrouded in night, born within that eternal black, our
this is a bit effed up. Oh
gods,
no.
Truer than the silent, long-dead emperor, the children of the void.
They've already stolen one of my genes.
We feel them in
Rest
our
in
blood.
peace, Danielle.
They call and we will answer. We will rise and claim the engines of labor that have bound us in servitude. This world will burn. It will be cleansed, purified, made ready, and the heavens will deliver our reward. The ground zero of a Gene Stealer cult comes in the form of the Gene Stealer itself. Deep In the depths of a planet, a Gene Stealer acts as almost an advanced recon unit for the Tyranids, and were the first Tyranid units encountered by the Imperium itself long before the first Hive Fleet made its presence known. Unlike the Tyranids that can only reproduce through the birthing pools in the fleet, a Gene Stealer reproduces via the Big Smooch. The Gene Stealer kiss is essentially what the facehugger an alien does. It attaches to a victim and releases an embryo. However, instead of a chest burster, the embryo alters the genetic makeup of the host itself, turning it into the primary conductor of a localized version of a hive mind known as the brood mind. Any offspring that this host produces is known as a Gene Stealer hybrid, and the host assures their survival.
At least they don't chest burst.
The first few generations of a Gene Stealer hybrid look more like the Gene Stealer itself, which in our current reality would be terrifying. But considering how the vast majority of humanity is a little mutated in 40k, it doesn't stand out as much as it should. As the generations continue, the mutations and the general alien look is almost entirely phased out, and the resulting hybrids look almost identical to the species that they once were. Due to the size of most worlds, the makings of a Gene Stealer cult can exist almost entirely in secret, generation after generation.
I don't like that.
After a certain period of time, those hybrids will make their way into generalized society. Still connected to the mind of the Gene Stealer itself, the hybrids operate with the express goal of gaining power within society itself in a political and religious sense. Most of the time, they will present themselves as revolutionaries, looking for the betterment of the population. And honestly, it sounds great for a lot of the folks on the planet. By the people, for the people. As they expand more openly, the crossbreeding continues until all aspects of the planet's society is infiltrated.
They're pretty grimdark.
All bets are off when a hive fleet comes close enough. When a Tyranid hive fleet gets close enough to a planet, the brood mind activates essentially an endgame scenario. The once political and religious leaders become bloodthirsty fanatics that work to finalize the collapse of society and the death of those who oppose them. But to those in the brood mind, the god they believe in is coming, and this is holy justice and vindication for their religious and political beliefs. As the hive arrives, the planet is essentially ripe.
Even Terra had a Gene Stealer
The original
cult?
Gene Stealer pieces out to the next world or is reabsorbed for deployment elsewhere, and the Tyranids begin to take the planet for themselves. The cultists sing praises and holy songs as the Tyranids begin to eat everything up in kind of a meet the pyro sense of religious delusion. But as they are harvested, some of them are snapped back to reality, oops, there goes gravity, before they are thrown into the biomass soup. For a fleeting second, they see that this was all a ruse to consume the world and that their false gods were a bunch of hungry bugs. The cultists essentially put the checkerboard dining cloth on the table for them and invited them for a feast.
Me
Due
5
to
hours
the
late.
constant redeployment of Gene Stealers, there are known cults that pop up across the Imperium itself. Some of the more well-known ones are the Cult of the Bladed Cog or the Rusted Claw, but there are hundreds, if not thousands, different cults that keep popping up all over the galaxy as the Gene Stealers spread. And due to their covert means taking over the planet, they are not generally viewed to be a threat until it is far too late. And due to the know-how of Gene Stealers, they tend to be predatory to those in the lower classes of a given planet. The Gene Stealer cults overall have really come into their own, commercially and artistically. They have very much embraced the revolutionaries aesthetic and crafted a fascinating method in doing so. It's this great combination of this pseudo-Marxist Bolshevik uprising mixed with the hills have eyes in the populace. What's particularly enjoyable about their uprising is that often from their point of view, the reasons they have are
You can tell a Gene Stealer by their bald heads and their weird eyes. Is everyone not bald? We've seen like 50 bald guys. But I guess the weird eyes, that's what you got it.
extremely justified. Most of the members of the GSC are the extremely impoverished and menial laborers of the Imperium, who honestly wouldn't need an alien presence to provide a manifesto on reasons to revolt. Their weapons are all makeshift and often involve things like mining lasers, drilling saws, demolition charges, giant stop signs. Their political machinations work quite well, as the cult ends up being really good at assassination, especially when you have a third arm holding a pistol beneath all those robes. They're a faction rife with fascination and culture, and their plans are generations in the making, to the end goal of being thrown right back into the soup by the star children they prepared the world for. And those are the threats to the galaxy now. The degradation of almost every species is now behest by the Tyranid menace, and all of the infighting between each and every single one of them will be their undoing. The world of Warhammer is a bleak and horrendous one, and that is in its own right the charm. It is so large, so vast, so absolutely horrendous and insane, and yet is treated with 100% severity and seriousness. In the beginning of part 1, I gave you an abridged and different opening to the Warhammer world, the grim darkness of the far future, and I leave you with this part 2 with the full quote itself. It is the 41st millennia. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass, writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day so that he may never truly die. Yet even in his deathless state, the Emperor continues his eternal vigilance. Mighty battle fleets across the demon-infested miasma of the warp, the only route between distant stars, their way lit by the Astronomicon, the psychic manifestation of the Emperor's will. Vast armies give battle in his name on uncounted worlds. Greatest amongst his soldiers are the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, bioengineered super warriors. Their comrades in arms are Legion, the Imperial Guard, and countless planetary defense forces, the ever-vigilant Inquisition, and the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, to name only a few. But for all their multitudes, they are barely enough to hold off the ever-present threat from aliens, heretics, mutants, and worse. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter and the laughter of thirsting gods. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Woo, Bricky! Part 2! Okay, who did we like the most in part 2? We had some goodies. We had our boys, the orcs. We had the nuns with guns. I liked them. We learned about the custodies. And some of the assassins, the agents. We had some good ones. I think the orcs are still my favorite. Love an orc. Okay. We did it! We learned about the factions. There is so much more that we can learn. What should we do? What are we gonna do? Should we go more in depth in orcs? Should we learn more about the Emperor? About his sons? What do you guys want to see next? Let me know now, or just add it in the comments. Add it in the YouTube comments. Add it on my Discord in the suggestions. I think we have a few suggestions. This was a lot of information. I think that I definitely am going to start, if I do 40k models, I'm going to start with orcs. I have some orcs on the throne. Yeah. And I'm thinking some matcha green orcs with cute pink mechs would be super cute. What did you like the most and go from there? I definitely like the orcs. Watch Oregon Story, super short, 15 minutes. The mushrooms, yes, love the mushrooms. If you want to see more of how the Imperium is internally, away from the huge wars and front lines, I recommend anything to do with Necromunda. Hive worlds are very grimdark and cool. Yeah, some of the grimdark stuff, maybe not for me. It's all interconnected, so whatever you learn will lead to more rabbit holes. True. Yeah, I want to know about the orcs. Maybe I want to learn about the Emperor. How do you think it makes sense to like stay in 40k or like stay in 40k for a little bit and then move on to Age of Sigmar? Or should we jump around? I don't know how much my brain can hold. So maybe staying in 40k makes more sense. Like, yeah. Orcs. Okay. Send me recommendations for orcs and for the emperors. She says like it's not oops all terrible times. Oopsie. All of this is bad. It's up to you, but like I said, they're a massive world. They are massive. They're massive and my brain has so much space. Only so much space. There's an orc-based 40k run and gun. Ooh. Okay, we're staying in 40k. Orcs are up. The Emperor's up. I want to know more about his kids. The Last Church is also good for setting up the Emperor. If you want to psychoanalyze him. Oh, I want to psychoanalyze the Emperor. What's the Last Church? Put me in a seat across the Emperor. Jumping around might be confusing. Okay. We're solidifying 40k in our brain. Stay in 40k. Stay in 40k. You got it, brothers. It's a video based on a short story from a book. I like it. Once you learn enough general 40k lore, you might want to learn about the earlier timeline. Got it. Okay, I'll take these suggestions. If you get into hobby stuff, Warhammer might have some good videos. I am into hobby stuff. Pancreas no work, good for 40k. Ogre Story is a great little piece. Okay. Write this down. Hell's Reach. Okay. The Last Church is good. Okay. There are orc audiobooks. Bruto Cunnin by Mike Brooks is a great time and the main character is an orc. Rogue Trader is a rad game. Pancreas has good AOS and Fantasy too. Hell's Reach is a stream and a half probably. It's so good. A stream and a half? This is a 5-hour stream and you're saying a stream and a half? That's crazy. I'm doing it. I'm ready. 40k fans will overload you with recommendations. By the way, this will happen every stream and this is what I'm asking for. Chad, I suspect you'll love halflings and ogres. Hey, I love the orcs because they are manifestation kings. They live, they laugh, they love, they manifest, they mansplain, they gaslight, they gatekeep, they girl boss. Oh, it's 2 hours. Okay. Heard. We got lots of content. Watching Astartes is a good call, and I always recommend Hell's Reach. Astartes. Okay. We got some stuff, guys. We got some stuff. Buckle up. Get cozy. We'll be back next week for Warhammer Wednesday. Actually, on Wednesday. I'll try to keep this time, like roughly around this time. Maybe a little bit later. But this time frame seems to be working. We can switch it up too, whatever works. And as you know, the YouTube videos will stay on YouTube. If I missed anything, leave comments. Leave it on the Discord. I love reading through these. I love all the comments you guys made. I know I couldn't read all of them in real time, but if you leave comments after the stream, I read and respond to all of them. So yeah, thank you, YouTube. You've been great. I'm going to send Twitch off somewhere. Fantastical. Love to see more of you. My streaming schedule is up on YouTube. So yeah, thanks for the stream. It's been a very fun first time catching you. Thank you. Welcome in, Minty. Thank you. Welcome in, Mathos. Thank you for being here. Thank you all for being here. You guys have been great. sSakana. Bye, YouTube. Bye, YouTube. Wait, let me give you a proper goodbye. Hello? Welcome to my room. Goodbye. Bye. That was